Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by JustSomeoneFictional on Wattpad. Now let's start. Between days, so I hope that helps. This started as a personal project in the beginning and I wasn't planning on sharing with anyone until I got really into it and found Wattpad. Copied and pasted my whole first draft from my notes app. I ended up liking this format and started reading other fics on here, which prompted me to go ahead and upload mine in case anyone else might enjoy it. This is my personal take on how I feel their relationship would blossom had it been canon, but with lots of smut because that's the type of books I'm into. Plus I read a lot of doujins also, just for reference. Italic means what they're thinking. Anyways, thanks for reading and I hope you enjoy. End author's note: after Bakugo and Deku's tearful reunion at the hospital, Bakugo begrudgingly returned to his room. He was still an emotional mess, heart-hurting in more ways than one. He couldn't believe in the end, after everything Deku had done to make his given power his own, he lost it, only the embers remaining. Despite that, he was still relieved to even be alive, and see that Deku was still able to smile. Even though Bakugo didn't feel up to eating, he made quick work of the soup that was brought up. He knew he'd need all the energy he could get to handle the drawback from Recovery Girl's healing sessions. He spent the rest of the day in and out of consciousness, the pain medication weighing on him like a thick blanket. He noticed his parents had left sometime during. Once nighttime had rolled around, he found himself unable to get any actual sleep. Each time he began to doze off, panic would rush through him, as though he were back on the battlefield. He could see Shigaraki coming for him and his eyes would spring open and his body would seize. He was sweating and huffing as he tried to slow his breathing and calm down. Suddenly, after catching his breath, panic riddled through him again as he heard a scream from down the hall. He jolted upright, cursing at the pain, and swung his legs off the bed. He stumbled for purchase as he rose to his feet and hobbled as quickly as he could while dragging his fore. Deku's cries had settled into sobs as he slammed the door open to find 2 nurses trying to calm Deku down. Black Whip was lashing about and dark green energy was pouring from his eyes along with tears, but his body was still immobilized in casts and bandages. "Midoriya boy. It's alright, we're here. Everything is okay." All Might pleaded as he struggled to sit up in his bed, face stricken with worry. "Izuku. All Might." Bakugo rasped as he stumbled towards him. The nurses tried to stop him but he didn't take his eyes off Deku. "What the hell happened? What's going on?" All Might looked at him and explained, "He just woke up like this. He was fitful in his sleep before, but not this bad." Through his sobs, Deku managed to look his way and in a broken voice cried out, "Kakakin." Bakugo forced his way out of the nurse's grips as they reluctantly let go of him, hoping maybe he could calm Deku down. Bakugo scrambled to his bedside and put his good hand on Deku's chest. "Hey, I'm right here, Izuku, calm down." Deku's sobs only grew more broken as he hiccuped and choked through them, struggling to breathe. His power, however, started to reside until it was back under control, leaving Deku a whimpering mess. Bakugo gripped onto the front of Deku's hospital gown and laid his head against his chest. "We're all right, Izuku. It's all over, just breathe." He thought his panic felt awful, and he couldn't imagine how Deku must be feeling. "Guess he's having bad dreams too." "Kakakin." Deku cried as he nuzzled his head down against Bakugo's. Deku desperately wanted to grab onto him, but his arms weren't healed enough to move. All Might watched with tears in his eyes, thankful that Deku was able to calm down, and sad that he was feeling the way he was. He knew they were both going to struggle for a while, both physically and mentally. Bakugo stayed in that position for a long while, bent over Deku despite the pain in his body protesting for him to lay back down. The nurses left the room and All Might decided to remain quiet as Deku finished crying. "Kakin. Kakin. Deku started, not crying as uncontrollably as before but now softly sobbing. "When I saw you I thought you were dead. I was so scared. Kakin." Bakugo's heart ached at that. That's what this was about. That's right. He must have seen me lying there as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 were trying to resuscitate me. Izuku. Bakugo rose his head up to face Deku. You can't kill me off that easy, stupid nerd. See? He patted his chest. I'm all good now. Deku let a little laugh slip in through his sobs, and with a broken smile nodded his head once. Yeah, Kakin. Bakugo was glad he was able to calm him down, but he hated the pitiful look on his face. He wasn't one to reach out to people, but he was done pushing Deku away. So seeing him like this, he felt he had to as he reached his hand back to Deku and touched his head softly. Just calm down. And go back to sleep. Okay, Kakin. Sorry if I worried you, Deku rasped as he started coming back to his senses. You need to go back to bed too, or you'll never heal. Don't worry about me, nerd. Besides, I can't get rested and healed up while you're down the hall wailing. Bakugo said as he ruffled his hair. You good now? Deku leaned into his touch, and although he answered, yes, Bakugo could feel him still trembling beneath his touch. This nerd. He's probably going to keep freaking out throughout the night. Bakugo rolled his eyes and sighed. Can you move at all? Deku made a confused face and answered, probably not much. Why? Bakugo pulled his hand back and huffed at him in annoyance. 'Cause I need you to scoot the hell over. Deku was even more confused now but started wriggling his body, and through a couple pained grunts he was able to scoot to one side of his bed. Bakugo grabbed the rail and dropped it down and joined Deku in his bed, trying not to tangle his fore. Kakin. What are you doing? Deku asked with big eyes. What's it look like? I'm gonna stay in here and make sure your butt doesn't go all crazy on us again. Bakugo huffed. All Might was watching the scene unfold and sighed in relief, thinking it was nice how far these two have come. Bakugo may get in trouble with the nursing staff, but at least Deku seemed to be stable again. The more he thought about it, he realized Bakugo was probably in need of Deku's company as well. Bakugo struggled for a moment to get comfortable, squeezing into the bed while trying not to bump into Deku's injured limbs. He settled down softly as their sides touched. It was a bit cramped, so he lifted his good arm up and around Deku, having Deku's head rest on it. Deku was quiet, full of disbelief that Bakugo was doing this for him. The shock of it quickly melted away as he sunk into the warmth of Bakugo's body. He nestled his head closer to his chest, where he was able to hear his heartbeat. It calmed his nerves even as tears still rolled down his cheeks. Kakin's heart. He's okay. Bakugo felt irritated at first, wanting to instinctively shove him back, but sighed and looked down at him. So annoying, he doesn't have to get that close. He watched him for a moment as his eyes felt heavy again and his muscles lax, then and was finally able to drift off into a deep sleep. The morning sun peered in through the curtains and woke Bakugo the next day. He could hear distant chatter and someone's quiet breathing against him. He felt nice and warm against his side, head still resting against his chest. Izuku. That's right, I slept in his room. Bakugo sighed as he blinked his eyes open. He saw Deku's fluffy green hair and freckled face sleeping peacefully against him before noticing both their moms sitting in the guest chairs, looking their way. Good morning, sleepyhead. Mitsuki chimed, giving Bakugo an incredulous look. It's too early to be so damn loud. Bakugo grumbled, still trying to wake up. Inko was smiling despite her face being puffy from crying. Bakugo huffed and looked down at Deku, who was still asleep against him. He's gonna be all right, Bakugo said, wanting to ease her worry. Just had a rough night. That why you're crawled up in bed with him, Katsuki? Mitsuki teased. Oh, shut it, Hag. He was crying like a demon baby and wouldn't shut up. Bakugo seethed, embarrassed. Deku grunted and nuzzled his face against him. Kakin. Bakugo's vein became visible on his forehead, patience completely gone already. It's time to wake up, stupid nerd. He grabbed Deku's ear and yanked on it. Ow. Deku whined and blinked to open his eyes. Oh, Mum. Hi, my baby. Inko cooed as she stepped over to the bedside. Oh, my poor baby, you're so broken. Her tears began flowing down her cheeks once again. Bakugo sank into himself like a turtle to avoid being in the way, making an annoyed face. Mom, I'm gonna be okay. Recovery girl is gonna be coming by to work with us every day. I'm gonna need a lot of physical therapy, but my body should heal just fine. Deku explained. Inko sniffled as Mitsuki hugged her and smiled. And Katsuki, you've decided to try and get that arm functional again. Bakugo grunted, course I am. Gonna need both my arms to become number one. Deku smiled brightly, unable to contain his happiness for Bakugo. You got this, Kaken. Well duh. Bakugo barked, but couldn't help but soften up his expression as he looked at Deku. He felt the heat creeping back across his cheeks, noticing how close they were, and grunted, looking away. If he's so annoying. Well, we're gonna head out and let you rest. Mitsuki said as she patted Inko on the back. We love you. So much. Inko said as she wiped her tears. Love you too, Mom. Deku replied happily. Look after them, All Might. And we hope you have a quick recovery as well. Inko said. Bakugo glanced over, noticing All Might waking up and smiling. Thank you. He replied after a quick yawn. Their moms made their way out and Deku and Bakugo settled back down. Deku smiled over at Bakugo and said, I can't wait to get out of these casts. Bakugo huffed, yeah, I'm ready to move my diamond arm how I want to. I'm hoping after Recovery Girl's visit this afternoon, that much should at least be possible. All Might chimed in, though, it'll be a while before you're completely back to normal. Yeah, it's annoying. Bakugo grumbled. After that, their nurses came in and had Bakugo sit up so that they could change their bandages and clean their wounds. Him and Deku both couldn't stop stealing glances at each other, taking in the damage their bodies had been dealt. Your arms, Bakugo mentioned, caught off guard by all the marred flesh. They were littered in scars, and two large ones that went all the way around on his forearms, where Eri had brought them back. Izuku endured all that. And kept fighting. Yeah. Deku said, smiling sadly, we'll have a lot of cool scars though. Bakugo shook his head. Sorry, if I wasn't able to help you enough in the end. Deku turned to him with a horrified look. Kaken? What? Bakugo was taken aback by his abruptness. You were the reason Igo was able to make it in time. If it weren't for you, there's no telling what would have happened. Deku told him with a serious look. Guess so. Bakugo said dryly, emotion swelling in his chest, I just hate that I was out of the fight when you made it back. And I shouldn't have let you get separated from me in the first place. They really F up our plans. Kaken. That wasn't your fault, and you'd better not try and hold onto any type of guilt like that. Besides, if anyone is to blame, it's me. If I hadn't been relying so heavily on danger sense, I might have noticed before Toga grabbed me. Tears were forming in Deku's eyes now. Hey, it wasn't your fault either, stupid. They got the best of us in that moment. But regardless, we still won. Bakugo said, not wanting him to beat himself up for it. Deku nodded, but his breathing was becoming shaky as the tears still streamed down his cheeks. Izuku? Bakugo questioned, while wincing as the nurses finished up putting on their new bandages. Well yeah, but still, Kak. If I had been there sooner, or didn't get separated in the first place, that wouldn't have happened. He said, eyeing Bakugo's chest. Stupid, we just agreed no blaming ourselves. You know I wanted to fight him anyways, it may have happened no matter how things played out. Bakugo said as he took one of Deku's hands from the nurse and placed it over his heart. I'm okay now. You showed up and kicked butt. Denim Head and Edge Shot fixed me up. We took down the big bads and we're alive. You got that? Deku sobbed softly and nodded, using what little strength he had to clench his fist against Bakugo's chest. The nurses pried his arm back to finish wrapping it up, remaining silent as they worked, exchanging a sympathetic look. Once they were done, they laid back down together and the nurses brought them their breakfast. Bakugo used his good hand to eat while a nurse helped Deku. They both felt exhausted as they nestled back down next to each other. Bakugo kept staring down at Deku's hand, the scars shining from the light. Deku noticed and gave him a reassuring smile. Bakugo felt an ache in his chest. He wished he could fix everything about their situation. Their whole lives he'd pushed Deku away, bullied him, harassed him. All because he was scared of his sheer will and determination. someone quirkless having the same dream as him. Thinking he was looking down on him. He knew Deku better than that, now. Now he was wanting nothing more than to keep him safe and protect his smile at all costs. Deku was kind, strong, and always had his back no matter how horribly he treated him. He didn't notice he'd started crying until Deku's face grew concerned. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃? Deku asked, wishing he could grab onto him. Bakugo looked away and wiped his face. At least this time he was crying. All Might was asleep and no one else was in there to see. Damn it. Izuku. It's always you who sees me like this. Deku flexed his hand and inched his arm over, holding his palm up in invitation. Hey, everything's gonna be okay, Kaken. Bakugo finished wiping the tears and gave him an annoyed look before giving in, laying his arm down and letting his hand fall into Deku's. They locked their fingers together tenderly as Bakugo's shaky breathing evened out and expression softened. Deku hesitated but laid his head against Bakugo's shoulder and squeezed his hand slightly. Poor Kaken. I hope he feels better soon. Bakugo leaned his head down against Deku's, nuzzling into his hair, surprising him. He smiled softly as they stayed like that till his eyes felt heavy and they fell asleep. Later in the day they were awoken by Recovery Girl. They were still half asleep as she used her quirk on them, and they were still holding on to each other without realizing it. My, you two have gotten close. She commented at one point, smiling softly. Bakugo was too out of it to respond, the pain meds and the sleepiness taking its toll. Deku squeezed his hand gently and smiled. Yeah, we always have been, in a way. After she was done with them, she moved on to All Might. Deku could feel the energy leaving his body as he noticed Bakugo was already asleep again. Kaken. He must still be overly emotional from everything that's happened to let me close like this. He figured he couldn't waste the opportunity and nestled his head against his shoulder again, falling asleep right away. The sun was setting by the time Bakugo woke up again. He blushed slightly as he realized how they'd fallen asleep holding hands. He felt his heart rate pick up and pried himself away from Deku, looking down at him before hobbling to the restroom. What the hell? When he came back, Deku was waking up and feeling around next to him. Kaken. Right here, nerd. He replied as he made his way back to the edge of the bed. Bakugo noticed Deku's worried expression relaxing again as he spoke. Oh, hey, I can move my body again. Well, for the most part. Deku said sleepily as he rubbed his eyes. The nurses had removed the casts after Recovery Girl left, while he was still asleep. His arms were now just wrapped in bandages and able to move in slow, weak motions. Still need to take it easy, young Midoriya. All Might commented as he watched Deku stagger up onto his feet. I know. He replied softly. Bakugo stood at the edge of the bed as he watched Deku struggle to move around. Ugh, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, stupid. Bakugo grunted, holding out his good hand. Thanks, Kaken. Deku said with an apologetic smile as he took his arm. Bakugo helped him walk to the restroom and waited outside the door. Once he was done, he helped him back to the edge of the bed. Before he could let go, Deku leaned into him, wrapping his arms around him. Hey, watch it. Bakugo barked, my stitches. Sorry, Kaken. Deku eased off slightly but kept holding on, burying his face against Bakugo's neck. Bakugo groaned in annoyance but couldn't help but feel that ache in his chest again. If my heart feels weird. Is it from the injury or my emotions? You done yet? Bakugo asked, though his voice didn't sound as annoyed as he wanted it to. Deku shook his head no against him. Just a minute. Kaken. Bakugo blushed and looked away before finally giving in, grunting and wrapping his arms around Deku as well. He held on to him for a few moments, thinking how he'd wanted to do this when he found him that time he left 𝗬𝗧. He squeezed him a bit tighter and buried his face against his shoulder. Damn it, Izuku. He was planning on going back to his own room tonight, and now the thought seemed to sour his stomach. Still, he knew it'd be weird to spend the night in his room again. He had All Might in here anyways, it's not like he needed him still. He loosened his grip and Deku smiled up at him before letting go and sitting back on the bed. Alright, nerd, I'm going back to my room. Bakugo told him, You gonna be okay without me babysitting you? Deku looked worried for a moment but hid it with a smile and said, "Oh, right. Hey, Kaken, sorry for the trouble." All Might told him goodbye as Deku sat quietly, face still uneasy. Bakugo almost felt guilty as he walked out, hating that look on his face. He put his fist against his chest, angry at the weird feeling in his heart as he made his way back to his room and laid down. Later that night, Bakugo started dreaming of the battle again. Everything played out in his mind in slow motion, Shigaraki being so overwhelmingly powerful, his heart collapsing inside of his chest, his regrets about Deku, and the way he treated him. His mind wandered to when Deku left UA, and how worried he was. Deku's in trouble. But Shigaraki, he got me. I can't save him. My heart, why can't I feel my heart? Where is it? Where's Deku? He jolted awake finally, gasping for air, unable to process where he was for a moment or what was happening. Panic was surging through his veins and nausea followed as the room seemed to be spinning. He reached out for Deku with his good hand and desperately tried to grip at his chest with the other. His hand was shaking as he flexed it just barely, trying to feel for his heart. Still there. My heart's still there, right? And Deku? Where's Deku? Did he leave again? Did All for One get him? Bakugo blinked back tears before wiping his face, remembering he was in the hospital and Deku was down the hall. His anxiety was still riddling his thoughts as he crawled out of bed and stammered down the hall, peeking into Deku's room. He saw him lying there asleep with a pained expression and tears dried against his cheeks. He was fidgeting and seemed like he was in the middle of a horrible nightmare. Bakugo made his way over and nudged his arm. Hey, Aizu. He called out quietly, trying not to wake All Might, Izuku. Deku jolted awake, breathing heavy and shaking before glancing over and reaching for Bakugo's arm. Kaken. He cried out in a broken voice. Hey, Izuku. Scoot over. Bakugo said, his own nervousness still shaking his voice. Deku didn't let go of him as he made room and Bakugo laid down with him. They wasted no time before throwing their arms around each other, both trembling and breathing unevenly. Deku's all right. I'm gonna stay in here again tonight, Bakugo said after a moment. Yeah. Thanks, Kaken. Are you okay? Deku asked, voice still shaky. Why? Bakugo rasped. His body was calming down and his mind was easing. He focused on breathing and the sound of Deku's heartbeat as he nuzzled forwards against his chest. How about you? Yeah. I'm better now. Deku's breathing seemed to even out as he rested his head down against his head. Bakugo's breathing was starting to get back to normal as he relaxed into Deku and pulled closer slightly. Deku blushed, not used to Bakugo trying to comfort him, or reach out for comfort himself. Did you have a bad dream, too, Kaken? Deku asked as he held him just a bit tighter as well, hoping he didn't get angry. Yeah. Bakugo answered as he nuzzled his face against him a bit. Deku closed his eyes and ran a hand up to Bakugo's head, running his fingers through his hair. Bakugo tensed at first, but didn't protest. Deku felt relieved as he kept petting him, easing his own nerves as well. Before long, they fell asleep wrapped up in each other's arms. The next day Bakugo didn't want to wake up. He could hear Deku and All Might talking though he was still too groggy with sleep to understand the words. He nuzzled against Deku's chest more, trying to block out the light. Their mumbling becoming more coherent as he lay there. Kaken. He barely heard Deku say. He huffed slightly against him and held onto him tighter. So warm. Bakugo. It's time to change your bandages, sweetie. A nurse was patting his shoulder now, beckoning him to wake up. He blinked his eyes open as he lifted his head slightly, the light being way too bright at first. Hey, Kaken. Deku smiled at him. You awake. Recovery girl stopped by already, so that's probably why you're still feeling tired. Oh. How long was I asleep? Bakugo asked with a groggy voice as he pulled his arm back from around Deku and started to lift himself up. He fell asleep clinging to him again. What the hell? And my body is so heavy. It's about 3 in the afternoon. Deku replied, You feeling okay? Bakugo sat up then and stretched, his whole body aching all over. His right arm was able to move a bit now and he could wiggle his fingers just slightly. The nurse started unwrapping his chest as he settled at the edge of the bed and replied. Another nurse wheeled All Might over in a wheelchair and he put his hand on Bakugo's shoulder, drawing his attention. I was just saying goodbye to young Midoriya before you woke up. They're discharging me early since I'm stable, so I can help with some things at the school. I'll be back to visit you boys soon as I can. Bakugo looked over at him with heavy eyes and nodded. All right. Glad you're okay, All Might. All Might smiled and gave his shoulder a gentle squeeze before the nurse wheeled him out. Bakugo could feel Deku's eyes on him as the nurse pulled off the last of his bandages. Another nurse came in to start changing Deku's bandages as well. They were able to remove the ones on their heads finally, seeing the scarred sides of each other's faces. His face. Your freckles. They're gone. Bakugo said quietly. Oh really? Deku asked, touching his face tenderly. You'll both be scarred, that's for sure. You're really lucky to have managed with just that though. One of the nurses added while cleaning around Bakugo's stitches. Thanks to Recovery Girl, I think it's safe to take these out already. She chimed. You feelin' up for that? Bakugo nodded with a little grunt, and she made her way over to grab the scissors and gauze. Kaken? Deku asked. You sure you're all right? Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku. Bakugo glanced over at him again and huffed. Stop worrying about me. The nurse was back in front of Bakugo now, snipping away at the stitches and pulling them out. Bakugo winced a couple of times, but for the most part it felt pretty numb. Do you boys want to use the shower before we bandage you back up? She asked. Yeah, that would be great, Deku said, smiling. All right, let us know when you're finished and we'll get you wrapped back up. If you need any help, hit the call button, she said with a small smile. Thanks, Deku replied as Bakugo nodded. Deku got up slowly and made his way around the bed. He was able to move a little easier today but still felt stiff and achy in his limbs. Bakugo stood up a little easier as well and followed him to the restroom where they saw themselves in the mirror. Oh wow, my hair. Deku rubbed the side of his shaved head. Bakugo couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Got a gnarly scar going down your face and that's what you're worried about. It'll grow back. I know, but I didn't realize it was like this. It was surprising. Deku whined. And yeah, my freckles. Bakugo smirked at him and then looked back at himself. They just removed the stitches from his chest and his cheek, leaving behind a slot of scar tissue. Well, let's get cleaned up so we can get back to bed. But Kaken, you already slept all day. Deku teased as he grabbed some towels. Yeah, well, your body heals is when you're sleeping, nerd. Bakugo said as he walked over to the shower and turned on the water. Well, you still need to eat, I bet you're starving by now. Deku said as he tugged down his boxers. I tried to wake you for lunch but you wouldn't budge. DMN. Bakugo said, suddenly realizing the pit in his stomach. Yeah, I could go for some food. Once they'd sat down they took turns in the water and started washing themselves. Bakugo noticed Deku struggling to reach his back with his arms shaking and snatched his rag from his hand. Deku said as he looked back at Bakugo. I got it, quit your struggling. Bakugo ordered as he started washing his back for him. Deku smiled nervously, trying not to wince from his roughness. Thanks. Bakugo slowed and softened his touch around his shoulders, really taking in the scarring. Geez, it's everywhere. Izuku. He ran his fingertips along it and down his arm slightly and Deku shuddered, stifling a laugh. What? Bakugo huffed, lifting a brow. That tickled, Kaken. Deku admitted. This. Bakugo said as he ran his fingertips back up his arm and up his neck. Deku burst into laughter this time and swatted at Bakugo's hand. Yes, it tickles. Stop it, Kaken. Bakugo couldn't help but have a little fun with him then, tickling him mercilessly around his neck and under his arms. This nerd. There's his smile. Bakugo much preferred Deku's goofy smiling face over the mopey look he's kept the last few days. Deku became a giggling mess, squirming around till he faced him, trying to push his hand away. Kaken. He yelped between his laughter as he grabbed at Bakugo's sides and started tickling him back as much as he could manage. Bakugo couldn't help but to burst out with laughter as well now until he stumbled backwards into the wall and grabbed at Deku's hands to stop him, feeling his heart race. "Daizuku, stop!" Bakugo begged between his laughter. "My heart." Deku froze suddenly and grabbed Bakugo's face and put his overhand on his chest, next to the wound. "Oh no, Kaken. I forgot. Are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, I wasn't thinking." Bakugo felt his face heat up immediately, feeling Deku's body against his while still very naked. Sure, they just had an entirely NDE tickle fight, but he wasn't really thinking about it then. He looked away, heart pounding even more now. "Why yeah, whatever, just back off me, nerd." Deku blushed furiously as he had the same realization and stepped back a couple steps. Sorry, Kaken." Deku stammered, embarrassed. "It's fine," Bakugo said, looking away. What the hell, why did that make me feel so flustered?" Calm down, calm down." They finished cleaning up pretty quickly after that and got dried off and dressed. Bakugo's mom had thankfully brought his clothes to Deku's room earlier in the day, avoiding a very awkward realization of not having anything to change into. He slipped on the clean boxers and black sweatpants as Deku got in his All Might underwear and gray sweatpants. It took everything in Bakugo not to tease him when he saw, but wanted to avoid any more awkwardness. "Effin' nerd." "Kaken?" Deku asked, still blushing from earlier. Bakugo blushed, wondering if he'd noticed him staring. "Guess I can tease him now anyways." "Yes, Mr. All Might Undies," Bakugo said with a small laugh. Deku mocked, cracking a smile. "I was gonna ask how your heart was, but never mind." Bakugo huffed another small laugh and walked out to tell the nurses they were done. After that, they were sitting on the edge of the bed again getting wrapped back up. Only Deku's arms this time and Bakugo's chest and arm. Bakugo noticed the nurses' suspicious smiles and looks they were giving each other before one of them smirked at him and said, "So, it sounded like you two had a nice shower." Bakugo and Deku's faces both turned red as they felt they could die of embarrassment. "Damn it, they heard us from the hallway." The other nurse finished up then smiled warmly at them. "I'm glad you two are in good spirits. We were worried after the other night." "Oh right. Sorry to have worried you." Deku apologized, remembering when he had woken up in a panic. "No, it's okay. Now you two get some rest, dinner will be up soon." She responded as they walked out. Deku nodded then smiled at Bakugo. Ready to lay down, Kaken?" Bakugo hesitated again, thinking he should just go back to his own room, but remembering what happened last time, he decided Deku's room would just have be his now, too. He watched as Deku scooted over, leaving space for him. Bakugo joined him, brushing their arms against each other and immediately relaxed. He felt his eyes start to close when Deku nudged him. "Don't fall asleep yet, Kaken. They're about to bring dinner, remember?" Yeah. Bakugo grunted in defeat. They laid there for a few moments and checked their phones, messaging their parents and friends back. Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari had messaged Bakugo asking how he was and that they'd come visit once they were discharged. Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka had messaged Deku saying the same. They sat up and ate dinner after it was brought in, Bakugo greedily scarfing his down after not eating all day. Deku couldn't help but laugh at him a little, telling him he needed to slow down before getting yelled at to not worry about him. Once the nurses took their trays, they laid back down and Deku rolled over to face Bakugo. "I wonder how long we'll be in here." Bakugo snuggled down under the covers and faced him, curling his body towards him. "Dunno, probably just a few more days. Bet we'll start physical therapy soon too." "Yeah. How is your arm, by the way?" Deku asked. Feels kinda numb to be honest," Bakugo said as he looked down. "I can move it and squeeze my fingers a little, but I doubt I'll be doing anything like using my quirk anytime soon." "Yeah," Deku sighed. "I wonder how long I'll have with the one for all embers." Bakugo looked back up at him. "Yeah. I really hate that." Deku smiled softly. "Yeah, but like I said, I was quirkless to begin with so I can't really complain." Bakugo's heart ached thinking about it. It still didn't feel fair or right. And the way he treated Deku when he was quirkless. Izuku. What is it, 𝗧𝗵𝗃? Deku asked, glancing at him. 𝗧𝗑𝗍𝗃. Bakugo looked down again and grabbed at his chest. I was so awful to you back then. Why did you even stick around me? Deku gave him an awkward smile. 'Cause, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, I've always looked up to you. I thought you were really cool. I told you before. All Might was our hero, but I had you right there in front of me. How could you even say that, though, Izuku? I treated you like a 𝗧𝗔𝗊. Bakugo was starting to shake, feeling like his heart was going to give out again. I mean, the things I said to you back then. All the things I did. I just kept pushing you away, and yet you stayed right on my heels. Tears started prickling his eyes as the guilt racked through his body. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku breathed as he put his hand on Bakugo's cheek, wiping a tear away with his thumb. Things have changed now. That's in the past, okay? We were kids. It was only a couple years ago, Izuku. Bakugo rasped as he grabbed Deku's hand and hid his face behind it. And you were always just trying to be nice, trying to be my friend, and I was so stupid. Izuku. I'm so sorry. Bakugo was fully sobbing now, holding onto Deku's hand. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, it's okay. I mean it. I won't lie and say the things you did didn't hurt me, but you're making an effort to be better now. And that means so much to me. So please, stop crying. You're gonna make me cry, too. Deku begged, gripping onto Bakugo's hand and pushing his leg against his. He pulled his hand free then and wrapped his arms around him, hugging him tightly to him. Bakugo buried his face into his neck and wrapped his arms around him too as he cried. He curled into him more, tangling their legs together till one of Deku's was nestled between his. Izuku. Bakugo rasped through his sobs. Why don't you hate me? Deku started rubbing his back as tears prickled his eyes. Because, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, I know how you really feel. You may have tried to hate me and push me away. But you were still looking out for me. You've even saved my life, multiple times. And I forgive you, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I don't deserve forgiveness, Izuku. Bakugo said as his crying got slower. I'm sorry. It took me so long to realize how much of a brat I was being. I'm the worst, Izuku. Deku was a sobbing mess now, holding Bakugo tightly. No, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. You're the best, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo huffed a laugh. Yeah, right? He leaned his head back a bit and sniffled, looking Deku in the eyes. Damn it. I think your crying is rubbing off on me. Deku laughed between sobs. I think so too, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, though it may also be the injuries and pain meds. Bakugo brought his arm back around and wiped Deku's tears with his thumb. Yeah. Izuku. Yeah. Deku asked, surprised by his gentle touch. Bakugo brushed his hand through Deku's hair, pushing it out of his face. You actually mean a lot to me, Izuku. Deku's breath hitched for a second, caught off guard by Bakugo's statement. He felt his face turning red a bit as he stammered. Why, you mean a lot to me too, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo averted his gaze and continued, when you ran off on your own, it freaked me the hell out. Suddenly not having you there, after years of you constantly following after me. And knowing how selfless you are, it worried me to death. I couldn't even sleep at night. Bakugo admitted, face also feeling a bit heated now. He wanted to be honest with him, and let him know how much he cares about him after spending so long pushing him away. He refused to keep being that person. Deku deserved better from him. Sorry. Deku rasped. I didn't know. I know. Bakugo breathed. So don't ever try and pull that 𝗧𝗃 again. Deku choked on a laugh. Of course I won't. Bakugo looked back at him and smiled softly. Good. They kept sniffling for a moment as they dried their tears, then Deku threw his arms back around Bakugo, squeezing him to him. Bakugo breathed out a shaky sigh, still recovering from all the crying, and wrapped his arms around him too. He nuzzled his face into his chest and rubbed his legs against his as he settled against him. They were able to fall asleep after a few moments, resting better than they had in a while. The next morning, Bakugo still felt stuffy from all the crying. He wiped his face and looked up at Deku, whose face still puffy from crying as well. Well, look who finally decided to wake up. Mitsuki said, smiling over at him, you two have really become inseparable these last few days. Inko was shaking her head smiling, I'm so glad you two are getting along now. Bakugo blushed, looking away, what are you doing here so early? Came to check on our ungrateful sons, apparently. She teased, how are you feeling, kid? Better. Bakugo answered, still feeling embarrassed. He started to lean up but realized Deku's arms were still wrapped around him, along with their legs overlapping. Hey, Izuku. Deku yawned and squeezed Bakugo closer. Kaken. He mumbled. Bakugo could feel his mom's stare becoming more amused by the second as he grumbled. Izuku. Let go. He reached up and grabbed his cheek. It's time to get up. Nu, Kachan. 5 more minutes. Deku pleaded, still holding on too tightly for him to escape. Bakugo pulled his cheek more. Now, nerd. Deku started blinking awake as Bakugo was dying of embarrassment and let go of his face. Mitsuki laughed and shook her head as Inko looked at them. Good morning, mister. Deku sat up and stretched, yawning and looking over at their moms. Oh, good morning. He blushed slightly as he realized he'd been clinging onto Bakugo in front of them. Well, it was just Kaken. Why am I feeling embarrassed? How are you feeling, sweetie? Inko asked. I'm doing okay. I'm able to get around a lot better than before. Deku answered with a smile. That's good to hear, baby. Inko beamed. How's that arm doing, Katsuki? You able to move it now? Mitsuki asked. Yeah, a bit, Bakugo grumbled, still numb as SHT though. Hopefully the therapy will help you boys get going again. Inko said with a soft smile. Well, we're gonna go ahead and head out. I think you'll have more visitors later. Mitsuki said as they said their goodbyes. They walked out and Bakugo practically growled at Deku. Stupid shit nerd. Deku laid back down and smiled guiltily. Sorry, Kaken. Bakugo huffed and laid back down. Whatever. He sat there a moment, feeling uneasy, and he glanced over at Deku. He was fidgeting his hands and kept glancing over at Bakugo as well. Damn it. Bakugo pouted and shifted against him, wrapping his arm around him and nuzzling his face against his chest again. Deku smiled softly, welcoming it as he wrapped his arms around him. Bakugo relaxed into his embrace immediately, sighing against him. Deku couldn't help but to blush at their closeness and how Bakugo was acting. Hey, Kaken. Yeah. Bakugo asked, still feeling embarrassed. Deku smiled down at him and pulled him in tighter. I like this. Bakugo stiffened up, hiding his face more. What the hell? What do you even mean? Deku rested his head against the top of his, spending all this time together and being so close. It's nice. Bakugo's chest felt tight, his happiness and embarrassment melding together. Shut up. Don't go saying weird SHT. It's like you said the other day, we're just emotional right now. Deku laughed lightly. Yeah, sorry, Kaken. Bakugo pulled away enough to look up at him and flicked him in the forehead. Stupid. Ow. Deku laughed and rubbed his head as a nurse came in. They untangled themselves and sat up as the nurse checked their vitals and went over their physical therapy schedules, explaining that they would begin tomorrow, and to focus on stretching their arms a couple times throughout the day. After they ate breakfast, they sat on the bed together watching videos on Deku's phone while they stretched their arms and flexed their hands. Bakugo grunted angrily as he couldn't do as much as Deku could. This HC sucks. Bakugo grumbled, hands sore and throbbing. Are you alright, Kaken? Deku asked and reached for his hand. Bakugo pulled away and huffed at him. Course I'm fine. Then felt guilty as he realized he'd pulled his hand away from Deku, just like that time as kids. He felt a twinge of pain in his chest and settled back down. Sorry? What are you sorry for? Deku asked, concerned. Well, I'm trying to be less standoffish. It's hard. Bakugo grumbled. The hell were you reaching for my hand anyways? It's not like you could do anything. Ah. Deku said with a little laugh. Just a reaction, I guess. I wanted to try and help. Bakugo pouted at him, then looked back at the video before shoving his arm over at him. Deku blushed and took his hand, rubbing it gently with his thumbs. Bakugo felt the soreness easing out from his touch and glanced back at him, blushing slightly. Thanks. Deku smiled softly at him and kept massaging his hand for a few moments before letting go. I wasn't really sure what to do, did that help at all? Bakugo admitted, feeling flustered. I didn't want him to stop. The F is this. Hey Kaken, wanna go for a walk? I think my legs are getting stiff sitting around in here all day. Deku said as he stood up and stretched. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Bakugo agreed as he hopped up and joined him, walking up and down the halls. I wonder if school is going to start back like normal in the fall. Deku said as they walked. I dunno. I think we'll all be cleaning up for a while before doing anything halfway normal again. Between Shigaraki, nutsack face, and that oversized man-child, they've really wrecked shop. Yeah, that's true. Deku said with an awkward smile. I'm just ready to be back at you. This whole experience has honestly felt like a really bad dream. Got that right? Bakugo huffed. They made their way back to their room and sat down, feeling exhausted already. Recovery girls' drawbacks are insane. Deku whined as he laid down. I hope our energy is back by tomorrow. Yeah, this is lame. My stamina is way better than this. Bakugo grumbled as he sat on the edge of the bed. Deku laid there for a minute before looking over at Bakugo. Hey, Kaken. Bakugo asked as he glanced over at him. I think I want a nap for a bit. Deku said, fidgeting his hands. Bakugo raised an eyebrow at him. Okay. Deku pouted slightly, averting his eyes. Well. Would you lay back down with me? Bakugo blushed and glanced away. Why? And laid down next to him, putting his arm over him. Deku nuzzled against him and closed his eyes. Thanks, Kaken. Bakugo grunted and relaxed a bit before closing his eyes, falling asleep with him. They ended up sleeping longer than they expected, waking up around dinner time when nurses came to check on them. They sat up and ate after the nurses finished changing their bandages and cleaning their wounds. Deku still looked sad when he looked at Bakugo's chest, struggling to get over seeing what it was like before. He got quiet for a bit as they sat there and Bakugo punched his arm. Ow, Kaken, what was that for? Deku whined, rubbing his arm even though he didn't hit him hard. Quit your moping. Bakugo groaned. I'm tired of seeing that stupid look on your face. I'd rather you be smiling, damn it. Deku blushed slightly and looked away. Ah, sorry, Kaken. Bakugo laid down then and looked at him, patting the bed next to him. Come here, stupid. Deku laid down next to him and they wrapped their arms around each other, lying face to face. Bakugo rubbed his cheek where his scar was, looking at him softly before putting his arm back around him and closing his eyes. Deku felt his heart racing, not sure why that got him so flustered. Kaken is being so sweet. It's making me nervous. He ran his hand up to Bakugo's head, running his fingers through his hair as he closed his eyes. Bakugo sighed and nuzzled against him more, making Deku's heart race even faster. He kept petting his head till he'd fallen asleep and relaxed, dozing off not long after. The next morning, Bakugo could hear Inko and Mitsuki chatting as he woke up slowly. He felt Deku shift slightly, pulling him tighter to him. He couldn't help but blush slightly and nuzzle his face down against him, hoping their moms wouldn't notice as they were hidden mostly by the cover. Deku seemed to be thinking the same as Bakugo felt him start to rub his back. He blushed more and pinched him to make him stop, almost laughing when he felt him tense. Are you boys awake? Inko asked, getting curious as she saw movement. They went still again and Deku did his best to keep a straight face while Bakugo smirked against him. They settled back down and kept faking sleep until their moms left. As soon as they walked out, Bakugo ran his fingertips up Deku's back, tickling him then and making him burst out laughing. Kaken. Bakugo huffed a laugh. Why didn't you get up, nerd? I was going to, but then you pinched me. Deku said, pinching him back. Ow, you little, Bakugo said as they started pushing and wrestling with each other before the nurses knocked on the door. They pulled away, trying not to laugh as they brought in their breakfast. When they were finished, they took Bakugo to do a chest x-ray and other tests to double-check his heart's condition. By the time he got back up to their room, Deku was sitting in bed laughing with Ida and Todoroki, who were also wrapped up in bandages. "Oh, hey Bakugo, how are you?" Todoroki smiled at him as the nurses walked him back in. "Hey, half and half. I'm good. How about you?" Bakugo asked. He wouldn't admit it, but he'd been worried about him. He knew he went through a lot with the whole 𝗬𝗍 situation, and couldn't imagine having to face his own flesh and BLD. "I'm doing alright. I'll be getting discharged tomorrow. Ida came to visit and we decided to come see you too." Todoroki answered. "Yes, we wanted to all come visit you guys, but they're restricting the amount of visitors so you won't become overwhelmed." Ida explained, "It's good to know you two are alright." Bakugo couldn't help but to feel relieved about the visitor restrictions. He'd love to see everyone and know they're okay, but would really rather not be bombarded by them all at once. Todoroki says once we're all better, UA is having everyone pitch in to help restore the surrounding cities. "We're gonna have our work cut out for us when we're recovered." Deku chimed in. "Sounds good." Bakugo said as he walked around to sit on the other bed that All Might had used previously. "Alas, our actual school activities will still be on hold for quite some time. We'll be working alongside the pros to fix everything Shigaraki and the others have destroyed." Ida continued. "Don't overwhelm them with too much information, Ida." Todoroki reminded gently. "Yes, well, we should be on our way. The others are wanting turns to see you as well." Ida said as he and Todoroki made their way to the door. "Goodbye, we'll see you again soon." Todoroki waved by and smiled gently as Deku and Bakugo said goodbye. Deku turned to Bakugo as soon as the door closed. "Kakin, what did you go over there for?" Bakugo felt it should be obvious and pouted slightly. "Shouldn't we be in our own beds while we have visitors coming in and out?" Deku blushed and glanced away. Kakin feeling embarrassed too. "But we're both guys. It's not like this is something wrong, right?" "Yeah." "So, how did your tests go?" Deku asked, changing the subject. "Is your heart doing okay?" Bakugo nodded. "Yeah, they did a good job stitching me up. There was damage to my lungs as well that they want to keep an eye on. Said it'll be another few days at least before they feel comfortable enough to let me go home." "Ah, I see," Deku said, looking down and fidgeting his hands together. Bakugo could tell his breathing seemed to become uneven as though he was getting upset again. "Izuku," Bakugo called. "Why?" Deku answered, still panting slightly. "I'm gonna be alright. You know that." Bakugo said as he stared at him from the bed. He felt annoyed having Deku worry so much about him, but it felt different than normal. Like Deku's worry wasn't rational, just completely emotional and anxiety-driven. "Izuku," Bakugo called, snapping Deku back from his thoughts. He'd gotten up and walked over without Deku realizing. He decided to sit next to him on the edge of the bed before asking, "Did you hear what I said?" "Why yeah," Deku stammered, tears prickling the back of his eyes. Someone knocked on the door then and 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and Kirishima came in happily. "Deku!" 𝗬𝗓𝗏 called at the same time Kirishima yelled, "Bakugo!" Bakugo smiled at him. "Hey guys." Deku smiled as well and sat up a bit more. "Hey, how are you guys? We had to wait for Ida and Todoroki to come back down to the lobby before they'd let us come see you. Is everything alright?" 𝗬𝗓𝗏 asked. "Yeah, we're fine, but Kakin did have heart surgery so it's probably for the best to not overwhelm him." Deku explained, making Bakugo glare over at him. "Then, I heard what happened out there and it made me so mad I wasn't with you guys." Kirishima said. "'S alright, you guys were where you needed to be," Bakugo admitted, drawing his attention back to them. "Deku, your hair's new," 𝗬𝗓𝗏 teased, touching it between her fingers. "Oh yeah, they had to shave it when patching me up," Deku said, laughing nervously. "I hope it grows back fast. I'm sure it will, man. But hey, until then you're rocking the look," Kirishima said excitedly. Bakugo huffed a laugh, drawing an exasperated look from Deku. "I'm really glad you guys are alright. Bakugo, when we heard what happened out there we were terrified we wouldn't see you again," 𝗬𝗓𝗏 admitted, placing her hand over her chest. "Seeing you guys really puts me at ease." "Yeah, for real man," Kirishima agreed. Yeah, it's all good now," Bakugo said, wishing they wouldn't worry about him. So they have you two sharing a room. That's surprising. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 laughed, knowing how they usually fight like cats and dogs. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Deku stammered, embarrassed thinking about how they weren't sharing a room at first. After everything that happened, it's like you said, seeing Kakenoke really helped put me at ease. Bakugo grunted and glanced away as 𝗬𝗓𝗏 said, I bet. I'm glad you guys seem to get along so well now. But anyways, we better get going, visiting hours are already almost up. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 said as she smiled and waved, behave, you guys. Yeah, we'll see you guys later. Kirishima exclaimed as they made their way to the door. Bakugo and Deku waved goodbye as they left. Bakugo already felt drained, having dealt with so many people since waking up. When 𝗬𝗓𝗏 got close to him, he acted that way he always gets with girls. So nervous and awkward. Does he like her? Why do I feel so weird about it? Not like it matters. He placed his hand against his chest for a moment, then felt Deku's leg touch his as he scooted closer. You okay? Deku asked, placing his hand on his knee. Bakugo blushed slightly at the attention and sudden touch and nodded, looking away. Why the F do I keep getting this weird feeling? It makes my heart race like crazy. I guess that was the last of the visitors today. Deku said, moving his hand. Wanna lay down? Bakugo looked back his way now and nodded. As soon as Deku got laid down, Bakugo crawled up against him, wrapping his arm around him and nuzzling his face into his chest again. Deku smiled and pulled the covers over them and started running his fingers through Bakugo's hair. He could tell Bakugo seemed on edge and wanted to do whatever he could to comfort and calm him down, still surprised he was letting him. It also eased his own nerves to hold him so close where he could feel his heart beating and the warmth of his body, alive and well. They ended up dozing off for a few minutes before being woken up for lunch. Shortly after that, their physical therapist was there to work with. Deku's arms were in much better shape already, but he was still straining to do basic tasks for longer than a couple minutes. Bakugo's right arm and hand were still in pretty rough shape, unable to clench his fist more than about 3 times before getting to numb and tingly. They were told Recovery Girl had already done as much as she could without straining their bodies too much, and that the rest of the healing process was up to them. After they were finished up, their nurses came in to remove the bandaging again, this time opting to leave them uncovered. Looks like you've healed enough to not need your wounds covered anymore. Just be careful and don't do any kind of strenuous activity yet. They explained. The doctor said you'll be able to be discharged tomorrow, Midoriya? Deku smiled and nodded. Oh, sounds good, thank you. And as long as your heart and lungs are still stable the next few nights, you'll be able to go home this weekend, Bakugo. She added. He grunted and nodded, clasping his hands together in his lap. That is gonna be leaving already. The nurses made their way out and Deku sighed. It's gonna be nice leaving the hospital finally, but I wish you were able to come home tomorrow too. Yes, same. Bakugo admitted with an annoyed look. This sucks. Yeah. Anyways, looks like we worked up a sweat during physical therapy earlier. Wanna go wash up? Deku asked as he stood and started grabbing clean clothes from the nightstand. Bakugo nodded and joined him, grabbing clothes and heading to the bathroom. They were quieter this time as they noticed themselves in the mirror, taking in all the damage again. Deku was first to 𝗧𝗏 down, feeling a bit embarrassed this time, though he wasn't sure why. He went to the faucet and started the water, letting it get nice and heated up. This feel okay? Deku asked, holding his hand under the water. Bakugo stepped out of his pants and boxers before coming up beside him and put his hand under. Yeah, it's good. His face felt so hot he couldn't actually pay much attention to the temperature of the water. Why is this getting me so flustered? I need to calm the F down. It's just Deku. Nothing has changed. I mean, what would even be different now? Bakugo stepped back, letting Deku use the water first. He tried not to, but kept catching himself glancing over at him. The water was running down his back, shimmering along his muscles in the light. His arms were moving better today but still had a hint of weakness to them. The scars were bad, scattered all the way down his arms to his hands even. Big and jagged. His fingers were even slightly crooked now, more so than before when he kept breaking them trying to use OFA at 100%. Hey, Izuku. Bakugo caught himself wondering, your hands. Do they hurt pretty bad? Deku backed out of the water to let Bakugo have his turn and grabbed some soap. Nah, I mean they're pretty sore, but nothing I'm not used to. He said with an awkward smile, I guess I have a pretty high pain tolerance. Yeah. I couldn't help but think of that. When my arm got all busted up and I had to keep fighting. It was something you'd have to do often there for a while. Bakugo admitted, taking his time under the water. He let it pour down over his head, looking down at the drain. Yeah, but I was always so full of adrenaline, I never really felt it until after. Deku reasoned, as he looked closer at the damage his hands had been dealt. I know you don't like hearing it, but it may be for the best that I don't have the power anymore, for my own safety. Deku laughed jokingly. Bakugo huffed and smiled softly, guess that's true. So, what's your plan now? After we graduate, are you still wanting to become a pro? Bakugo had to ask. He knew it didn't seem plausible, with him being quirkless again. He wanted him to be able to though. Honestly, I think I want to do like All Might did and become a teacher at UA. I may not have a quirk to use during training with the students, but I still have all my experience and drive. I think inspiring and helping others that share the same dream I had will be just as fulfilling for me. Deku said happily, swapping with Bakugo again to rinse off. A teacher, Bakugo pondered with a smile, guess that job would suit a nerd like you. And you'd get to be around and work with the pros still. Deku beamed, right? I think it's perfect. Bakugo liked the idea, but it still pained his chest knowing Deku couldn't join him doing hero work once they graduated. That's when a thought struck him about a suit maybe that could let Deku fight. He already used a lot of support items, and All Might even used a suit to fight in the final battle while quirkless. If you were able to though, Bakugo asked after a moment, would you still do hero work, if you could? Of course. Deku responded with a sad smile. Bakugo made up his mind then he'd keep saving up his money from the hero work studies when they resume, and maybe even mention it to the others to see if anyone else would want to pitch in. They would make it possible for Deku to keep being a hero, they had to. Once they finished up and got dressed, carefully putting shirts on this time, they made their way back to bed. They got under the covers to escape the chill in the hospital air and snuggled up to one another with less hesitation this time. Their legs intertwined and arms went around each other without saying a word. Exhaustion from the day caught up with them in that moment as they relaxed into each other, falling asleep quickly. About halfway through the night, Bakugo found himself waking up from a bad dream. The talk of Deku being quirkless again had dragged his mind back to when he bullied him in middle school. The things he said to him haunted him, making him so wrecked with guilt that nausea threatened to take hold. He looked at Deku sleeping peacefully in his arms and couldn't help but think how he didn't deserve to be by his side. But even still, he was selfish and greedy and didn't want to let go. He knew he also couldn't push Deku away anymore, and if Deku accepted him as his friend he couldn't let his guilt get in the way of that. It wouldn't be fair to him. It was a messy feeling, and it felt as though something else was mixed in there too, confusing and flustering him. Damn it, the hell am I feeling? Why do you make me feel so weird? He took his hand and brushed his fingers through Deku's soft fluffy hair. The dim light from the bedside lamp making the green shine just slightly. He brought his hand down to his cheek and rubbed his thumb across his freckles, wishing the ones on the other side hadn't been marred away. Deku grunted softly and nuzzled his head into Bakugo's touch. Sorry. Didn't mean to wake you. Bakugo said softly, heat creeping across his face. What am I even doing? Deku slid his hand up and pressed it against Bakugo's as he peeked his eyes open. Everything all right? Yeah. Just go back to sleep. Bakugo said, feeling that tightness in his chest again. He took Deku's hand and held it close to his chest, looking down. Deku slid his fingers between Bakugo's and squeezed his hand slightly, Kaken. Bakugo squeezed back and looked back up at Deku. His face heated and heart pounding. What the hell is this feeling? What do I want? It's pissing me off. Izuku. Bakugo glanced away, face even more red than before. Yes, Kaken. What is it? Deku asked, growing concerned. Bakugo's heart was still pounding. He wasn't sure why he was getting so nervous. Was he panicking again? Everything felt off. I just feel uncomfortable. Bakugo tried to explain, my chest hurts. Not from the wound, my heart is okay. He clarified as panic sparked to life in Deku's eyes for a moment. Sorry, I don't know how to explain. Do you need to sit up for a bit, Kaken? Deku asked, searching his face for an answer. Bakugo squeezed his hand again a little tighter and responded quickly, no. He looked back up, meeting his gaze. A nagging feeling of longing and wanting was surfacing in him. He couldn't believe he was about to admit this as he stammered, Izuku. I think I'm nervous about you leaving tomorrow. Deku opened his mouth slightly, surprised. Oh. Well, I think they allow overnight visitors. I could stay still till you're discharged. Bakugo felt embarrassed as his heart leapt at the idea. Don't you want to go back to the dorms, though? I'm sure you're ready to get out of here. Well, I was feeling a bit nervous about it too, honestly. Deku admitted, blushing, when I thought of going back and not having you having you close where I know that you're still here, it puts me at ease. Bakugo let go of his hand and put his arm around him again, burying his face against Deku's chest. Why? I get it. Deku held on to him, his heart starting to P&D as well. Kaken. He's never seemed this vulnerable before. Are you feeling a little better now, Kaken? Deku asked cautiously, not wanting him to get angry. Bakugo gripped onto the back of Deku's shirt and nodded against him. Deku blushed down at him, unable to help his thoughts from racing. He's being so cute. What am I thinking right now? Deku took a steadying breath as he noticed Bakugo had already fallen back asleep. He ran his hand up to his hair and petted his fingers through it softly and felt himself relaxing again. Kaken. You're making me feel weird, Kaken. The next morning, Inko and Mitsuki were back to visit and patiently waiting for them to wake up. Bakugo could hear them whispering as he realized that once again, they'd come in to find him cuddled up to Deku. His face heated up at the thought of it. He was thankful he was mostly hidden under the covers in that moment as he gripped the back of Deku's shirt. I'll just pretend I'm still asleep again and make Deku deal with the awkwardness this time. Come on, stupid nerd, wake up. Bakugo couldn't help but freeze up as soon as he heard a camera click and their moms giggling. You've got to send me that. Inko beamed, our precious boys. Mitsuki giggled. I've never seen Katsuki like this before. Izuku must really have him wrapped around his finger. Bakugo was about to explode with a rush of embarrassment and anger when he felt Deku moving slightly. Chimen. Deku pulled his arm off of Bakugo and rubbed his eyes, yawning. Good morning, sweetheart. Inko beamed, how are you feeling today? Will you be discharged soon? Bakugo felt anxious as he waited for Deku's response. Was he going to tell them he was getting discharged but staying here with him? Or maybe he wouldn't mention it. Let me wake up first. Deku whined. Inko made a face at him while Bakugo did his best to hide his smile. He forgot Deku could be a little bratty sometimes. Deku started to lean up and noticed Bakugo's absolute death grip on him and that his face was firmly planted against his chest. Deku blushed with a rush of realization and dared to glance back at their moms with an awkward smile. So I've got to ask, Mitsuki said with a curious smile, are you two dating or something now? Bakugo froze as he felt like his heart stopped again. What the hell? What? Deku said nervously, me and Kaken. Dating. Don't try and play coy with us, every time we've visited you boys have been cuddled up to each other like your very lives depend on it. Mitsuki teased. Inko was blushing and smiling as she added, I knew you always liked little Katsuki growing up, but I didn't know you meant like this. That's not. Deku stammered as he scrambled for words. But that's not what this is. Is liking, Kaken. Even though we're both guys. Their moms both laughed as Bakugo finally decided to join in, face red with embarrassment. He leaned up off of Deku a bit and barked, you stupid hag. It's too early for all this noise. Katsuki, don't yell right in your boyfriend's ear, it's rude. Mitsuki teased. Bakugo didn't realize it was possible to be more embarrassed than he already felt, but there it was. He wanted to yell and deny it, because obviously that wasn't the case, but he just started shaking instead. His chest hurt thinking about it. Dating? Boyfriend? The hell were they saying? No way, that's how I feel. Towards Deku. This ache in my chest, not wanting to let go of him. I don't really like him. Like that, do I? Kaken. Bakugo heard Deku next to him as his breathing became labored. That's not it. Or is it? I just want to keep him close to me. I like his touch. His smile. I love everything about this. Being closer with him. Oh, it's it. No, that's not. Deku pressed against him. You need to calm down, Kaken. Your heart. Bakugo gripped at his chest, eyes still wide and mouth open, but words wouldn't come out. Mitsuki's teasing changed to panic in an instant as she rushed to him and grabbed him. Katsuki. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking about your heart, kid. Calm down for me, okay? Inko watched, concerned, and asked, do I need to get a nurse? I'm fine. Bakugo managed to rasp out. He pushed out of his mom's arms and kept his gaze down at the bed as he focused on taking deeper breaths. Chest just hurt for a second. I'm okay. Stop riling me up this early. Gotta calm down. Mitsuki breathed a sigh of relief. All right, my bad. Don't scare me like that. You'll give this old woman a heart attack. Deku couldn't help but to reach for Bakugo's hand. They were hidden by the covers anyways. Their mom still noticed but decided not to tease anymore for now. They spent the rest of their visit discussing how their physical therapy was going and how their friends had come to see them and would probably be back later that day. Inko mentioned how All Might had gotten busy helping with planning at UA for the residents to move back to their homes soon and that he's planning on visiting them today as well along with Mr. Aizawa. Deku and Bakugo were both relieved to hear how everyone was doing and that things were going to start going back to normal within the next few months. After their moms left, they glanced over at each other tentatively. Sorry about earlier. Deku said, embarrassed. Bakugo couldn't help but feel a pain in his chest again. What if Deku doesn't feel the same way? Wait, am I even sure this is how I feel? How do I know? Bakugo looked down at their hands. He struggled internally for what to say. Deku felt like his heart was going to P&D out of his chest all of a sudden. Oh no, here it comes. He's going to ask what in the world they were talking about, right? Shut it down, 'cause obviously he wouldn't feel that way. Right. But does that make me feel sad? Yeah, Kaken. Deku asked tentatively. Do you think you might like me? Like that? Bakugo asked as he squeezed his hand and looked away, feeling the heat in his face like a furnace. Deku was quiet for a few seconds, scared of what he should say. It hadn't really crossed his mind before last night, but he knew he liked this new dynamic between them. Now that he actually thought about it, it did seem to go beyond a simple friendship, though their relationship had always been out of the ordinary. But having him close like this, sleeping together and holding each other. The weird, flustered feeling he got when he looked at him. He didn't want to risk losing whatever this was between them by mixing up his feelings if he was wrong or if Bakugo got grossed out by him admitting it. He also didn't want to lie or stay in denial about anything either. I'm not sure. But well, when I think about it, I don't dislike the idea. Deku stammered, unsure if he got his point across. Bakugo looked back at Deku in shock, for some reason not expecting to hear that. Deku was too embarrassed to meet his gaze, panicking inside thinking Bakugo was going to be angry. Hey, Izuku. Bakugo said softly. I need to be sure. Deku gulped and brought his gaze up to meet Bakugo's. Why, Kaken? Could I try something? Bakugo's hand was sweaty, he could feel his nerves taking over as his heart raced. He wasn't sure about this, wondering what the hell he was doing, but he thought maybe it'd answer his question of how he was really feeling. Deku nodded his head yes, his own nerves getting the better of him as well as he wondered what he was going to do. Bakugo hesitated but leaned in a little closer, their noses almost touching. SHT, will he back away? Deku's breath hitched just slightly as his heart began to beat faster. Their foreheads and noses met and they could feel each other's breath on their lips. Kaken's so close. Am I really about to kiss Kaken? Does he really like me? Does this mean I really like him like that? A knock sounded at the door, causing them to jump back away from each other in a panic. The nurses came in then saying, "Good morning. We got your breakfast." They brought their food in and gave them a concerned look. Is everything okay? Why, everything is fine. Deku stammered, trying to calm back down. He glanced at Bakugo, who was still red-faced and looking anywhere but at him. "Okay, enjoy," they said as they left the room. They looked at each other, faces sharing embarrassment from the situation. Deku scooted back over next to Bakugo then, and they looked at their breakfast but neither made a move to eat. They hesitated and looked back at each other. Bakugo's nervousness quickly turned into frustration. "Screw this timid bullshit. Just don't freak out." Bakugo groaned. He grabbed Deku's face then and pulled his lips to his. Deku yelped in surprise, his heart racing. He closed his eyes after a moment and Bakugo's grip on his face softened as they started to move their lips against each other's tentatively. Deku turned more towards him and put his hand on his thigh, gripping onto his sweatpants as he kissed him back gently, again and again, unable to believe this was really happening. Bakugo's mind felt like it went blank, his nervousness and frustration being replaced with something new. He was so on edge, but at the same time it felt so right, like this is what the ache in his chest had been wanting this whole time. When they finally pulled apart, their breathing was uneven and they looked into each other's eyes for a moment, not backing off too far. "𝐈𝐧𝐿," Bakugo said softly, wondering what Deku was feeling. Deku stared back at him before leaning back in, bringing their lips together again. Bakugo was caught off guard but quickly recovered, bringing his other hand up to the back of Deku's neck and pulling him closer. They panted between kisses, peeking their eyes open and closing them back as they continued. My heart is going crazy. My stomach is in knots. I really like him. I like Deku." They began to get more confident with each passing second as they continued. Their lips went from softly brushing against each other's to pressing more firmly into each other as they pulled closer. Bakugo opened his mouth slightly and sucked on Deku's bottom lip for a second. He bit it softly then, drawing a small sound from Deku that sent chills down his spine. Deku's heart was racing, realizing Bakugo was enjoying this, too, as he wasn't backing down. "I've never kissed anyone before. It feels good. And it's Kaken. I'm really kissing Kaken. I don't know what I'm doing. But it feels like I need something more." He pressed into him a bit harder then and opened his mouth against his, brushing his tongue along his bottom lip until it met Bakugo's. The kiss quickly became deep and needy as they kept pulling and pressing into each other. Each time they'd pull back to catch their breath, they'd take in the flustered look on each other's face and bring their lips back together again. Bakugo fidgeted around, tugging at Deku's shirt as if wanting to be even closer. Deku turned and pulled his legs up on the bed as he pressed into him more. Bakugo felt unsteady as his heart beat quick in his chest and started to fall back, pulling Deku down with him. Deku crawled over him, one of his knees going next to Bakugo's side and the other between his legs. Bakugo squeezed his leg between his slightly as his back arched up against him. He had one hand still on Deku's cheek and the other slid down around to the front of Deku's chest, gripping at his shirt desperately. My heart is pounding so much it hurts, but it feels so good, I don't want to stop." Deku pressed down against him while still holding his weight up with his arms, panting a bit more between each kiss. "Kaken. Kaken." Bakugo felt like his head was spinning, hearing him call his name like that sending shivers down his whole body. "Feels good. Deku feels so good." Bakugo wrapped his arms around him as they kissed and panted against each other, pressing their bodies together. Bakugo's legs were feeling shaky as he caught himself almost grinding up against Deku's leg. They were both letting out soft sounds, driving each other crazy with feelings they didn't recognize. Deku couldn't help but notice how fidgety Bakugo was becoming. He could feel his heart pounding against his chest and reluctantly softened the kiss and lifted up a bit. Ah, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Is your heart okay? Deku asked as he finally backed off a bit, a little drool running down the side of his mouth. Bakugo dropped his hand down to his chest for a second as he panted, "Course. But I might need a sec. The F is this. My heart is going crazy. I want more of Deku. This is bad." Deku blushed and smiled before dropping down beside him, pulling Bakugo into his arms. Bakugo melted into him, letting his heart and breathing calm down slowly. He nuzzled his face against Deku's neck and wrapped his leg around his. He slid his arms around his waist and pulled as close as he could. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku cooed as he brought his hand up his back and ran his fingers up through his hair, petting him softly. "I can't believe this is real, 𝗧𝗵𝗃." Bakugo huffed a laugh against him. "Me either. Oh, whoops, our food is probably getting cold." Deku realized as he looked up and noticed it still sitting there. Bakugo groaned, not wanting to move yet. He was soaking in Deku's heat and the smell of him. The feeling of his hand rubbing his head was putting him so at ease, he wasn't sure if he'd ever felt so relaxed before. The nagging feeling in his chest was finally settling down. Deku smiled down at him. "Come on, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, we need to eat. They'll be back to get our trays soon." Bakugo groaned again but reluctantly pried himself from Deku and sat up. They made quick work of their breakfast, sitting with their legs against each other's. Deku felt a bit nervous, thinking Bakugo seemed to enjoy it as well but wasn't saying anything, so he had to ask, "So, what did you think?" Bakugo blushed and looked away. "Yeah, it answered my question." Deku blushed too and fidgeted his hands. "Yeah." Shortly after that they had their physical therapy sessions and the nurses came in with Deku's discharge papers. When Deku asked about staying, the nurse gave them a knowing smile and said, "Yes, that's fine, but to try not to get Bakugo's heart rate to elevated. He needs to take it easy for a couple more days." Deku blushed and nodded. "Right? And Bakugo, we want to run a few tests with you. If it goes well, we'll probably go ahead and release you the day after tomorrow." One of the nurses chimed. Deku smiled and Bakugo nodded and replied, "All right." After that, the nurses took Bakugo out to go run the tests and All Might and Aizawa came into the room shortly after. "All Might. Mr. Aizawa." Deku said excitedly, "How are you doing?" Aizawa smiled at him warmly. "A lot better than before. I heard you just got discharged. I'm glad you're doing good." "Where's young Bakugo?" All Might asked as he noticed Deku was alone. They had checked his room before and noticed they'd placed a new patient there. "𝗧𝗵𝗃 is having some tests done right now. They said if it goes well he can go home the day after tomorrow. And, I'm actually gonna stay here with him till he gets discharged." Deku explained. All Might and Aizawa smiled at that, and Aizawa looked at All Might. "You weren't kidding, they really are getting along now." Deku blushed, thinking about the kiss as he stammered, "Why, I'm glad. I knew you two had a ton of potential. You've done amazing, hero Deku." Aizawa said like a proud parent. Deku couldn't help but to smile and tear up. After that they all chatted for a bit about the restoration efforts and how UA is participating. They explained how Deku and Bakugo would be on bed rest for a while still before they would allow them to help. It was about a half an hour later when the nurses brought Bakugo back into the room. "Hello, young Bakugo, are you doing better today?" All Might asked as he came in. "Yeah, everything went fine. My breathing was a bit labored during the stress test, but they said it was better than they actually expected." Bakugo answered as he made his way to sit next to Deku, their legs brushing against each other. "They want to monitor me for another day to be sure, but they said it all looks good." "That's good to hear, 𝗧𝗵𝗃." Deku smiled. "I'm relieved to know you're making a full recovery, Bakugo." Aizawa started. "Seeing what happened to you, and not being able to do a damned thing, was horrible." Bakugo shook his head. "We'd all be dead if not for you, Eraser." Deku nodded in agreement. "You did so much, Mr. Aizawa. You were truly amazing." Aizawa smiled then said, "Well, anyways, we'll be looking forward to having you two back. We're gonna head back to the school and let you boys rest." Deku and Bakugo nodded and they said their goodbyes. Once the door shut behind them, Bakugo sighed, I wonder who'll show up next. Deku smiled and put his hand on top of his. I dunno, I wonder if we have any time before more people visit. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at him. And why is that, nerd? Deku blushed slightly and glanced away. I was just thinking, why not? Bakugo leaned closer. He teased. Deku faced him again and gave him a soft kiss. That? Oh. Bakugo leaned in just a bit. Show me again. Deku felt as though his heart skipped a beat and leaned in again with his other hand going to his cheek. They kissed softly as Bakugo turned more towards him, letting out soft hums. He moved his hand out from under Deku's and brought it up to the back of Deku's head, deepening the kiss as he pulled closer. Deku kissed back then pulled away for just a moment. I like you, Kaken. A lot. Bakugo nodded and kissed him again, speaking between kisses. Yeah, Izuku. I like you too. Deku brought his hand up to his side and gripped onto his shirt as they continued. I like you so much, Kaken. Izuku. Bakugo breathed, kissing him more and pushing into him. I can't get you out of my head lately, Izuku. He admitted, getting carried away in the moment. I want you as close as possible, all the time. They started pressing towards each other more, desperately tugging and pulling at one another. Bakugo sat up on his knees and threw his leg around Deku, sitting down on his lap and threw his arms over his shoulders, kissing him harder. Deku moved his hands to Bakugo's back, holding him as close as he could. They were panting between kisses as they started rocking their bodies against each other. I need to show some restraint, this is embarrassing. And my heart's going crazy again. Bakugo pulled back for a second to catch his breath, his heart pounding as he panted against Deku's lips. You okay, Kaken? Deku asked softly, keeping his face close. Bakugo breathed. Deku wanted to keep kissing, but knew he needed to wait for Bakugo to be ready. He kept looking up at him, heart racing and couldn't help but to kiss along the side of his cheek instead. He was worried he was being too persistent, but remembered that Bakugo would just blast him if he did anything he didn't like. He kept kissing him for a moment, and when Bakugo didn't protest, he kept going further down, trailing kisses just below his ear and down his neck. Bakugo slid his arms back and gripped onto his shoulders and panted, Aizu. What is this? It feels good. Deku felt a sudden rush hearing Bakugo say his name like that. He paused his kisses around the base of Bakugo's neck, licking and sucking on one spot, wanting him to do it again. Bakugo panted softly in his ear while trying his best not to grind down against him. Deku slid his hands down to Bakugo's waist as he sucked harder and bit down slightly, making Bakugo shudder and curl his toes before a knock sounded at the door. Deku jerked his head back and let go of him as Bakugo scrambled off of his lap, cursing. By the time the door opened, Deku was sitting red-faced with his hands in his lap desperately trying to hide his bnr, and Bakugo was on the other side of the bed trying to calm down his breathing. Hey you guys. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 stepped in with 𝗧𝗏 behind her. Hey Midoriya and Bakugo. 𝗧𝗏 waved, smiling. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. It's good to see you. Deku said, smiling with an awkward laugh. Bakugo pressed his fist against his chest, still panting. That was close. Bakugo, are you all right? 𝗧𝗏 asked with a worried voice. Kaken. Deku looked over at him, fear rising up in his body. Bakugo closed his eyes and focused on taking deep breaths before responding, fine. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 looked worried as they stepped in closer and sat in the chairs nearby. Are you having trouble with your breathing? Just my heart. Gets weird sometimes, I'm good. Bakugo explained, looking away embarrassed. I'm sorry, Bakugo. 𝗧𝗏 said sadly, did they say if it would stop doing that? Yeah, it'll be fine. Bakugo said as he lowered his fist and sighed, I just had a stress test done, made me run and king, so I'm a little worked up. 𝗧𝗏. Deku called, noticing she was tearing up. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 put her arm around her, comforting her as she cried softly, sorry, I was so worried about you guys, and seeing your scars after hearing what you went through. 𝗬𝗏. We're alright, I promise. Deku explained, and I'm glad you two are alright too. 𝗧𝗏 smiled and nodded, yeah, we're doing good. I wasn't injured as badly as you were. That's good, Deku said with a soft smile. So, I heard you were being discharged today, Deku? 𝗬𝗓𝗏𝗃 said happily. It'll be great having you come back to you. Yeah. Although, I'm gonna wait and come back with Kaken when he gets released. Deku explained, fidgeting his hands together. Oh, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 said, surprised. Bakugo had a hint of a blush on his cheeks as he huffed and glanced away. Tsu smiled over at them, speaking happily, it's good to see you're getting along. And Bakugo, you haven't even gotten mad yet since we've been here. Bakugo glared at her, gritting his teeth. I'm not angry all the time. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and Tsu giggled and looked at each other, speaking at the same time, there he is. Deku smiled over at Bakugo, glad to see he was recovering from the panic of almost getting caught. His face turned a little red thinking about what they were doing and he looked away quickly. They chatted for a bit longer before 𝗬𝗓𝗏 noticed the time and stood. Well, we're gonna go and let you rest up. I hope your heart feels better soon, Bakugo. Yeah, thanks. See you guys. Bakugo said back. Bye. Thanks for coming. Deku chimed in. Tsu joined 𝗬𝗓𝗏 as they stepped out, waving and smiling. As soon as the door shut, Deku looked at Bakugo while moving his arms frantically. Kaken. I'm so sorry. Is your heart really okay? I wasn't thinking. How about your lungs? They were hurt too. I shouldn't have been doing all that, especially knowing we had visitors coming. Oh man, and when they knocked I thought I was going to jump out of my skin and I bet it felt worse for you. I'm so sorry. Bakugo slapped his hand across his face, covering his mouth and nose. Hey, cut it out with the rambling. I said I'm fine. Jeez. Deku nodded and grabbed Bakugo's hand off his face, taking in a deep breath and smiling awkwardly. Sorry. Bakugo's expression softened as he looked at him. Stupid. He's cute when he gets all flustered. I knew Deku looked nice, but it's like I'm seeing him in a completely different way now. Bakugo reached his hand back up and pinched his cheek slightly, annoyed with his own thoughts. Ah, Kaken. Deku whined. Bakugo smiled softly at him and leaned forward, placing a small kiss on his other cheek before letting go of his face. Deku froze for a second then, Kaken. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. What is it now? Your neck. Deku spoke in fear, knowing Bakugo was about to become very angry. Bakugo was confused as his face heated up slightly. Did you leave a mark? Deku nodded, feeling super guilty and like his life was about to be ended. The redness from where he had been sucking on Bakugo's neck was forming a slightly darker bruise. Before Bakugo could answer, there was another knock, this time being nurses bringing in their lunch. After they ate, Bakugo got up and found a hoodie that came up just enough to cover the small hickey Deku had made. Stupid but nerd. Bakugo grumbled, completely flustered at the thought. He was stuck between embarrassment, anger, and wanting him to do it again. Deku laughed nervously and then they decided to take a walk around the hospital to stretch their legs. They stopped by Best Jeanist's room and visited with him for a bit, learning he was going to be released tomorrow. It comforted Bakugo knowing he was all right. He heard 𝗳𝗏𝗃 was also going to recover, though he was stuck in the small form for now. Once they were back to the room, Bakugo flopped down on the bed, exhaustion from the day taking hold. Deku laughed softly at him and nudged his arm. Hey, scoot over. Bakugo rolled to his side, letting Deku climb into bed with him. They threw their arms around each other as Bakugo nuzzled in close, breathing a sigh against Deku's neck. Deku ran his hand up to the back of Bakugo's head and started running his fingers through his hair, soaking in every second of Bakugo being so meek and gentle. Before long, Bakugo was asleep against him. I can't believe this is real. Kaken and I. Like this. Deku kept petting his head with one hand as he used his other to pull out his phone. He messaged back their friends and his mom, and decided to watch some old All Might videos. Once the nurses came in with their dinner, Deku shook Bakugo's shoulder gently. Kaken. Hey, Kaken. Bakugo nuzzled against him more, groaning. Kaken, wake up, it's time to eat. Deku smiled down at him, trying to pry him off gently. Bakugo let go slowly and leaned up, rubbing his eyes as he mumbled, Shut up, stupid. It's too early to be yelling. Deku made an exasperated face. I wasn't yelling and it's 5 p.m., Kaken. Oh geez, he was being so cute a moment ago. It is still Kaken after all. Bakugo yawned and they moved to the edge of the bed and ate their dinner while watching the rest of the video Deku had pulled up. How many times have you watched all these? Bakugo questioned between bites. Deku got flustered and looked away. Not like a whole lot of times. Bakugo huffed a laugh. Nerd. Deku looked at him. Well, I'm your nerd. Bakugo blushed, taken aback and looked away. Shut up. Deku smiled and poked his face, teasing slightly. You embarrassed, Kaken? Bakugo turned back and swatted his hand. Shut up. Course not. Deku laughed and kept poking at him. But your face is all red, Kaken. Bakugo growled. Whatever, stupid. As he grabbed at Deku's hands, wrestling him off. They pushed and wrestled with each other for a few seconds before a nurse stepped in to check on them saying, everything okay in here? Deku and Bakugo let go of each other and Bakugo grunted in annoyance while Deku nodded. Yeah. Sorry. As the nurse left and took their trays, Bakugo smirked. Now look who's red-faced. Deku huffed a nervous laugh. Yeah, I felt like we were getting in trouble. Bakugo reached over and ruffled his hair before lying back down. Damn it, I'm so tired. How come you have more energy already? Didn't Recovery Girl use her quirk on you too? Deku smiled softly and lay down with him, wrapping his arms around him. Yeah, but you had more internal injuries, Kaken. Bakugo threw his arm and leg over him, nuzzling closer as Deku slid his hand to Bakugo's chest carefully and continued, I'm sure it put a lot more strain on your body than mine. Bakugo huffed and nodded before glancing up at him. Well, I'm fine now either way. Even though I feel on edge for some reason. Deku nodded. Yeah. I'm glad, Kaken. Then glanced up at the window, noticing it had started to rain. Bakugo nuzzled his face down against his chest more, hiding his face against him and took a deep, shaky breath. I'm going back to. Good night, dude. Deku wrapped his arm back around him and kissed his head. Good night, Kaken. He closed his eyes, deciding to drift off to sleep as well even though it was still a bit early. After a moment though, he felt Bakugo slide his arm around and grab his, tugging his hand to his head. Deku opened his eyes in surprise and blushed down at him before running his fingers through his hair. Bakugo wrapped his arm back around him then, relaxing into him and falling asleep. What the heck? So cute. The next morning, Deku was relieved when he noticed their parents didn't visit this time, or at least hadn't shown up yet. He blushed, thinking of how they would react to this, since he and Bakugo really were a couple now. Wait, we are, aren't we? Deku blushed more as he looked down at Bakugo sleeping against his chest and getting completely distracted. Oh my god. He's so cute. Deku wanted to kiss him again, but knew he needed to let him rest. He grabbed his phone and checked it, seeing that All Might had asked him about Bakugo's condition. He messaged him back that he seemed to be doing good and couldn't help but feel flustered knowing he was currently snuggled up to him. Oh my god. I want a picture. Deku looked down at him nervously, making sure he was still asleep before opening the camera on his phone. As soon as he lifted his arm up to take the pic, he felt Bakugo move and practically threw his phone across the room as he jumped. What the hell? Bakugo groaned as he felt him 𝗎𝗪𝐻 and heard the phone clatter on the floor. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to wake you, Kaken. Deku stammered, looking away. Bakugo nuzzled his face against him for a moment before lifting his face, blushing slightly at himself for how openly he was snuggling him. Then, what the hell is up with me? Good morning, Kaken. Deku said with an awkward smile. Good morning. Izuku. Bakugo mumbled as he yawned. Deku hugged him close, unable to contain his happiness as he smiled against the top of his head. Bakugo groaned and shoved at him. Back off, it's too early for this. Deku laughed softly and loosened his grip. Sorry, Kaken, I'm just so happy. Bakugo blushed at him and glanced away. Why? Whatever. Have our moms showed up yet? No, not yet. Deku told him, we went to sleep pretty early last night so I woke up a bit sooner than usual. Bakugo pouted slightly and looked back at him. You sleep okay? Deku blushed, not used to him asking about him unless he was upset or hurt. Oh yeah. I slept good. How about you, Kaken? Bakugo didn't want to admit the nervous feeling he got last night when the rain started and sighed, nodding, yeah, slept good. They sat up then and Deku scrambled off the bed to grab his phone while Bakugo went to the bathroom. He closed out of the camera app and inspected his phone, relieved he hadn't broken the screen. When Bakugo came back he was sitting on the bed again and decided to call his mom. Bakugo crawled back into bed and sat next to him as he chatted and decided to check his phone as well. When Deku hung up he looked over at Bakugo and said, "They're on their way now." "Ah, okay." Bakugo nodded, thinking he was still pretty tired. "Guess I'll stay up since they'll be here soon." He noticed Deku glancing over at him and fidgeting around and huffed, "What?" "Oh. Well," Deku said, blushing, "it's just, we'll have a little bit of time before they get here." Bakugo blushed then too, as his heart seemed to beat a bit faster. He felt angry that Deku could fluster him so easily and without even actually doing anything. He punched his arm in annoyance, pouting at him as he spoke, "Well, if you're wanting to do something, just do it. Quit fidgeting around, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Deku hesitated for a moment before grabbing his arm and tugging him forwards. He kissed him soft at first, closing his eyes and bringing his other hand to his cheek, pulling his face closer. Bakugo melted into the kiss, closing his eyes as well and wrapped his arms around him. The kiss became deeper quickly as they pulled against each other, wanting to be even closer. Bakugo's nervousness from the previous night was gone now as all he could think about was Deku. The way he felt, the way he sounded, the way he tasted. He groaned against his lips, catching himself off guard as he wasn't meaning to let out any sound. Deku slid his hands down to his waist then and tugged at him till he threw his leg over him again, sitting in his lap. He gripped onto his sides, not realizing he was softly grinding up against him as they kissed harder. Bakugo blushed as he felt his HRD on against him and gripped onto the back of his shirt. "Oh F. This is turning me on way too much." Bakugo pulled back then, panting against his lips as Deku glanced up at him with a needy look in his eyes that made him shudder. They'll probably be here soon." "SHT, I didn't mean to sound so flustered." "Stupid 𝗧𝗵𝗲." Deku blushed and nodded as he slid his hands off of him slowly, trailing them down his thighs before setting them on the bed. Kaken. Bakugo crawled off of him then, completely embarrassed that he'd been in his lap twice now already. Deku fidgeted around, adjusting himself at the same time Bakugo did, making them glance away from each other awkwardly. A knock sounded at the door, making them both relieved to escape the quiet tension that had developed before their moms came in and smiled at them. "Hello, my baby," 𝗵𝗃 said as she came over and hugged Deku's face to her. Deku patted her arm as he struggled in her grip. "Hello, Mom. How are you feeling today, Katsuki?" Mitsuki said as she sat down, looking over at them. "Fine. I should get discharged tomorrow," Bakugo told her as 𝗵𝗃 joined her in the seat next to her. "Izuku, I thought you'd be discharged by now. Are they still worried about something with you, honey?" 𝗵𝗃 asked, concerned. "Oh, well, the thing is Deku stammered. He was discharged already." Bakugo grumbled, embarrassed and looking away. "He's just keeping me company." 𝗵𝗃 and Mitsuki exchanged a glance and smiled as 𝗵𝗃 turned back towards them. "Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear that, then. Though, don't you think you should at least use the other bed?" "Mom." Deku groaned, red-faced. "It's not like that, don't make it sound weird." Bakugo just looked annoyed, his embarrassment about their relationship being overshadowed by the fact that he just desperately didn't want Deku to leave him alone there. Even the thought of using separate beds seemed to stir up anxiety within him. 𝗵𝗃 and Mitsuki laughed as the nurses knocked on the door and brought in their breakfast. They were thankful for the distraction as they scooted to the end of the bed and started eating while their moms chatted. Bakugo was surprised they didn't push the subject about them anymore but remembered it was probably to keep from stressing him out too badly after the spell with his heart yesterday. They stayed for a while before saying their goodbyes and heading out, leaving them alone with each other once again. "Well, at least they didn't see us cuddling again," Deku said with an awkward smile. Bakugo huffed and crossed his arms. "Yeah, annoying. Deku nodded and sighed. Think anyone else is gonna stop by today? Not sure, Bakugo mumbled. He glanced over at Deku then, unable to help his thoughts. I hope not. Oh. Why, Kaken? Deku asked, looking over at him. Is your heart doing okay? Yeah, it's fine. Bakugo said, then reached for him, grabbing the front of his shirt. I just don't want to be interrupted again. Deku blushed and gripped onto the sheets. Oh yeah. Bakugo hesitated. He knew Deku felt the same, and he knew he liked it from how he felt earlier. It was obvious. But something about making the first move felt wrong. It made him think back to when he bullied Deku. He wanted Deku to come to him, so he knew it was okay. Deku noticed the slight pout he was giving him and redness to his cheeks as he sat there still holding onto his shirt. Is he wanting to kiss now? Why is he hesitating? Kaken's usually so aggressive. Deku reached up then and touched his cheek softly. Kaken? Can I kiss you again, Kaken? Bakugo's heart beat faster as he blushed more and nodded. Yeah, if you want. Is it? Deku blushed then too, really loving the way he said his name. He pushed forward and kissed him hard, making him grunt softly against his lips. They threw their arms around each other quickly this time, sitting up on their knees and pressing towards each other. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. I really like this, Kaken. Deku breathed against him between kisses. Why yeah? Bakugo stammered, sliding his hands down to his hips and pulling against him. Deku rubbed his back as he pulled him close before accidentally pulling his shirt up a bit, then decided to slide his hands under it, wanting to feel his back. Bakugo groaned softly against him, gripping onto the back of his shirt as he pulled him against him and deepened the kiss. Deku fell forward slightly and Bakugo laid back, pulling him down on top of him. Deku pressed down between his legs as he propped up on one arm and slid his other hand to his waist, holding onto him and rubbing him with his thumb. Bakugo panted against him between kisses, wanting to grind up against him so badly that he felt his hips rock up just for a second before stopping himself. Deku pushed down at the slight movement, sliding his hand down just a bit lower and gripping onto his hip. He couldn't help but to move slightly too as he grinded down against him, groaning softly at the friction. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Kaken. Bakugo shuddered and lifted his knees slightly, squeezing his legs around him. Stop that. Is it? Deku blushed, not sure what to do after hearing Bakugo tell him to stop while holding him so tightly against him. Bakugo grinded up against him then and he lost it, pushing down against him again as well as he panted. Kaken, Kaken. Bakugo arched into him, heart beating erratically as he pulled away from his lips. Wait a sec. Is it? Deku took a steadying breath, trying to calm himself down so Bakugo could catch his breath. He looked down at the small mark he'd left on him the day before and blushed, wanting to do it again. Would he kill me? But it seemed like he liked it. And it's fading fast anyways. Bakugo flinched as Deku leaned down and kissed his neck while gently tracing small circles against him with his thumb. Deku kissed softly a few times until he felt Bakugo arch against him again and tilt his head, giving him better access. He couldn't help it then as if he'd given him permission and bit down on the base of his neck, sucking it and humming against him. Bakugo shuddered and gripped onto his shirt tightly, grinding up against him again. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, this feels too good. Stupid Deku. Deku slowed after a few moments and kissed up his neck and back to his lips, hoping he was ready to kiss again. You okay, Kaken? Don't worry about me, stupid. Bakugo huffed, voice not nearly as angry as he wanted it to sound. Deku smiled softly at him and kissed his lips a few times, making Bakugo melt into him again. His expression softened and he closed his eyes as he slid his hands up his back, kissing him deeper. Deku panted against him between kisses and ran his hand down behind him to the small of his back, lifting him up slightly as he grinded down against him. Bakugo shuddered, forgetting how strong this 𝗧𝗲𝗏 was now, even without one for all. He blushed as he heard chatter from the hallway, reminding him they were literally doing this in AF hospital in the middle of the day. Bakugo pulled his hands back around to the front of Deku's chest and shoved him back then. All right, that's enough now, nerd. The nurses could come in any minute. Deku blushed too, and nodded as he moved his hand from his back. Wait. Sorry, Kaken. Bakugo grabbed the front of his shirt before he could back off and pouted up at him. Deku smiled and kissed him again softly before he let him go. He laid down next to him then and wrapped his arms around him. Bakugo couldn't help but relax into his arms and nuzzle against his chest as he wrapped his arm and leg around him. He felt tired again as his excitement died down and nuzzled against him more, wishing he would pet his head again. Deku smirked down at him, wondering if that's what he wanted, like how he did last night. He wanted to say something but decided to just give in for now and ran his hand up to his head, petting his fingers through his hair. Bakugo settled down against him then and fell back asleep pretty quickly. Even while taking in the tender moment, Deku couldn't help but worry. I hope Kaken's heart is okay. He is sleeping an awful lot. Deku had to wake Bakugo up when lunch came around, nudging him gently so he'd get up and eat. He was pretty quiet, not shouting about yelling when we woke up this time. After they ate, they watched videos on Deku's phone again, enjoying the quiet time together without anyone else showing up to visit them for the rest of the day. A doctor came in at one point and talked with Bakugo about all the details with his heart, and how he'd be discharged tomorrow and what side effects to expect. He only half listened as he kept glancing over at Deku, noticing him getting nervous and fidgety again with the subject of his heart. Once the doctor left, Bakugo grabbed his cheek, making him wince. Ow, Kaken. Come on, let's go walk. Bakugo told him as he let go. He wanted to get his mind off of everything, and they took a stroll around the outside of the hospital this time and got some fresh air. They walked close to each other, their arms brushing against each other as they went. Deku blushed to himself, wondering if they would ever walk and hold hands like a real couple would. Little did he know, Bakugo was having the same thoughts, too nervous and embarrassed as he felt his hands sweating in his pockets. Once they were back to their room, the nurses checked Bakugo's vitals and listened to his breathing as Deku scrolled on his phone. There was so much coverage about their last battle up on social media, and he decided he didn't want to see any of it yet as he backed out of the app and locked his phone. He sat it aside and laid down once the nurse had left, and Bakugo blushed slightly before snuggling up to him. Hey, Kaken. Deku asked after he got settled against him. What is it, Izuku? Bakugo asked, glancing up at him. I keep seeing stuff about the battle online. I guess the business corps students really got everything recorded. Deku said as he fidgeted with Bakugo's shirt. Bakugo said, thinking about everything that happened, probably shouldn't watch that SHT, for a while at least. Yeah, think so? Deku told him as he rubbed his back. Hey, Kaken. Bakugo lifted up and raised a brow at him. What, Izuku? I know I already said it, but... I'm really glad you're okay, Kaken. Deku said with a sad expression. Bakugo sighed, wishing he knew how to make him stop worrying so much. He could feel the tension in his body and see the nervousness in his eyes. He blushed slightly and leaned up to kiss him then, soft and slow. Deku was caught off guard at first, then closed his eyes as he kissed back, soft and gentle kisses. Bakugo nuzzled his head back down against his chest then and grumbled, You worry too much. Deku nodded in agreement. Yeah, I can't help it when it comes to you, Kaken. Bakugo huffed and squeezed tighter to him before the nurses knocked on the door and brought in their dinner. Once they were finished, Bakugo couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. I want to go shower, but with this new dynamic between us, it'll be awkward as hell. He blushed slightly as he got up and glanced over at Deku. Hey, I'm gonna go shower. Oh, Deku said, feeling flustered suddenly at the thought. Okay. He fidgeted with his hands for a moment as Bakugo grabbed some clean clothes. Bakugo couldn't help but feel amused at Deku's nervousness, letting it overshadow his own. He glanced over at Deku again and teased, So, you comin'? Deku blushed furiously then and covered his face with one hand. Well, Bakugo smirked. What are you getting so flustered for, nerd? Deku glanced back at him and stammered. Well, it's just that Calm down, I'm just messing with you. Bakugo said as he walked to the bathroom door. You can wash up after me. Deku nodded, feeling as though steam was coming from him. Bakugo shut the door behind him and looked down, touching himself just above his breathe line. He turned and locked the door and pulled his hoodie and shirt off before tugging down his pants and boxers. He glanced in the mirror at the mark Deku had left on his neck and felt his heartbeat pick up, then made his way to the shower. He started the water quickly and was already panting as he gripped himself, leaning against the wall. He used his other hand and touched his neck where Deku had been kissing, thinking of grinding up against him again, and how hard he was against him. Deku. He breathed quietly as he continued to slide himself. It was the first time he'd done this since having this injury, and his hand was beginning to lose strength and shake. Phew. Bakugo groaned, switching to his other hand, though he'd never really done it like that before. It was a bit awkward at first, but still felt good as he continued. Meanwhile, Deku was waiting patiently on the bed, thinking about Bakugo being in there showering. He smacked his face a few times trying to calm down. We've always bathed together, I shouldn't have made it weird. What if Kaken needs my help, or has another episode with his heart while he's in there? Deku stood up, determined, and grabbed some clothes before making his way to the door. Just as Bakugo felt himself about to finish, he heard Deku outside the door. Kaken, I'm gonna go ahead and come in. Bakugo froze as Deku tried the doorknob to discover it was locked. Kaken, why'd you lock the door? He asked, worried he'd done something to upset him. Bakugo huffed and tried to calm himself quickly and responded, 𝗬𝗵𝗄𝗃. This stupid nerd, why'd he change his mind now? He threw a towel around his waist and opened the door, hoping his face didn't show his nervousness. Deku blushed immediately seeing him and staggered in, closing the door behind him. Sorry, I was being weird, Kaken. Deku stammered, embarrassed. He pulled off his shirt and tried to avoid looking at Bakugo as he finished stripping down. Bakugo went back to the water, only dropping his towel once he'd faced away. He couldn't help but to watch Deku from the corner of his eye, taking in every detail of his body. You're always weird, he commented back. When did I start finding him so attractive? Deku smiled awkwardly at him, keeping himself covered with his arm and hand. Bakugo looked away, face turning red, and held his head under the water before stepping back to let Deku have a turn. They finished washing up quietly, stealing glances but also trying not to face each other. When they were done and dried off, they grabbed their clothes and began to get dressed. Bakugo let out a small groan as his hand throbbed while pulling up his underwear. Deku finished pulling his up before gently grabbing Bakugo's arm. Are you okay? Bakugo felt a rush of embarrassment, thinking of how he overused it. He nodded, it was fine. Deku's eyes were full of concern as he took his hand in his and brought it up to his lips, kissing it softly. Aizu. Bakugo breathed as he stepped in closer. Your hand is shaking, Kaken. Deku said softly as he brought his other hand up to clasp it as well. He held it gently, rubbing it with his thumbs again and put his forehead down against Bakugo's shoulder. Yeah, it'll get better though. Bakugo assured him as he wrapped his other arm around him. He noticed Deku was quiet and felt him begin to tremble slightly. Warning bells went off in his head, telling him Deku's thoughts were spiraling again. You know, during the fight, my quirk did something pretty cool. Deku lifted his face back up, eyes still sad but interest taking over. I had stored up so much of my sweat, and maybe it had to do with the adrenaline from the battle as well, but I was able to make explosions from every part of my body. It made my speed incredible. Bakugo continued, knowing Deku would love to hear every detail. Having him nerd out would be a lot better than having him worry about him. Oh wow, Kaken. Why didn't you tell me about this already? Deku was practically back to normal now as he inspected Bakugo's hand and arm. Do you think you can do it again? Is it a new move you can master, you think? I wonder if it is adrenaline-induced or how else it works. Bakugo smirked, glad to see Deku's smile had come back to life. Yeah, I'm hoping it's something I can do all of the time. I'll have to practice and work with it when we're able to start training again. It'll be pretty badass if I can figure it out. Yeah, for sure. Deku beamed. Bakugo smiled softly at him and patted his head. Let's finish getting dressed now, nerd. Deku nodded and let go of Bakugo's hand so they could finish getting their clothes on. Once dressed, they crawled into bed and snuggled up under the covers, embracing and nuzzling their heads over each other's shoulders. Hey, Kaken. Deku asked as he gripped onto the back of Bakugo's tank top. Yeah. Bakugo responded, nuzzling into his neck. I'm excited to leave the hospital. But when we get back to the dorms tomorrow, it'll be weird, sleeping in our own rooms again. Deku admitted. Bakugo thought it was stupid to assume they'd ever sleep separate anymore. He brushed his lips against Deku's neck and bit him. Ow, 𝗂𝗂𝗃. Deku's whole body tensed and squirmed as Bakugo nipped at him softer then. We can always go to each other's rooms, Izuku. Bakugo grumbled softly as he kissed his neck and sucked on it, still biting gently. Deku's breathing hitched as he breathed softly in Bakugo's ear. Why ya? Hey, 𝗂𝗂𝗃. Wait. Deku pushed at his shoulders slightly. Bakugo grunted, grabbing onto him tighter. Gettin' payback, nerd. He bit down again and kept sucking on his neck, humming softly against him. Deku started panting as he gripped onto Bakugo's shoulders and squirmed around. Because once Bakugo was confident he'd left a mark, he eased off a bit and started kissing his way up his neck to his ear, nipping at it softly. Deku let out a soft sound, rubbing his legs against his. Like that, Izuku. Bakugo whispered against his ear as he ran his hands along his back, sliding them under his shirt. I'm getting turned on. How far is going to far? If only I'd gotten to finish earlier. 𝗂𝗂𝗃. Deku rasped as he turned and grabbed Bakugo's face, pulling his lips to his. He kissed him hard and deep, pushing Bakugo back against the bed. Bakugo kissed back just as hard as he pulled him against him, legs squeezing around his. Deku couldn't help but to grind down against him, holding himself up slightly with one arm as he dragged the other down Bakugo's front and down to his thigh, gripping onto it and pulling it around him. Bakugo arched into him, groaning with pleasure at the friction. If this feels good. Damned clothes are in the way. Deku's hand rubbed back up his thigh and under his shirt, grabbing onto his waist as he kept thrusting down against him. They panted against each other between kisses, then Deku started kissing down his face and down his neck, biting him again and sucking just above the mark he'd left earlier. No, Deku. Stupid. Bakugo breathed even as he turned his head and pulled him closer. Deku kissed around the front of his throat to the other side where he bit down again and sucked hard. Bakugo squirmed underneath him, panting harder as he pushed up against him wanting more. Deku slowed as he became more conscious of Bakugo's heart, feeling it beating hard beneath him. He slid his hand up to his chest, rubbing it softly. You okay, 𝗂𝗂𝗃? Bakugo nodded and captured his lips with his again, pulling his hands back from under his shirt and wrapping his arms over his shoulders. Deku slid his hand back down, enjoying Bakugo's little movements beneath him. He brought his hand down around his waist, gripping onto him with the tips of his fingers dipping under the edge of his pants. Deku. Bakugo panted between kisses as he held onto him desperately. 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Deku breathed as he ran his hand along his hip, inching it slowly beneath his pants. I don't know what I'm doing. But it feels so good, and I want him to keep making these sounds. Bakugo blushed, wondering how far Deku would go. He wanted to touch him, he wanted him to touch him back. He was struggling desperately with his restraint before Deku surprised him, admitting it out loud. 𝗬𝗏𝗄. I really want to feel you more, 𝗂𝗂𝗃. Deku said nervously, panting against his lips. Bakugo pulled his arms back slightly, resting his hands on Deku's shoulders and pulled away from their kiss. He hated to be the voice of reason as he looked at him. But maybe not here. He said red-faced, reminding himself they were in the hospital. These rooms don't have cameras, do they? Bakugo and Deku seemed to have the same thought as they looked around frantically. They didn't see one, but the thought of the nurses hearing them and coming to check on them was enough to make them more self-aware. Sorry. Deku said as he laid his head down against Bakugo's shoulder, embarrassed. That was too far. Please, forget I said that. Bakugo's legs were trembling around him as he slid his hands down his sides, gripping the edge of his pants. No. He struggled against his better judgment, wanting so badly to continue. Maybe. If we're quiet. Deku hesitated but tugged at Bakugo's pants a little at his response. Are you sure, 𝗧𝗵𝗃? Yeah. Bakugo slid his hand along Deku's waist now, pressing his palm against his skin as he slid his fingers down the front of his pants, coming close to touching him. Are you okay with this? Deku grinded against him, panting as he looked down between them and nodded. Weiss, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo panted as well, Deku's voice just then driving every last bit of reason from his body. He grabbed onto his PP and rubbed him for a second before they both struggled to grab their pants and underwear and slid them down. Deku pressed against Bakugo, not really knowing what to do, and grinded them against each other. They were both panting and grabbing at each other until Deku gripped them both in his hand and started rubbing them at the same time while holding onto Bakugo's thigh with the other. Bakugo was gripping onto the front of Deku's shirt, letting out small sounds with each breath. Holy SHT. Holy SHT. Deku's really doing this right now. Bakugo tensed beneath him, already sensitive from getting close earlier. Itching. If that. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Does that feel good? Deku asked, wanting to make sure Bakugo was feeling as good as he was. Yeah, def. Bakugo panted up at him, tugging at his shirt more and grinding into his hand. Don't stop. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. We gotta stay quiet. Deku reminded him and himself between breaths as he leaned down to kiss him, muffling their soft sounds. They kept kissing and panting against each other desperately, breathing becoming erratic as Deku started rubbing them a bit faster. Bakugo squirmed slightly beneath him, wanting more and more. He wrapped his legs around his waist as they both felt the pleasure building up. Feels good, feels so good. I can't believe I'm doing something like this, with Deku. I want more. Bakugo reached down and wrapped his hand around his, squeezing them just a bit tighter as he kept going. Deku groaned against his lips, making Bakugo shudder. Bakugo pulled out of this kiss and leaned his head against his shoulder, trying not to come before him. Deku panted against his ear and leaned in, biting his neck softly. He felt Deku tense then and couldn't hold it anymore as they came, huffing against each other as their pleasure rippled through them. Bakugo turned his face back to him and kissed him softly for a few moments as they relaxed their grip. Your shirt. Sorry, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said as he leaned up and looked down between them. Bakugo groaned, damn it, gross. Deku shifted around, tugging his pants back up before saying, here, as he held the bottom of Bakugo's shirt and tugged. Bakugo leaned up and let Deku pull it off for him, then watched as he got up and put it away with the dirty clothes. I'll grab you a clean one. Bakugo grunted as he pulled his pants back up and took the new shirt. He slid it on before scooting over a bit, welcoming Deku back under the covers. They wrapped their arms around each other and nuzzled their heads close to each other before kissing again softly a few times. Bakugo used his leg to pull Deku's between his and nuzzled down into him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku said as he ran his hand up, petting his head. Bakugo blushed slightly against him. Yeah, 𝗧𝐬. That was nice, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku smiled. Bakugo huffed a laugh and said, shut up and go to sleep. Also, why the F are you still hard? Deku tensed slightly and stammered, sorry 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I can't help it when I have you against me like this. Bakugo looked up at him and smirked, chill out. We can do more tomorrow. He really liked it too. Deku blushed and nodded as Bakugo laid his head back down against him. The next morning, Bakugo could hear that Inko and Mitsuki were visiting again. Deku was still sound asleep and Bakugo was debating on getting up or not. This is so embarrassing, why the hell do they have to come this early each time? He blushed furiously as the thought of what they'd done the night before crossed his mind. Well, here they are again. I dunno what we're going to do with these boys. Inko said, shaking her head. I still can't believe Katsuki has this soft side of him. I thought he would be alone forever, as aggressive as he is, always pushing everyone away. Mitsuki admitted, I'm glad Izuku has found a way through that thick skull of his. My baby has always looked up to him. He used to come home telling me all about how brave and cool little Katsuki was. Inko beamed. Bakugo couldn't help but feel his stomach sour at the thought as he listened. That was back when he was so terrible to Izuku. What was he thinking back then? The guilt bubbled up inside him, bringing back that ache in his chest. I really don't deserve anything to do with you. Izuku. He was just an overconfident brat. Mitsuki laughed, but I'm dim and proud of the kid. He's come a long way. Deku moved slightly then, as Bakugo was gripping onto his shirt under the covers. He felt the sting of tears behind his eyes, threatening to spill out. He really cared about Deku, a lot more than he even realized. But how could he really like him back, after everything he'd done? He wasn't stupid enough to deny Deku's feelings, but he felt crazy for thinking it was okay. I shouldn't have kissed him to begin with. I shouldn't be doing anything with him. I'm the absolute worst person he could possibly be with. What the hell is wrong with me? Deku yawned and stretched, rubbing his eyes with one hand and keeping his other arm wrapped around Bakugo. Good morning, mister. Inko said, how are you feeling today? Looks like your arms are doing better. G'mornin'. Deku said sleepily, sitting up as much as he could with Bakugo still wrapped around him. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better. That's so good to hear, my baby. Inko said happily. Her face seemed to change a bit as she looked at him and continued, now, please tell me you two don't spend all day cuddling and stuff, do you? Mom. Deku whined, no. We have physical therapy and things. Inko and Mitsuki smiled, exchanging a glance. Bakugo was still struggling with his thoughts, trying his best not to cry. He was thankful his face was hidden against Deku as his hands tensed, still gripping his shirt. Deku noticed the movement and looked down, barely able to see that Bakugo was purposely hiding his face. He could feel him shaking slightly, but wasn't sure what was wrong. Even though he was embarrassed with their moms being there, he shoved that aside as concern took root in him. He put his hand down on Bakugo's head and ran his fingers through his hair to comfort him. Kaken? Deku asked, worry showing in his voice. Bakugo took a deep breath, melting under Deku's touch. I gotta calm down. Deku doesn't hold anything against me. I just know that he should. It's weird, Katsuki's usually such an early bird. These injuries must have really taken a toll on him. Mitsuki said with a worried look. He has been sleeping a bit more, but the doctors assured us he's healing faster than expected. Deku explained, halfway comforting himself with what he was saying. He should be released today too. That's a relief. Mitsuki said, tell him we stopped by when he finally gets up. I'll call you later, sweetie. Inko said, we couldn't stay long because we're gonna be working on moving back home today. Oh, okay. Deku said happily, bye. As soon as the door shut behind them, Deku nestled back down and put his hand on Bakugo's cheek, pulling his face up to look at him. Bakugo shuddered and promptly hid his face back against Deku's chest. Kaken. What's wrong? Deku asked worried, what happened, Kaken? Why you crying? Was it a bad dream again? He pet his head frantically with one hand and rubbed his back with the other. Sorry. Bakugo rasped, snothin'. Kaken. Deku said as he pried his face up again and wiped his tears. Bakugo sniffled a little and glanced away, rasping softly. Sorry, I just hate how I used to be towards you. Kaken. Deku whined, rubbing his thumbs along his cheeks. I already told you, it's okay. Bakugo wiped his face and looked up at him, pouting slightly as his body trembled. Deku couldn't help but think he looked adorable as he gripped onto his face. Kaken, you gotta stop crying, you're way too cute. My heart can't take it. Bakugo huffed, completely caught off guard. The F are you Callan cute? His voice still sounded broken, but his attitude was definitely returning. Deku smiled really big. You, Kaken? Your face is all red and you have little tears in your eyes. You're super freaking adorable right now. Bakugo grunted and headbutted him. Kaken. Deku rubbed his forehead. Bakugo pouted and looked away, taking a steadying breath. Okay, I don't feel as bad now. Deku started laughing and Bakugo grabbed his cheeks. Deku smiled and grabbed his face again, bringing him in for a deep kiss. Bakugo's breath hitched for a second, then he melted into him, letting go of his cheeks and wrapping his arms around him. When they pulled away again, Bakugo glanced down and froze, groaning and smacking his face with his hand. What is it, Kaken? Deku asked. I left a hickey on you. Bakugo mumbled. Deku's face turned red as he realized their moms totally saw them, and Bakugo had some on both sides of his neck. "Aw man, we're gonna be going back today too." Deku whined as he ran his fingers along Bakugo's neck. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited from seeing the marks on him, knowing he was the reason. Bakugo pulled away and got up, heading to the bathroom to look in the mirror and groaned, "Geez." Deku came up behind him and wrapped his arms around his waist, giving him a guilty smile. Thankfully they both had jackets they were able to put on, though they didn't do much good. Bakugo's hood barely covered the bruises Deku left, and Deku's collar of his jacket barely made a difference as well. The nurses brought in their breakfast soon after, along with Bakugo's discharge papers. They explained that they needed to come back for physical therapy every day for the next week to keep track of their progress, and to not do any hero work or strenuous activity until they get the okay. Plus, once they had their clothes and things packed up, they made their way out, heading for the train station nearby. They walked close to each other, occasionally brushing their arms against one another's. Bakugo blushed, thinking he wanted to grab onto his hand, but his palms were sweaty again. Would he mind? Course he wouldn't, it's Deku. Bakugo pulled his hand out of his pocket and grabbed Deku's. Deku smiled over at him and blushed, sliding his fingers through his. Bakugo blushed more too as they continued. They could feel people looking at them as they made their way back to UA, though they weren't sure if it was from the hand-holding or their scarred faces. Once they arrived, they made their way up to the common area where almost the whole class was waiting. "You guys are back. But we missed you," Mina called out in excitement. "We were worried after everything that happened. It's good to see you're okay," Yaoyorozu said gently. "Why? But what's with the hand-holding?" Mineta blurted out, "Did you guys lose a bet or something?" They just went through a traumatic experience and a very long hospital stay. Ida jumped in, "We need to give them space." Deku laughed nervously at all their comments as he waved, "It's good to see everyone is okay." Kirishima ran up and hugged them both. "Yeah man. We're all great. Especially now that everyone's here." Bakugo grunted in annoyance but allowed the hug. Deku smiled excitedly, relieved to be back. "Whoa man, what are these bruises? You try and strangle each other?" Kirishima asked as he let them go, eyeing their necks. Both of their faces turned bright red as Bakugo pulled up his hood a bit. "It's nothing." Kaminari and Mineta exchanged a confused look. Well, I guess I'm gonna go on to my room for a bit and unpack," Deku said nervously, trying to change the subject. He let go of Bakugo's hand and made his way down the hall. Kirishima smiled and patted Bakugo on the back. "You okay, man? Let's get you unpacked too." Bakugo grunted and started down the other hall towards his room. "I got it." Okay," Kirishima said. Once back in his room, Bakugo closed the door behind him and sat his bag down. He was hot in the hoodie and pulled it off, glancing in the mirror to look at his neck again. He blushed, wondering if everyone saw. Of course Kirishima wouldn't realize what it was, if only he hadn't blurted it out to the rest of them. Not like it matters what the extras think, I guess. They'll know sooner or later. He felt himself blush again, thinking about Deku. This was the first time in the past few days they'd even been apart. He couldn't help but have a weird feeling in his chest. He felt nervous, like something was wrong, and rubbed his temples. "What the F? Chill out. He's just in his room, Katsuki." He got out his clothes and phone charger and things and put them away as he tried to clear his head. He sat down and waited a few moments before groaning at himself and grabbing his phone, heart leaping when he noticed Deku had messaged him. Meanwhile, when Deku got to his room, he felt like his face was steaming. "Oh man, that was so embarrassing. What do we tell everyone about us?" Deku sat his bag down and started unpacking his stuff, looking around at his room. He thought he'd feel better once he was back at the dorms, but he had a nagging sense of anxiety rising up in him. I wonder if Kaken is hanging out with Kirishima and the others. Or if he went to his room. I shouldn't have ran off like that. What about his heart? I should probably make sure he's okay. He finished up and pulled out his phone. He thought it was silly to message him so soon after just getting back, but sent him a quick text anyways. "Hey Kaken. You get done unpacking?" "Yeah, just finished up. How about you?" Same. After that, Deku sent him a quick pic of himself smiling with a thumbs up. He was feeling relieved already just having him messaging him back. Bakugo blushed, smiling as he mumbled to himself, "That dork." Bakugo blushed, smiling as he mumbled to himself, "That dork." He sent back a picture of him flipping off the camera with his tongue out. Deku relaxed even more as he received the image of Bakugo and smiled as he decided to save it immediately before responding. Deku relaxed even more as he received the image of Bakugo and smiled as he decided to save it immediately before responding. "Can you send another picture?" Bakugo huffed a laugh and answered, "You first." Deku sent another, a selfie of him smiling with a slight redness to his cheeks. Bakugo felt his heart rate pick up as he saved it. Bakugo felt his heart rate pick up as he saved it. He felt weird not wanting to take a selfie smiling, and sent one just pouting at the camera. Deku thought his heart was going to burst out of his chest and sent another of himself standing in the mirror doing a peace sign. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited then. "At this rate, I'll have lots of pictures of Kaken." Bakugo smiled as he opened it, then went to his mirror and lifted his shirt, smirking, and snapped a pic. Bakugo smiled as he opened it, then went to his mirror and lifted his shirt, smirking, and snapped a pic. Deku blushed as he looked at the picture, and decided to tease him a bit as he responded. Deku blushed as he looked at the picture, and decided to tease him a bit as he responded. "You want me to pull my shirt up too? Yeah, or just take it off?" Deku's face turned red. He wasn't used to Bakugo flirting. He took off his shirt off and sat on the edge of the bed, snapping a pic and blushing as his bnr was obvious against his pants. He wanted to fluster Bakugo as much as he was flustering him, though, and hit send. Bakugo blushed as he opened it, making a mental note to never let anyone see his phone. "Let's see how you like this." He pulled his shirt off too, and laid down on his back on the bed. He used his other hand to tease at the edge of his pants, pulling them down just slightly, and took the pic with his tongue out. Deku opened it and had to immediately adjust himself. He put his phone down on the bed, propped up against a pillow, and leaned over it, then, looking down with a wanting expression as he tugged his pants and underwear down dangerously low. He reached over and snapped the pic, then blushed as he looked at it. "Is this too much?" He decided to delete it but accidentally hit send before he could and whined, "Damn it." Bakugo blushed as he looked at it, remembering him being on top of him like that. He thought of what they did last night and felt a rush of excitement, wanting to do more. "Come to my room, nerd." Deku felt like he could die from embarrassment, but was also extremely excited at the thought of seeing him again. "Okay, on my way." Deku's heart was racing, wondering what awaited him. He threw on his jacket and zipped it up and headed out into the hall, noticing a few of their classmates were still in the common room. "Ah man. Just gotta be quick." He walked through trying to avoid being seen without acting too suspicious when 𝗬𝗏𝗃 called over to him, "Oh, hey Deku. Where are you going?" she asked happily. Hey 𝗬𝗏𝗃." He laughed nervously, "I was just going to go check on Kaken." "Oh, is his heart still giving him trouble?" she asked, concerned. "Only here and there, he should be okay though," he said as he kept heading towards the hall. "Alright. Let him know we're all about to head down for lunch," 𝗬𝗏𝗃 said, smiling. "Oh, okay, yeah, I will," Deku said as he made his way out and down to Bakugo's room. He knocked and Bakugo cracked the door open before letting him in. He was still shirtless and blushing slightly as he shut the door behind him. "Hey, Kaken," Deku said as Bakugo stepped up to him. Bakugo grabbed the front of his jacket and pulled him into a kiss. Deku made a surprised mph, then quickly threw his arms around him. They pulled each other close as they kissed for a few moments, then Deku pulled his face back. "Oh yeah," 𝗬𝗏𝗃 said, "everyone's heading to the cafeteria for lunch." "Ah yeah, guess we should go," Bakugo said begrudgingly. He looked down at Deku and tugged his zipper down. "No shirt. You really rushed over here, didn't you, nerd?" Deku laughed and blushed. "Ah well." Bakugo smirked and finished unzipping Deku's jacket, trailing his fingers down his body as he went. "You know, I think the extras won't notice if we're just a few minutes late." Deku gulped, putting his hand on Bakugo's and looking him in the eye. "Why yeah?" Bakugo gripped onto the seam of Deku's pants and started to kiss him again. He pushed forwards, walking him back till he fell down onto the bed. Bakugo leaned over him and started kissing down his face and down his neck, drawing out little sounds from Deku. I want to make Deku feel good. But my hand is still F. Should I try that? I don't even know how to do it. He kept going, trailing kisses down Deku's chest and abdomen as he worked up the nerve. Deku propped up on his elbows as he watched Bakugo's head go further and further down. 𝗧𝗂𝗃. Bakugo looked up at him through his lashes as he placed wet kisses just above the edge of his pants, then licked across him slowly, making Deku tense. He settled down on his knees and tugged Deku's pants and boxers down together as Deku hid his face with one of his hands. Deku was panting desperately as he watched. 𝗧𝗂𝗃. No way. Kaken wouldn't do that, would he? Bakugo smiled, his confidence growing with every little sound and movement from Deku. He wrapped his hand around Deku's pee-pee and kissed next to it. Can't believe I'm doing this. But his reactions are turning me on so much. Deku squirmed at every little touch and kiss, whining slightly when Bakugo kept kissing slowly around it and kept his hand painfully still. Bakugo was enjoying teasing him and pushed his thumb against the tip, rubbing it softly. You like that, nerd? Kaken. Deku pleaded as he lowered his hand and gripped onto the sheets. Bakugo started moving his hand then and dipped his head down, kissing the tip. Deku shuddered beneath him, body filling with anticipation. Bakugo hesitated but opened his mouth and slid his lips down around him, gripping him slightly tighter as he worked his hand up and down. Deku tensed and grabbed Bakugo's hair with one hand, gripping onto it as he pushed into his mouth more. Bakugo grunted in surprise and gave him an angry look, but kept sucking and working him with his hand. At least I know he's feeling good. Little shit nerd. Bakugo kept going, trying to find a good rhythm as he listened to Deku panting down at him. My hand's starting to cramp up. And I can't fit it all in my mouth. 𝗧𝗂𝗃. Deku breathed. I'm about to. Bakugo sucked him in a bit deeper then, groaning softly against him. He could feel his hands starting to tremble and was relieved he was able to finish before it went numb. Deku couldn't help but to grip Bakugo's hair even harder as he came, not realizing he was pushing him down. Bakugo grunted against him, trying his best not to choke. As soon as Deku's grip loosened, Bakugo whipped his head up, coughing with cum and drool running down his mouth. Sorry, Kaken. Deku panted nervously. Bakugo swallowed and wiped his mouth, glaring up at him. Do that again and I'll kill you. Deku laid back, smiling awkwardly. Yeah, sorry. It just felt so good, Kaken. Bakugo blushed and stood up, holding his hand and rubbing it. Alright, get your pants up, nerd. Let's go. Deku leaned up and watched as Bakugo went to the bathroom. He pulled his pants back up and zipped his jacket while Bakugo washed his hands and face off. When Bakugo came back in to grab a shirt, Deku asked, But what about you, Kaken? Later. Bakugo smiled and threw his shirt on. Come on. Okay. Deku smiled as he followed him out. Bakugo nudged his arm as they walked and glanced over at him, pouting slightly. Deku blushed and took his hand. Wow, Kaken really likes this sort of thing. And his hands are so sweaty. Is it his quirk, or is he nervous? So cute. Once they made it to the cafeteria and got their food, they remembered they normally sit at different tables. Kirishima was already waving Bakugo down from their usual spot, with Kaminari, Mina, and Shiro. At the same time, Ida, Todoroki, Tsu, and Uraraka were smiling expectantly at Deku. Deku looked over at Bakugo and started to open his mouth. Go sit with your friends, nerd. Bakugo said as he elbowed his arm. But Deku stammered. He wanted to eat lunch together with Bakugo, but also didn't want to neglect their friends. Okay. Walk back with me when we're through. Sounds good. Bakugo said as he gave him a quick smile. They hesitated for a moment, then made their way to their tables. Sup man, get everything unpacked? Kirishima asked as Bakugo sat next to him. Yeah. Good to be out of that hospital finally. Bakugo responded, glancing back at Deku. Man, I bet. Shiro said, you got some gnarly scars too. Yeah, Bakugo said as he lifted his arm up. Izuku's are both pretty messed up. Yeah man, I'm just glad you guys are okay. Kirishima smiled. Yeah, for real? Kaminari chimed in. How long will it be before you guys can join us? We've got our work cut out for us with all the damage that was done around here. You guys will definitely be on bed rest for a while, right? Mina asked. Bakugo noticed they were all in their hero uniforms, likely just here for lunch before going back out. Yeah, they said it'd be around a week. Gotta finish physical therapy and get the okay before we're allowed to do anything. Ah, that sucks. Don't get too bored while we're gone. Kaminari said as he finished his food. Hate to rush out, man, but they want us back pretty quick to finish up. We've been stuck clearing debris down the street for the last few days now. Kirishima said as he stood up and took his tray. Yeah, it's pretty exhausting. It's supposed to be a free day, but the pros needed some extra help. Zero added as he stood as well. Kaminari groaned, joining them. Yeah, R.I.P. Saturday. They all waved by and Bakugo glanced over and noticed Ida was following suit, along with 𝗬𝗓, Todoroki, and 𝗎𝗓𝗏, as they were saying their goodbyes to Deku. Deku was smiling and waving goodbye to them, then glanced over at Bakugo and grabbed his tray. He made his way over and sat next to him. They're all going back already. Yeah, Kirishima said they're working on clearing debris nearby. Bakugo said as he kept eating. I bet Ida and 𝗎𝗓𝗏's quirks are making things go by a lot faster. Deku added. This does SCK, knowing everyone else is getting to help out already. Bakugo grumbled, stabbing at his food. Yeah. Deku said as he smiled and pushed his leg against Bakugo's. It's kind of like we're under house arrest again. Bakugo glanced over at him, wishing they'd been like this back then. I wanna kiss him. Kaken? Deku asked, noticing he was staring. Bakugo looked around, noticing there was still a handful of students left in the cafeteria before looking back at Deku. You're cute. Deku's face turned red. Huh? Kaken. Bakugo smirked and kept eating. When they were done, they put their trays away and held hands again before making their way out. As they walked back to the dorms, Deku couldn't help but ask, So, Kaken? Yeah. Bakugo asked. Well, I was just wondering, what are we gonna say when people start asking about us? Deku glanced over at him, squeezing his hand slightly. Bakugo blushed and shrugged. Guess we tell him. We're, dating. Deku asked with big eyes. Yeah. Bakugo looked away, feeling embarrassed. Deku smiled and looked back as they made their way inside. Wow, it's so quiet in here. I guess everyone is gone already. Deku said as he looked around the empty common room. Yeah. Bakugo said, thinking it really was like when they were under house arrest. Thankfully they didn't have to clean this time. Wanna watch something? Bakugo asked as he glanced at him and nodded towards the couch. Sure. Deku smiled. They made their way over to the couch and sat down, snuggling into each other as Bakugo passed the remote to Deku. He found an old hero cartoon they used to watch together as kids and smiled at Bakugo. Remember this? Bakugo huffed a laugh. This what we gonna watch? Deku said as he laid the remote down. It was nostalgic for both of them, only now their dynamic had shifted completely. Deku thought it was funny how they used to be like this before they knew he was quirkless, and now they're even closer when he became quirkless again. Halfway through the episode, Deku noticed Bakugo had fallen asleep against him and he looked around before lying down, wrapping his arms around him and dozing off as well. A couple of hours passed before Bakugo woke up and noticed they'd fallen asleep in the common room. He blushed and looked around, thankful to not find anyone back yet. Ugh, Aizu. Kaken. Deku asked as he yawned and slowly blinked his eyes open. We need to get up. We fell asleep on the couch. Bakugo grunted as he leaned up. Deku sat up as well and they stood, stretching for a moment before Deku turned off the TV. Bakugo grabbed his hand and put his forehead against his, pouting at him slightly. Deku was learning that certain look meant he wanted a kiss and brought his other hand up to his cheek, kissing him softly. Kaken. Ahem. Bakugo and Deku froze, faces turning red as they glancing over to see Mr. Aizawa had walked in. When All Might mentioned you two getting along better, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. He said with an exasperated look. Sorry, sir. We were just, Deku rambled, embarrassed before Bakugo smacked his head to shut him up. Look, you're not in trouble but... No more PD please. Mr. Aizawa said as he raised an eyebrow at the hickeys on their necks. He closed his eye and rubbed the bridge of his nose, already having trouble processing what the hell was happening without that added detail. Alright. Deku answered as Bakugo just looked angry at the world and embarrassed. Listen, this is catching me completely off guard, so I don't even know how to address it. He began with a tired look as they both blushed and fidgeted around. Dating is typically not allowed at UA, or hero schools in general. It can put a strain on your public image. But, considering everything you've been through, we're gonna pretend I didn't see this. Deku glanced at Bakugo before looking back and nodding. Anyways, I was just coming up here to check on you too. He continued, Midoriya, I heard about how you don't have one for all anymore. You still plan on graduating with us, right? Deku smiled sadly and nodded. Yeah, I'll still have the embers for a while. Though, I know I shouldn't try to rely on them since they'll be gone one day. But I want to stay at UA, and I told Kaken already, but I think I'd like to become a teacher here after graduation. Aizawa smiled at that and nodded. Good. I look forward to working with you, then. And Bakugo, I know you're gonna be an amazing pro. You two have really proven yourselves to the world what real heroes truly are. I'm very proud of you both. Deku started tearing up as Bakugo nodded and started rubbing his thumb against Deku's hand. I'm gonna head back now, you two. Stay out of trouble, please. Aizawa said as he turned and left. Mr. Aizawa is incredible. Deku said smiling and wiping his face. I'm just glad that's over. Bakugo groaned. Let's go to my room before anyone else shows up. Yeah, okay. Deku said happily. Once they were in his room, Deku unzipped his jacket. I forgot I still haven't put a shirt on. You can borrow one of mine. Bakugo said, opening a drawer. Deku smiled and shrugged off the jacket, laying it on the back of Bakugo's desk chair. Thanks, Kaken. Bakugo handed him the Black Skull t-shirt and Deku excitedly slipped it on. It fit him nicely and smelled like Bakugo. Bakugo sat on the bed watching him and smiling, looks good on you. Deku blushed over at him. I might should have waited to put it on though. He started as he walked up to him. 'Cause, you know. It's later now. He put his hands on Bakugo's cheeks and leaned down, kissing him softly. Bakugo kissed back as he wrapped his arms around him. They kissed deeper as Deku pushed them back on the bed and grinded down against him between his legs. He held himself above him with one hand and started sliding the other down to Bakugo's waist, gripping onto it under his shirt. Bakugo panted between kisses and gripped onto the back of Deku's shirt. Deku trailed the tips of his fingers below Bakugo's pants and started to pull away, but Bakugo wouldn't let him go. Kaken. Deku asked between kisses, don't you want me to do? He yelped as Bakugo bit down on his bottom lip. Hey, what was that for? He mumbled against him as Bakugo kept kissing and licking his lips. Don't wanna let go. Bakugo grumbled, just do it how you did before. I liked it. Feeling you against me. Deku blushed, thinking Bakugo was being way too cute. Kaken. Deku kept kissing him as he tugged his pants and boxers down. Bakugo dragged his hands down his back and tugged Deku's pants down as well. Let's take this off this time too. Deku said as he pulled away slightly to grab Bakugo's shirt. Bakugo leaned up as Deku slid it off of him before going ahead and taking his off as well. He grinded against him as Deku put his hand down between them and grabbed them together. They were panting harder now between each kiss and Bakugo was starting to grunt softly and let out other small little sounds that was turning Deku on even more. Feel good, Kaken. Deku breathed against him as he kissed around to his ear, keeping a steady rhythm with his hand. You don't have to be quiet this time. Bakugo let out another small sound and clawed at his back, lifting his legs up around him. Shut up. SHT. Why the hell's he talking right now? So embarrassing. Kaken. Deku cooed in his ear, kissing and sucking on it. Shut up, Bakugo whined, blushing and closing his eyes. SHT feels so good. Are my ears really sensitive or something? Kaken. Deku whispered and licked and kissed down his neck. You sound really good, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Bakugo's legs started shaking slightly around him as his back arched. If Deku. Deku. Deku smiled against him and kissed back up to his lips, Bakugo leaning into it desperately. Bakugo grabbed onto Deku's shoulders and tensed, squeezing his legs around him as he came. Deku slowed his movements down as he continued to kiss him softly. He pulled away slightly, letting Bakugo's hands fall down to his sides and smiled down at him. Was that good, 𝗂𝗂𝗄? Bakugo blushed and looked away, still panting. Deku leaned over and grabbed some tissues that was on the nightstand, started to wipe him off and asked, "Wanna go take a bath?" Bakugo grunted and took the tissue, cleaning himself as he lowered his legs from around him. Yeah, sounds good. He grabbed Deku's wrist then as he started to crawl off of him, making him look back in question. Bakugo pulled him down next to him and wrapped his hand around his pee-pee. Gotta take care of this first, though. Deku blushed slightly. But 𝗂𝗂𝗄, you already dash. That was earlier, nerd, and looks like you could use some attention now. He said as he rubbed him and crawled down over him. Deku melted under his touch, giving in instantly. Bakugo brought his head down and before Deku could reach for him, he glared up at him. Don't. He warned. Deku yelped and drew his hands back, opting to grab onto the sheets next to him instead. Bakugo smirked up at him and licked the tip. Good boy. Deku shuddered and curled his toes as he watched Bakugo wrap his lips around him, sucking him in deep. He was able to pick up the right rhythm quicker than last time, remembering what seemed to really make Deku the most responsive. 𝗂𝗂𝗄𝗄. Deku breathed. Bakugo against him, savoring his every little sound and reaction. His hand trembled in protest as he continued, hoping he could last. Deku trembled slightly as he watched him, wanting to grab onto his hair again so badly. I'm surprised 𝗂𝗂𝗄 is doing this again. I wonder if he likes it. The sounds he's making against me. It feels so good. Bakugo picked up the pace just a bit, making Deku squirm beneath him as he grunted softly against him. Thankfully, it wasn't long before he felt Deku tense up beneath him as he came, and felt him grab his hair. Lucky for him, he didn't push him down this time. Bakugo pulled his head up and swallowed, licking his lips proudly. There, feel good, nerd. 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Deku panted, blushing at the sight of him. He totally likes it. Alright, we can go now, Bakugo said with a smirk as he stood. Deku nodded and got up as well, and they got dressed. Bakugo threw his shirt to him as he grabbed some clean clothes for himself. Go ahead and wear that when we get out. Deku caught it and smiled. Everyone will see me in it, 𝗂𝗂𝗄. Yeah, I know. Bakugo blushed slightly as they walked out. Got a problem with that? No. Deku beamed. I'm glad. It shows I'm 𝗂𝗂𝗄𝗧. Bakugo couldn't help but smile and grabbed his hand. Sappy. Oh, what if 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧? Deku asked as he looked down at their hands. After what we went through for them, they can kiss my butt. Us holding hands should be the least of their worries. Bakugo huffed. Yeah, but... Deku stammered, then felt Bakugo squeeze his hand. He looked down at them, looking at the scars, and thought about everything that caused them before nodding. Yeah. They made their way to Deku's room then, where he grabbed some shorts and underwear, then headed down the hall to the bath. Bakugo noticed Deku had gotten quiet on the way there. Once they went in and he saw no one else was there, he turned to him and asked, What's on your mind, Izuku? Deku seemed fidgety then, bringing his other hand around to clasp onto Bakugo's, and started tracing the scars with his fingertips. Sorry, 𝗂𝗂𝗄𝗃. Just. Every time I think of the battle, I see it so clearly still. He put his hand up over Bakugo's chest and leaned his head against his shoulder. Your body. And all the BLD. 'Cause I was too late. Bakugo pressed his face down against the top of his head and wrapped his arms around him. Aizu. He started rubbing his back softly. Izuku, you weren't too late. I'm alright now. And I'm not going anywhere, okay? He could feel Deku shaking as he began to cry softly against him, still holding a hand over his heart and gripping onto the side of his shirt with the other. Bakugo slid a hand up into Deku's hair, petting him and holding him close. I really thought I lost you. 𝗂𝗂𝗄𝗃. Deku sobbed as he wrapped his arms around him, squeezing tightly against him and nuzzling his face into his neck. I know, Aizu. Bakugo nuzzled his face down in his hair and slid his hands to Deku's face, lifting it to face him. Tears were streaming down his cheeks as he shuddered and sniffled. Bakugo started placing soft little kisses along his cheeks, kissing away the tears while holding his face gently to him. Kaken. Deku cried softly, I love you, Kaken. Aizu. Bakugo said softly, blushing as his heart rate picked up a beat. I love you too. Izuku. Deku pulled away slightly and rubbed his face and gave Bakugo a weak smile. Bakugo put his hand on the back of his head and kissed his forehead. You done crying now? Why, Kaken? Deku sniffled. Bakugo pulled away a bit then and unzipped Deku's jacket. Come on, let's get cleaned up. Deku nodded and gripped onto Bakugo's shirt and kissed him. Bakugo kissed back for a few moments before backing away and pulling off his shirt. They finished undressing and washed up, stealing glances at each other every so often. Once they were done, they stepped into the bath together, relaxing down in the water. This is nice. Deku said as he leaned back against the edge and closed his eyes. Yeah, it's nice and quiet without the others here splashing around. Bakugo said as he settled down next to Deku, letting their arms and legs brush against each other. Deku smiled over at him and took his hand. I bet they'll be back soon. I wonder if they're gonna take the day to rest tomorrow. I dunno, I'll be glad when we can get back in action. Bakugo said as he made tiny sparks with his other hand above the water. Yeah, I want to help as much as possible too. Deku agreed. You know, Bakugo rubbed his hand with his thumb, I was thinking about that too. I want to make sure they assign us together so I can help keep an eye on you. He looked him in the eyes then. We took down the big bads, but there's still some jailbreakers on the loose, not to mention those of the Paranormal Liberation Front that managed to escape. There's bound to be some stupid enough to want to pick a fight, maybe even come after us specifically. Yeah, that's also crossed my mind. I'm honestly surprised they're letting civilians leave the shelters already. Deku added. Yeah, people don't care about the small fry, won't see them as a real threat since we took down their final boss. Course they're ready to go back to their homes now that they think it's over. Bakugo reasoned. It'll probably ease some unrest at least. I hope the media will change its view on heroes now, and everything will start going back to the way things were. Deku said as he played with the water in front of him with his other hand. Yeah, and we'll show him how great the next generation of heroes is. Bakugo agreed as he watched the ripples in the water and smiled. You know, I thought I'd be fighting you for the #1 spot, but now you're ditching me to become a teacher. Deku let out a little laugh and looked at him. I'm not ditching you. I'm just being realistic, Kaken. I always wanted to become a hero and thanks to All Might, I got a taste of that dream. Even if it was only for a little while. Deku smiled back down at the water. Besides, if I can work to help kids like me become great heroes, that'll feel like I'm winning too. Helping Mahoro, Katsuma, Koda, and Eri was amazing and really inspired me. They were so down before, and I feel like I really made a difference in their lives. I want to be able to keep doing that. Yeah. Well, sounds like your mind's made up. Since it. Bakugo teased. Deku smirked and splashed him. Bakugo leaned back. Oh, you want to go? And let go of his hand and splashed him back. Deku laughed as he was pelted with water and they started splashing each other back and forth till Bakugo leapt at him and dunked him. As soon as Deku went under, he wrapped his arms around Bakugo's waist and pushed back up above the water, throwing him backwards. He burst out laughing as Bakugo went under, yelling. Bakugo popped up in front of him then, wrapping his arms around his torso and kissed him hard, as if it was an attack. Deku stumbled back, then got his footing and threw his arms around him. He pressed into him, kissing back just as intensely. Bakugo started to push him back again, but Deku pushed back harder, forcing him back against the wall and down on the edge of the tub. He slid his hands down Bakugo's sides and gripped his hips as he pushed between his legs, still kissing him deeply. Bakugo grunted against his lips and arched into him, digging his fingers into his back. Deku grinded against him and brought one hand up and fisted his hair as he broke the kiss and started kissing down his neck roughly. Bakugo panted and wrapped his legs around his waist. Deku. Deku kept a firm grip on his hair as he kissed and sucked on his neck and started running his other hand down his thigh, gripping it tightly. Bakugo squirmed beneath his touch, heart racing. Deku started kissing slower and bit down, sucking and making soft sounds against him. 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Bakugo breathed, "You'll leave more marks." Deku slowed more and started kissing softly before pulling back, panting, "Sorry, Kaken." Bakugo blushed slightly and kissed him as Deku softened his grip on him. As soon as they pulled away again, they heard the door and immediately jumped apart from each other, settling down in the water, red-faced. Kirishima walked in followed by Kaminari, 𝗧𝗏, and Mineta. They were all laughing about something when they spotted them, and Kirishima said, "Hey, Bakugo." "Hey, Midoriya." "Hey guys." Deku said happily. Bakugo couldn't believe how quickly his face became so innocent looking after the way he was about to eat him alive. Deceiving little SHT. "Oh man, today was so tiring, you guys lucked out you get to stay here on bedrest." Kaminari groaned as they all started undressing. "Yeah, it's totally not fair," Mineta complained. "I got stuck bringing everyone water and stuff all day." 𝗧𝗏 laughed. "Yeah, since Mineta's so small they were worried we'd lose him in the rubble." Bakugo smirked. "So how's things going out there? Run into any trouble?" "There were a few stragglers from the Liberation Army, but we kicked their butts pretty easy," Kirishima said smiling. "Wow, so there really are some villains still attacking. Is it really safe for everyone?" Deku asked. "Yeah, it's all died down for the most part," Kaminari explained. "The ones we dealt with weren't really fighters, just all for one fanatics." "Ah, I see," Deku said as he glanced over at Bakugo. He blushed, noticing how red his neck and lips were, and looked away quickly. "Kaken's gonna kill me." Bakugo noticed his fingers were pruning and climbed out of the bath grabbing his towel. "Ah, you guys heading out?" Kirishima asked from where he was washing up. "Yeah, we've been soaking for too long already," Bakugo explained as Deku got up out of the bath as well. "All right, well, don't head to bed just yet," Kirishima said. "Yeah," Kaminari began. "When we get back we're all having a movie night, you guys should join us. We're gonna watch a new horror film that just came out, and Mina said she was gonna make popcorn and everything." 𝗧𝗏 added. "Yeah, soon as they get done with their bath." Mineta drooled. "That sounds like fun." Deku said excitedly as he was getting dressed. "Want to, Kaken?" Bakugo grunted, slipping into his clothes. "Sounds stupid, but I guess if you want to." Deku smiled and grabbed his hand once they were done. "I'm not the best with horror movies, but it'll be fun spending time with everyone again." Bakugo smirked and squeezed his hand. "All right, nerd." Kaminari and 𝗧𝗏 gave each other a look while Mineta was too distracted picking at the old peephole that was filled in. Kirishima, completely oblivious, asked, "Oh Midoriya, is that Bakugo's shirt? You forget to bring one." Deku smiled, blushing slightly. "Oh yeah, I just wanted to wear Kaken's." Kirishima made a confused face as Bakugo blushed and walked them out. Once they had left, 𝗧𝗏 said, "There's definitely something going on, right? I'm not the only one seeing this. Didn't those two hate each other before? I feel like my brain is short-circuiting." Kaminari groaned. "Nah, Bakugo's always cared about Midoriya. Just had a funny way of showing it." Kirishima said smiling. "I didn't know they were getting along this well though. Bakugo usually doesn't let people touch him." "Kirishima," Kaminari said, "I don't think this is a simple case of getting along." "Yeah man," 𝗧𝗏 added, they were definitely covered in hickeys. Then Midoriya even put on Bakugo's shirt when they left. Kirishima felt his face redden. "What? Wait. No way, that's what those bruises were." Mineta gave up on his attempt at the peephole and joined them. "That's crazy talk. Doesn't Midoriya like girls? I can't say about Bakugo, though, I've never seen him even be nice to a girl before," he said as he made a fist. "But Midoriya's always got the ladies all over him. Must have been 'cause of that cool one for all power." "Yeah, I thought so too, but can't deny what we just witnessed," Kaminari said. "I mean, the more I think about it, Midoriya has always had a soft spot for Bakugo. I'm just mostly surprised about Bakugo having feelings for him, or in general for that matter. Yeah, I even heard Midoriya was actually discharged 2 days ago but waited and stayed with him in the hospital. 𝗧𝗏 added. Wait. So are you guys saying those two are like dating each other? Mineta asked, disgusted. Kissing and everything. 𝗧𝗏 nodded and Mineta and Kaminari shuddered. But they're both guys. Mineta groaned. Do they not like bub? I mean, I've seen Midoriya get flustered around girls before, so I think so. But like you mentioned earlier, I've never actually noticed Bakugo give girls a second glance. Kaminari said as he thought out loud. So you think Bakugo might have been gay this whole time? 𝗧𝗏 asked. Kirishima had a thoughtful expression. I dunno, I've never seen him act any different around us before. Maybe he's one of those types that only feels attracted to someone when they like them. Yeah, I can see that. 𝗧𝗏 said. Doesn't explain Midoriya though, unless he's bi, I guess. How can anyone not like bub? Mineta was still struggling to process everything. 1. I guess Midoriya does seem like that kind of person, Kaminari said, and he did always get clingy with Bakugo. Like a lot, considering how Bakugo is. Most people don't want to even be near him, but the second there's any hint of trouble, Midoriya is all over the guy. Kirishima smiled and nodded. Well, I'm kind of happy for them, then. Bakugo's never opened up to me about liking anyone before, and he's definitely always cared about Midoriya. I wonder if he's liked him this whole time and was being mean to him cause he was in denial. Oh, you kind of have a point there. 𝗧𝗏 said with a smirk. He has always gotten weird around Midoriya. Didn't he used to straight up bully him before? What if he had a crush on him this whole time and didn't realize it? But just hope Midoriya knows what he's getting himself into. Kaminari said with an exasperated look. Being with someone like Bakugo sounds terrifying. Being with a dude sounds terrifying. Mineta corrected. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Deku made their way to the common room where a few of their other classmates were already getting comfy for the movie. Oh hey guys. Mina waved from the TV with the remote in hand. Wow, you two seem awful close these days. She teased. Midoriya, isn't that Bakugo's shirt? Todoroki asked, genuinely curious. Deku answered as he blushed and smiled. Bakugo wasn't paying attention as he was distracted with his thoughts. He remembered how rough Deku was in the bath and thought to keep his towel over his shoulders, hiding his neck to avoid more awkwardness. I'm gonna kill him. Bakugo walked them over to a free spot on the couch and they sat down, still holding hands even though he was pissed. Hey you guys, how are you feeling? Tsu asked. We're good. Deku smiled. I have pretty much all of the movement back in my arms now. They just get a bit tingly after a while of use. Yeah, same with mine. Bakugo agreed. I'm glad to hear that you guys. Yayurozu said from her spot on the couch. How about your heart, Bakugo? I've been really worried since our visit. Tsu said with a look of concern. Yeah, it's good, Bakugo said as he looked down, placing his hand against his chest. Don't worry about me. Is everyone back yet? Ida came through asking, we need to start the movie at exactly 5 p.m. so that we can be done and be in bed by 8. Ida, we're staying up later than that, we don't even have to get up early tomorrow. Jiro said with a laugh. Bakugo couldn't help but to glance over at Deku, thinking he looked cute sitting there in his shirt. He looked away when Deku noticed and started rubbing his hand with his thumb, making Deku smile. Soon everyone had crowded into the room, sitting in random spots on the couches and on blankets in the floor. Mina and Yurika handed out popcorn and snacks and Jiro turned out the lights as they started the movie. Deku relaxed back a bit, letting his leg brush against Bakugo's. Bakugo leaned back too, pushing his shoulder against his. Yurika couldn't help but to glance over at them curiously from her spot on another couch, sitting with Tsu. Bakugo started to get sleepy partway through the movie. It had been a long day and he was used to all the rest they were getting in the hospital, not to mention he normally went to bed early anyways. Deku was super into the movie, gripping onto Bakugo's hand and jolting slightly at the scary parts. About halfway through the movie, Deku felt Bakugo's head fall against his shoulder. He looked over at him and noticed he'd fallen asleep and smiled. He let go of his hand and lifted up his arm, wrapping it around him, letting him lean against his chest, and kept watching the movie. Bakugo snuggled up to him in his sleep, wrapping his arm around his torso and leaning into him more. Deku blushed and ran his hand up his arm and to his head, running his fingers through his hair. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Kaminari couldn't believe what they were seeing and snuck a quick picture as they laughed under their breath. Bakugo's never gonna live this one down. Kaminari whispered as he shared the pic with their group chat. Dude went from great explosion murder god to Midoriya's sweepy whittle kitten. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 whispered back. Ida shushed them just before everyone collectively jumped as a scary part of the movie happened, drawing their attention away again. Deku jumped slightly and grabbed onto Bakugo's arm with his other hand, then cringed to himself, hoping he didn't wake him. Momo and Jiro were holding onto each other, completely freaked out from the jump scare. Kirishima wasn't fazed much but noticed Mina shaking and nudged her playfully, scooting closer to her. So, people watch these kinds of things for fun? Todoroki asked quietly. Yeah, to torture themselves for some stupid reason. Mineta said, cowering from behind his arm. Bakugo stirred from all the sounds as another jump scare caused a collective scream through the room. Deku was still running his fingers through his hair absent-mindedly, partly to comfort himself. Bakugo blushed slightly as he realized he was snuggled up to him in front of everyone, but thought it was dark in there anyways and he was too comfy to move. His eyes felt heavy as he melted under Deku's touch, lulling him back to sleep. By the end of the movie, Todoroki had also fallen asleep, leaving Mineta hiding behind his arm shaking. Mina was clinging to Kirishima, who was blushing and comforting her. The others started chatting about weird plot holes and how they could defeat the monster if it had been real. Deku looked down at Bakugo as Yaoyorozu turned the lights on. Kaken. Deku said softly, "You awake, Kaken?" Bakugo grunted and rubbed his eyes as he leaned up. Movie over already? Yeah, you slept for the last half of it. Deku said as he let his hands slide down his back. Yeah, Bakugo, you looked super cozy over there snuggled up to Midoriya. Kaminari teased. Are you two like a couple now or something? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. Yeah, we are. Bakugo said with an annoyed face, still holding on to Deku. Oh wow. Congratulations you guys. Kirishima said excitedly. Called it. Mina said smugly. Everyone else looked stunned as Todoroki woke up, confused as to what was going on. Let's go to bed, Aizu. Bakugo grumbled as he ignored them and took his hand. Deku was blushing as he stood up with him. Good night everyone. Deku followed behind Bakugo as everyone said goodnight. Once they got to his room, Bakugo yawned and stretched as Deku shut the door behind them. Bakugo waited for him and wrapped his arms around him, nuzzling his face into his neck. Deku embraced him and smiled. Ready to lay down, Kaken? 𝗵𝗃. Bakugo said as he slid his hands down to hold Deku's and pulled him to the bed. They laid down and snuggled into each other, relaxing. Bakugo ran his hand up and rubbed Deku's scarred cheek and Deku smiled softly, leaning into his touch. He rubbed his hand up too and ran his fingers through Bakugo's hair again. Bakugo closed his eyes and hummed, "Feels good." Deku sighed and smiled at him. Yeah, Kaken. Bakugo nuzzled closer, wrapping his arm back around him. Deku kissed his head then his temple, and started trailing soft kisses down his cheek. My Kaken. Bakugo squinted under his assault of kisses and huffed, "Izu." Deku giggled softly. Kaken, you're so cute when you're sleepy. You even cuddled me in front of everyone. Bakugo grumbled and pulled his hands back and shoved at Deku's face but kept his legs wrapped around his. Okay, just one kiss and I'll leave you alone, Kaken. Deku said, pulling his hands off his face. Bakugo pouted up at him before locking their fingers together and leaning into the kiss. After they pulled away, Bakugo nuzzled back down against his neck and Deku started petting his head again till they fell asleep. The next morning, Bakugo woke up to Deku clinging tightly to him. He lifted his head up to look at him, noticing his face looked as if he'd been crying. Izuku. Hey, what's wrong? Bakugo asked as he rubbed his cheek. Deku blinked awake slowly and glanced at him, prompting him to hug him as close as he could. Kaken. Sorry, bad dream. His voice was a little hoarse but his tears were dried up. Didn't you wake me? Bakugo asked as he pinched his cheek and pulled. Ow, ow, 𝗂𝗂𝗏. Deku whined as Bakugo let go and placed his hand back against his cheek gently. Sorry, I didn't need to wake you cause I was alright once I woke up and saw that you were here. Deku nuzzled his face into the side of his neck as he pressed against him. Bakugo wrapped his arms back around him and held him. I'll always be right here, Aizu. After a moment, ran his hand up and ruffled his hair as he pulled back. Come on, I want to go for a run before breakfast. Oh, yeah, that actually sounds nice. Deku said with a small smile as they leaned up and stretched, pulling apart their legs. Deku slid his legs off the bed and as he was about to stand, Bakugo grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him back. Deku looked back at him and Bakugo kissed him, then let go and got up. Deku smiled and couldn't help but think how odd it was for Bakugo to turn out to be so affectionate. 𝗂𝗏𝗏, how's your arm feeling this morning? Deku asked as they made their way outside. The morning sun had just started to rise, leaving the sky a mix of light orange and blues. It's not as numb or tingly today, so that's a good sign, he said as he looked down and flexed his hand. Let's head towards ground beta, I'm gonna try a few explosions with it. Oh, Deku said as they started jogging. Are you sure you're up for that? He immediately regretted asking as he received an angry glare. Don't look down on me, nerd. I may love your stupid butt but you still pisses me off. Deku blushed at hearing him say he loves him again, it being the second time now. 𝗂𝗏𝗏. I love you too, 𝗂𝗏𝗏. Deku said excitedly as he got closer to him. Stop making that face. Bakugo huffed as he blushed and started running faster. Deku laughed and matched his pace. Wait up, 𝗂𝗏𝗏. He pulled out his phone as they ran and called All Might. I'm gonna let the teachers know so they don't think we're under attack or anything. Alright, good call. Bakugo agreed and slowed back to a jog. Deku put it on speakerphone as it dialed, then All Might picked up. I am here. In your phone. He coughed a few times after that, then continued. How are you, young Midoriya? Is everything okay? Hi, All Might. Deku said. Yeah, we're doing good. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 and I were wondering if it's alright to train at ground beta for a little bit. We won't overdo it or anything, just want to see how much I can use my quirk with my arm now that it's getting better. Bakugo added. Oh yeah, that should be fine. Let me let Principal Nizu and Mr. Aizawa know real quick and I'll let you know when I get the okay. All Might answered. Okay, thank you. Deku replied. Also, how are you doing now, All Might? I'm doing alright, definitely done with my fighting days now. He laughed. But anyways, you boys be careful and don't push your bodies too much. No worries, we'll start off slow today. Bye. Deku said as they hung up. They picked up the pace again and made their way to ground beta and slowed to a stop under the shade of a building. They caught their breath for a second and wiped sweat from their foreheads. I should have brought some water. Deku said as he looked over at Bakugo. We can hydrate plenty when we get back, we won't be too long. Bakugo said as he sat down and leaned against the building. Deku joined him. Hopefully All Might will get back with us soon so we can get started. He smiled over at him. It's nice to be out here again. Yeah, Bakugo said as he leaned his head back. Definitely beats sitting in the hospital all day. Yeah. Well, actually it wasn't all that bad. Deku said with a blush as he nudged Bakugo's arm. Bakugo glanced over at him and took his hand. Yeah. Some parts were okay, I guess. He leaned into him, resting his head on his shoulder. Deku rested his head against his as he held onto his hand. 𝗂𝗏𝗏, you really like snuggling, don't you? Bakugo blushed and shoved him away. Don't go and say embarrassing is all of a sudden. Deku laughed and grabbed his arm. But 𝗂𝗏𝗏, it's true, isn't it? Bakugo huffed and tried to pull away but Deku kept holding on. Stop it. Let go, Aizu. Bakugo struggled, shoving at his face and falling backwards on the ground. Deku fell on top of him and laughed. Just admit it. Don't be embarrassed, 𝗂𝗏𝗏. Bakugo's face went red as he froze up underneath him and glanced away. Fine, yeah, whatever. Now, get off me. Damn it, my heart is racing just from him falling over me. Why's he always gotta end up between my legs? Deku leaned down and kissed him before starting to back off of him. As he leaned up, Bakugo grabbed his shirt and pouted up at him. Deku blushed, taking in the look on Bakugo's face and leaned down against him, kissing him again. Bakugo arched into him as he wrapped his arms around him, nipping and licking at his bottom lip. Deku kissed him deeper then and grabbed onto his thigh as he grinded down against him. Bakugo shuddered and wrapped his legs around his waist, gripping at the back of his shirt. After a few moments, Deku's phone started going off and they pulled apart slowly, panting between kisses. Deku leaned back on his knees and pulled out his phone. "It's all might," Deku said, catching his breath. Bakugo leaned up on his elbows, letting his legs fall Deku's sides as he answered the phone. "Hey, All Might," Deku said as he put it on speaker. "Hello, young Midoriya, I was just going to let you know you're good to go. Please take it easy though, we wouldn't want you two injuring yourselves further." All Might said. "Alright, we'll be careful, thanks, All Might," Deku replied. Once he hung up he smiled down at Bakugo. "Ready, Kaken?" Bakugo nodded even though he didn't want to stop, and they got up. Deku decided to start testing out One for All and noticed he couldn't seem to use much of the other quirks that came with it. Black Whip was a much smaller version, like how he started training with it, and Float only got him a few inches off the ground. Everything had been reduced majorly already, but the core strength of the power was still there for now. Bakugo was blasting away with his good arm and working on small blasts with his right. He winced at the recoil when he tried a slightly larger one, taking note of how much his arm was able to handle before feeling a sharp pain. They stayed and trained for a little while, until their arms were too sore for them to continue. Bakugo stopped and rubbed his arm for a moment as he felt a weird sensation in his chest. He was feeling a bit dizzy but quickly recovered, not wanting to worry Deku. "You ready to head back, Kaken?" Deku asked as he noticed Bakugo slowing. "Yeah, let's go shower." Bakugo huffed as he rubbed his arm. They made their way back to the dorms and noticed most everyone else was up now. "You guys were out early," Kirishima said as they walked through the common room. "Yeah, catching up on training," Bakugo said, rolling his stiff shoulder. "Whoa, aren't you guys supposed to be on bed rest?" Kaminari asked. "We didn't do too much and we got permission." Deku chimed in, "Just testing our progress." "How'd it go?" Kirishima asked. "It was fine, stupid arm can't handle any big blasts yet but I'll get there." Bakugo grumbled. "I can still use One for All right now, but all the extra quirks are pretty much gone." Deku explained, "It's gonna be weird getting used to not having them again." "That must be tough." Todoroki joined in, "I'm sorry how things went down, Midoriya." "It's alright." Deku smiled, "I was quirkless before anyways." Bakugo tugged at his hand, "We're gonna go wash up before breakfast." "Come on, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, alright, Kaken," Deku said, squeezing his hand, "See you guys." They stopped by Deku's room first and Bakugo cringed at how much All Might merch was everywhere while Deku grabbed some clean clothes. He noticed the face Bakugo was making and said, "Hey, you love All Might just as much as I do." "Whatever, nerd, this is stalker level." Bakugo huffed, "I only have one poster. And the card. And a couple All Might action figures." Deku teased. "Shut up." Bakugo rolled his eyes and took his hand. They made their way to Bakugo's room next, and he grabbed some clean clothes as well. Once they made their way to the bath, they saw Ida and Shoji were in there as well. Bakugo and Deku exchanged a look before letting go of each other's hands and getting undressed. "Good morning, you two," Ida said from the bath. Shoji also waved and greeted them. "Good morning, Ida." "Good morning, Shoji." Deku smiled, "How are you guys doing?" "My injuries weren't major, so Recovery Girl fixed me up pretty easily," Shoji said with a smile. "I'm also pretty much fully recovered now," Ida added. "That's good to hear," Deku said, relieved. As they washed up, Bakugo and Deku kept stealing glances at each other while trying not to be noticeable or awkward, still making small talk with Ida and Shoji here and there. Tokoyami also came in at some point. They skipped soaking this time and went ahead and got dried off and dressed. Once ready, they held hands again and made their way to the cafeteria. So Kaken, could we eat together this time?" Deku asked as they went through the line. Bakugo blushed a little. "Yeah, He looked towards where their friends were sitting. I was actually gonna ask if you wanted to join us for breakfast, and then I could sit with you during lunch, maybe. That's a great idea. Deku beamed. I'm gonna go let them know real quick, he said as he made his way to 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏. Good morning, Deku. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 said smiling. Good morning, Midoriya. 𝗧𝗏 chimed. Oh, there's Iida and Todoroki now. She added as she spotted them coming in. Good morning, you guys. Deku said happily. So Kaken and I are wanting to sit together, so I'm gonna join them for breakfast, he explained. If it's okay, we agreed he'd sit with us for lunch. That way we can still eat together. Oh yeah, that's fine. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 said as 𝗧𝗏 looked towards her. All right. Deku said as he waved and made his way to Bakugo's table. Bakugo was waiting, sitting next to Kirishima and pulled up an extra chair on his other side. Deku joined them and sat with his knee touching Bakugo's as they ate and chatted. Bakugo was telling Kirishima about their morning training in more detail and how much his arm is able to handle now, and Deku was chatting with Mina about her big attack she used during the battle. Kaminari and 𝗧𝗏 were still laughing to themselves about how Bakugo was acting around Deku, noticing how touchy they were. Once they were all done, everyone went their separate ways, many of them gathering in the common room. It'd be nice to play some games to pass the time. 𝗧𝗏 said to the other girls. What kind of games do you have in mind? Jiro asked as she looked at Bakugo with a smirk. Card games were banned thanks to a certain hothead. Bakugo grunted as him and Deku sat on the couch. It was a stupid game anyways. We could play something that doesn't require any cards or pieces. Deku offered. Oh, like Truth or Dare. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 said excitedly. I know a game we could play, Mineta said with a creepy smile. How about Spin the Bottle? If we played that, you would not be in the game. Mina said with her arms crossed. Nice try, bro, Kaminari said, patting Mineta's head. What's Spin the Bottle? Todoroki asked, confused. Geez man, you never heard of that before. 𝗧𝗏 asked. It's where you and a group of friends sit together in a circle and place a bottle in the center. Someone spins the bottle and has to kiss whoever it lands on. Yaoyorozu explained. Why would kissing each other be a game? Todoroki asked. Because. If your crush is in the group you may get a chance to kiss them. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 answered excitedly. That kind of game most definitely goes against dorm rules. Iida chimed in. It would be highly inappropriate. I dunno, it could be fun. Mina said giggling, but we'd need a penalty for if someone refuses to go through with the kiss. Can the penalty be kissing me? Mineta asked. Oh, or stripping an item of clothing. Those games are always hot. Dude, you really have no shame. 𝗧𝗏 said with a sigh. There will be absolutely no kissing. Iida said, enforcing his previous statement, and definitely no removing of clothing. I'd win that game. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 laughed. You'd still lose, you just wouldn't have to worry about being embarrassed. Jiro smirked. How about we combine the two games? We spin the bottle, but whoever it lands on gets a truth or dare question. If the person refuses the dare or won't admit the truth, they're just out of the game. Yaoyorozu suggested. But then there's no kissing. Mina and 𝗬𝗂𝗏 cried. Yeah, just picture it. It'd be amazing. Mineta said with drool going down his lip. Even if I'm on the sidelines, just imagine the girls landing on each other. Okay, Bakugo, blast him. Mina yelled as the other girls cringed. No. I'm sorry. Mineta screamed as he hid behind 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 wrapped him in tape and stuck him to the wall and smiled. Sorry man, this is for your own good. Whoa guys, Kirishima said as he came in. It's not even noon and Mineta's already in timeout. Yeah, he's really on one today. Mina explained, we're trying to decide on a game to play. I liked Yaoyorozu's suggestion. Todoroki said, then what are we waiting for, let's do it. Who all is gonna play? Get in the circle. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 said excitedly. Are you gonna play Deku? 𝗬𝗓𝗏 asked. Oh, I'm sure. What about you, Kaken? Deku asked. I'll pass. I'll watch you guys. Bakugo said as he let go of Deku's hand so he could get up. Ah, come on, Bakugo. It'll be fun. Kirishima said as he sat next to Mina and Kaminari. I'm not doing anyone's stupid dares. Bakugo grumbled. But are you scared of a little dare? Oh, great explosion, murder god dynamite. Zero teased. Bakugo huffed angrily as he stood. Course not, you idiot. Fine then, bring it on. Bakugo walked up to where Deku was between 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and Todoroki. Move over half and half. Well, since you asked so nicely, Todoroki said as he scooted over. Wow, I've never heard him be sarcastic before. Jiro said laughing. I've been teaching him a thing or two. Mina said proudly. Yaoyorozu walked over to the middle and made a bottle and placed it down. So, who should start? You go ahead, since you're already in the middle. Kirishima said. All right then. Yaoyorozu said smiling and then spun the bottle and went back to her spot between Jiro and 𝗧𝗪𝗏. They all watched as it slowed and stopped on 𝗧𝗪𝗏. Oh, it's me. I picked dare. She exclaimed as she jumped up. Oh, okay. Momo said as she tried to come up with something. I dare you to bring me some tea. A few of the others laughed as 𝗧𝗪𝗏 whined about it not being fun, but then she ran off to the kitchen to complete the task. Once she was back and gave Yaoyorozu her cup of tea, she sat back down and spun the bottle. Oh man. Jiro said nervously as it landed on her. I'll go with dare, I guess. All right. I dare you to send a selfie to your crush, right now. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said excitedly. Jiro blushed and grabbed at her earphone jacks. But everyone will see. So they're in here. Oh, I bet I know who it is. She exclaimed excitedly. Ugh, fine. Jiro said, pouting. Only because I don't want to be the first one out. She walked around the couch and crouched down so no one could see her and took a pic of herself covering her mouth and looking away. When she came back and sat down, she let 𝗧𝗪𝗏 watch her send it to know she did the dare. The second Kaminari's phone dinged. All the girls squealed in excitement while Jiro turned red as a tomato. Kaminari felt like he was the happiest guy on earth, blushing as Zero nudged him and yelled, He likes you too. Shut up, man. Kaminari said even though he couldn't stop smiling. Jiro leaned in and spun the bottle next, ready to move everyone's attention to anything else. Kirishima perked up as it came to a stop on him. All right. Dare. Okay, I dare you to let Mina do your makeup. Jiro smirked. Come on. That's so not manly. Kirishima whined. Mina hopped up laughing. I'll be right back. Bakugo smirked and looked at Deku. Okay, this isn't that bad. Deku laughed and took his hand. I'm nervous for when it's our turn though. Mina came running back into the room with a makeup bag and sat down with Kirishima. Alrighty. I'll just do some cute eyeshadow. And some mascara. And some lipstick. Red is definitely your color. Kirishima whined but stayed still as she worked. Zero and Kaminari were already snapping pictures. When she was done, everyone was laughing and Kirishima spun the bottle next. He smiled as it landed on Kaminari. Okay, lay it on me. Kaminari said, I pick dare. Oh, I've got a good one just for you. Kirishima said, I dare you to let the girls dress you up. All the girls jumped up excitedly as Kaminari groaned. We're all just gonna end up cross-dressing by the end of this. The girls grabbed him up and brought him to 𝗧𝗪𝗏's room giggling. By the time they got back, Kaminari was in a pink dress, sparkly flip-flops and had a pink bow in his hair. The guys busted out laughing and took pictures as he walked up to the bottle. Yeah, laugh all you want, payback is gonna be a beach. This time the bottle landed on 𝗬𝗏 and Kaminari said, Alright, 𝗬𝗏, truth or dare? I don't want to break the 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗏, so I'll do a dare as well. She said with a smile. Okay, I dare you to draw on Zero's face with a permanent marker. Kaminari said, smiling smugly at Zero. 𝗬𝗏 giggled and Zero said, Ha, very clever. 𝗬𝗏 gave him a mustache and a cute frog drawing on his cheek and a rainbow across his forehead. Everyone laughed and Zero couldn't even feel mad about it because 𝗬𝗏 looked so happy and adorable as she worked. Then it was his turn, and it landed on Todoroki. Oh, it's me. He said, I guess I choose dare. All right. I dare you to let one of the girls cut your hair. Zero said as he high-fived Kaminari. Oh, Let me do it. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 beamed. All right. Todoroki said, I needed a haircut anyways. I got you, don't worry. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 said as she ran to her room. You sure, man? Kirishima asked. I don't mind. Todoroki said. When she came back, she sat down behind him with some scissors and a dustpan. Go ahead and spin because this will take a little while. Todoroki did as she said and spun the bottle before leaning back to let her cut his hair. Deku looked over at Bakugo as it landed on him. Oh, your turn, Kaken. All right, icy hot, do your worst, I choose dare. Bakugo said, smirking at Todoroki. Okay. Todoroki said before glancing back at 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 as she whispered in his ear. No outside help. That's cheating. Bakugo barked. You can't cheat in truth or dare. Anyone can make suggestions. Mina chimed in. Okay, Bakugo, I dare you to describe how you got those bruises on your neck. Todoroki said as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 giggled. Mina smirked and 𝗧𝗏 and Kaminari nudged each other laughing. Bakugo blushed and gritted his teeth. That's a stupid dare. Deku's face was red as he tried to look anywhere but at any of them. Well, go ahead, Bakugo. Jiro teased. Yes, please do enlighten us. 𝗧𝗏 said with a smirk. Bakugo looked like he wanted to strangle everyone in the room but refused to lose. Izuku did this, he admitted angrily. They all laughed and Mina said, yeah, but how? Are they bruises or hickeys? She teased. Bakugo was practically growling and yelled, you already know. It's my turn now. He leaned over and spun the bottle. When it landed on Mina, she felt nervous but said, all right, Blasty, hit me with a dare. Okay then, he said smirking, you want to do 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗃? How about you sit in Kirishima's lap for the rest of the game? Mina blushed as the girls looked at her teasingly. Kirishima's face went red as he looked at Bakugo. Bro. Bakugo smirked and shrugged, do it or you're out. I'll remember this. Mina said as she stood. She went ahead and spun the bottle, then made her way over and got nervous as she stepped up to Kirishima. Sorry, Kirishima. It's fine, Ishido. Kirishima said as she sat in his lap. His face went even redder as he felt her press down against him. Mina smirked as it landed on Deku and he blushed, scared of what was going to happen. All right, Midoriya, what's it gonna be? She asked. I guess I'll do dare. He said nervously, not wanting to be the odd one out. All right, payback came fast, Bakugo. Mina chimed smugly. Midoriya, I dare you to give him another hickey right now. Deku and Bakugo's faces turned red as they both said, what? You heard me. Mina said as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 finished up on Todoroki's hair and joined in, do it. It's the dare. But I in front of everyone. Deku stammered, glancing at Bakugo. Bakugo grumbled and grabbed Deku by his shirt and pulled him closer, leaning his head to the side. Just do it, nerd. Then we'll kill them with an even worse dare. Deku felt like he was steaming as everyone watched to see if he'd really do it. He gulped and closed his eyes, trying to pretend it was just them. Bakugo was still blushing and tensed up as Deku leaned in and brushed his lips against his neck. He kept a hold of his shirt and Deku put his hand on his arm as he started kissing and sucking on the base of his neck, right next to a mark that had started to fade. The girls were giggling as the guys were still slightly shocked to see it. Deku figured it'd be faster if he did it harder and bit down slightly as he continued, making Bakugo fidget. The girls were going oh, and giggling as they watched. Once Deku was confident he left a mark, he pulled back and blushed again as he remembered their surroundings. Bakugo wanted to melt under his touch, but he kept an angry look on his face and looked at Mina. How's that, Pinky? Easy. Mina covered her mouth as she giggled. Wow, I didn't know you had that side of you, Midoriya. Deku leaned over to the bottle and spun it, ready to get their attention elsewhere. When it landed on Jiro, she opted to choose truth this time, making Bakugo yell out in anger. It went around like that where everyone chose truth, trying to avoid any more embarrassing dares but having to admit embarrassing secrets instead. Jiro admitted to having wanted to play spin the bottle, then Uraraka had to admit to having a crush on someone at UA. Zero's truth was that he thought Tsu was cute, making her blush about drawing on him before. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 was next, and admitted that she thought 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 was the most handsome guy in their class. By the time it landed on Deku again, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 and 𝗬𝗪 were chatting and laughed, before she asked, "So, Midoriya, is it true? You're the bottom?" Deku looked confused as Bakugo blushed furiously and yelled, "What the hell? Don't ask questions like that." "Wait, what's the question?" Deku asked, wondering why he was angry. "What's that mean?" 𝗬𝗪 and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 and Kaminari busted out laughing, and before 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 could explain, they all froze up as Mr. Aizawa walked in the room. He looked at the bottle in the middle, Mina still sitting in Kirishima's lap, and Bakugo and Deku blushing furiously. "I really don't get paid enough for this." "Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa. It's just truth or dare." 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 explained. "The bottle is just to choose who goes next." "Right. Well, let's not do this anymore. Find something else to pass the time with, please," he said as he glanced around them. "Yes, sir," Yaoyorozu said, blushing. They all agreed to take a break and went back to their rooms for the time being, some remaining to watch TV. Bakugo and Deku made their way to Bakugo's room, and once inside, Deku asked, "So, what were they talking about, Kaken?" Bakugo's face went red again as he looked away. "How have you not ever heard of that, nerd?" "I dunno. That's why I'm asking." Deku whined. "Ugh. When two guys are in a relationship, there's typically a top and a bottom. You know, in section," Bakugo said with his hand over his face. Deku blushed furiously then. Why would they ask something about that? Bakugo kept looking away, because it's embarrassing and they wanted to know who was. Never mind. Deku was still confused. He'd never really thought about what two guys would even do. Everything they've done so far has been just figuring things out and doing what felt good. He couldn't help but think Bakugo seemed to usually be the one below him. "You know what, why don't you go to your room and look it up?" Bakugo said as Deku started mumbling to himself in curiosity. "Why can't I do it here?" Deku asked, pulling out his phone. "Because, shit nerd, it's embarrassing." Bakugo grumbled as he started pushing Deku out of the door. "Go to your room and do it." Deku tried not to be forced out, but Bakugo wasn't holding back and shut and locked the door once he was outside. "Kaken. Wait. Oh, trouble in paradise," Kirishima said as he was opening his door. Deku laughed nervously. "I'm not sure." He wanted to ask Kirishima about it, but decided it was best to listen to Bakugo and go to his room to look it up for himself. Bakugo sat on his bed, face still super red as he wondered what Deku was gonna think. "That 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏. I knew we'd eventually talk about this stuff, but not already. I don't even know if he wants to do anything like that." Bakugo laid down on his stomach and shoved his face into his pillow, holding it tightly. "Top or bottom? I haven't even been aware of how I felt until recently. I haven't had time to think about this sort of thing. I mean, I obviously seem like the top. But the thought of doing that to Deku. I can't picture him enjoying something like that." If it were the other way around, he groaned into his pillow as he remembered the time in the bath where Deku shoved him against the wall, between his legs. Then he remembered earlier in the day how he felt when Deku fell over him, looking down at him and feeling him grinding down against him. He groaned into his pillow. "Phew, why is that turning me on so damn much?" Meanwhile, Deku was in his room sitting at his desk with his face as red as a tomato. Top refers to the penetrator and bottom refers to the person receiving PNTRTN. Also describes power dynamics. Deku didn't understand at first, then it clicked that with two guys it would have to be anal. He laid his phone down as he felt his face was steaming. He sat there for a bit with his thoughts racing. They were wanting to know if I was a bottom because Kaken seems to fit the description of the top, it sounds like. But the thought of something like that, going in there, is honestly terrifying. He laid his head against the desk, fidgeting his hands together nervously as he thought about the things they've done so far. But what about the other way around? He always pulls me down on top of him. Even though he is the more DMNT one with everything. Strong and assertive, loud and intimidating. And likes to be in control in any other situation. But now that things have become like this between us, I've noticed he seems to really like when I push him back. The way he reacts when I crawl over him. He melts under my touch. And the way he wraps his legs around me. Deku put his hands over his head as if he needed to hide. Does that mean he wants to be the bottom during section? Would Kaken really want me do that? Deku could feel himself getting turned on at the thought, and the more he imagined Bakugo underneath him and the sounds he makes from how responsive he is, the more fidgety he became. I need to talk with him. But now I'm so embarrassed I could die. And I'm sure he'll get angry. And what if I'm wrong? Bakugo couldn't help but grow more curious as he lifted his head off of his pillow and grabbed his phone. Even though he was completely alone, he threw the covers over him as he searched. 2 guys how to have anal section, start small. Finger yourself in the shower, find out what feels good for you and get used to the sensation of something in your butt. Bakugo groaned as he smacked his hand over his face. The F am I doing? He grunted then and kept scrolling, curiosity taking hold. Lotta cleaning and prep. Sounds like a pain in the butt. Literally. Would all that even be worth it? Says it's painful at first but that it can also feel really good. You can even get off from this ◧𝗧𝗵𝗃 Bakugo thought for a moment, picturing Deku above him, inside him, and he smacked his face against his phone. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Phew. Maybe I could just see what it feels like. He contemplated for a moment before starting to slide his hand down, rubbing just above his breathe line as he started to psyche himself up, then jolted up as he heard a knock at the door and Deku's voice, Kaken. He blushed furiously and quickly backed out of the search and deleted his history before getting up and cracking the door open. Waya. Deku was blushing still and standing in the doorway waiting. Can I come back in now? Yeah. Bakugo said as he stepped aside and opened the door. He shut and locked it then joined Deku as he sat on the bed. They were quiet for a moment, both fidgety and glancing over at each other. Bakugo was still red-faced, thinking about what he was about to do before Deku showed up. Damn it, you really have the worst timing, shitnerd. So, Kaken. Deku started as he looked away. I read about it. Why yeah? Bakugo asked as he also avoided looking at him, completely embarrassed of what he had just been thinking about. Would you want to try that sort of thing? Deku said as he reached over and touched Bakugo's hand. Bakugo froze up a little and pouted in the other direction and brushed his fingers against his, well, I'm not against the idea. Does he know I want to be the bottom? Wait, I don't even know for sure. What if he wants to be the bottom? Maybe he'll tell me. Deku's heart beat a little faster at that and as he scooted closer, looking at Bakugo now. Bakugo huffed slightly at himself and turned to face Deku, their noses almost touching. They were still blushing as they finally looked at each other then softened their expressions. Hey Kaken. Deku said as he gave him a small kiss and put his hand on his thigh. Bakugo said as he felt his nervousness ease up slightly, melting into Deku's touch. Deku kept kissing him and slid his hand up to his waist, under his shirt. I like how strong and intense you are, he said between soft kisses as he pushing into him more, making Bakugo grunt and lean back slightly, but I really like this side of you too when it's just us. Bakugo blushed again as he kept kissing back but let Deku force him down against the bed. The F is he saying that for? Deku crawled over him, dragging his hand up and down his side as he kept talking between kisses. I like knowing you're strong enough to push me away. But you let me on top of you like this. Bakugo panted between their kisses as Deku got a little more intense. Okay, if he knows I want to be the bottom. They backed up on the bed fully and Deku ran his hand back down Bakugo's thigh as he nestled down between his legs and continued, Kaken. It's the best because you're only like this for me, Kaken. Bakugo shuddered slightly, still blushing as he squeezed his legs around him. Shut up. How embarrassing. I don't even know what to do now. Deku kept kissing him and running his hand along his thigh as he grinded down against him. Bakugo let out small sounds as he arched into it, wanting more. They kissed more intensely as they continued, panting and grabbing onto each other. Deku pulled back slowly and ran his hand up to Bakugo's shirt before pulling it up and off of him. Bakugo grabbed Deku's shirt as well, tugging it till he took it off and tossed it to the side. They kissed again, leaning back down as Deku slid his hand around the front of Bakugo's sweatpants and started rubbing him through his clothes. He kissed away from his mouth again, trailing wet kisses down his neck and started crawling down him. Bakugo tried to cling onto him but Deku kept going, pulling out of his grip as he trailed kisses down his chest and abs. "I want to make you feel good, Kaken," Deku said as he looked up at him, kissing and sucking on him just above his breathe line. Bakugo squirmed beneath him, letting go of his shoulders before lying back and gripping onto the bedsheets. Deku. Deku smiled against him and kept rubbing against him. "I've noticed you call me Deku when you get really turned on, Kaken." Bakugo hadn't even noticed and felt a little embarrassed by that. The thought was long gone though as Deku slid his pants and boxers down and gripped onto his PP without the clothing in the way. Deku was timid at first, kissing around it and then the tip, before taking him in his mouth. Suddenly Bakugo realized why he'd pushed him down before, wanting to feel more. Deku used his other hand to grip onto his thigh, pushing his leg further out, making him blush even more. What's he doing? Deku pulled his mouth off for a second, drool running down the side of his lip, and started licking and sucking on one of his fingers. Deku, what are you doing? Bakugo panted nervously, body trembling with anticipation. No way, no way. I haven't even tried it myself yet. I want to try something, Kaken, just relax for me. Deku said as he sucked the tip back into his mouth and reached down with his hand. Bakugo jerked at the feeling of his wet fingers sliding against him. Hey, what do you think you're? He flinched again as Deku pushed it in while working his PP with his other hand and mouth. 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗬, don't just do that. Without warning. Bakugo whined as he pulled at the sheets. Deku could tell by his movements and sounds that he was feeling good, even if it did feel weird, so he kept going, humming softly against him. Bakugo squirmed as he felt the pleasure building up, trying not let out any sounds. It felt strange inside and uncomfortable, but having him sucking his PP at the same time distracted him from the weird new sensation. Deku kept moving his finger in him slowly and gently before sliding it in a bit more, making Bakugo Deku. Bakugo stammered in a hushed voice. The F. Is that the sensitive spot I read about? Deku looked up at him and slid his mouth off. What is it, Kaken? You okay? Something. Feels weird. Bakugo panted. Right here, Kaken. Deku said as he pressed against it again, causing Bakugo to flinch. Deku kept pressing against it, rubbing his finger in and out slowly as he watched Bakugo's face. He likes it. Did Stop. Bakugo cried softly as he squirmed beneath him. Deku shuddered at hearing his voice calling him like that and put his mouth back around the tip, licking and sucking him in deep. Just a bit more, Kaken. Bakugo pulled a pillow to his face, biting down on it to keep from being too loud as the pleasure got more intense, driving him over the edge. He cried out into the pillow and his legs trembled as he came. Deku slowed his movements then slid his finger out and lifted his face, swallowing. Feel good, Kaken? He asked with a happy smile. Bakugo kept his face hidden with the pillow, his body still twitching slightly. He only let it go when Deku got up to go wash his hands and Bakugo slid his boxers and pants back on. When Deku came back, he laid down next to him and pulled him into his arms. Bakugo buried his face against Deku's chest as he wrapped his arms and legs around him. Deku nuzzled his face down against the top of his head and ran his fingers up through his hair. Did you like it, Kaken? Bakugo glared up at him and bit his neck. Stupid. Deku giggled and Bakugo looked up at him and mumbled softly, I guess. That wasn't so bad. Deku smiled and kissed him. Yeah. Bakugo pouted and glanced away. Deku ran his hand down his back and squeezed his butt. So, touching here is okay. Bakugo glared at him and huffed. Little late to ask now, isn't it? Deku laughed with a guilty smile. Sorry, Kaken, I knew you'd get angry or say no. Bakugo practically growled at him then pouted and glanced away again. Anyways. You bet you're but I'm only like this for you. He looked back with a serious look in his eye. You tell anyone anything about this and I'll kill you. Deku smiled nervously. I won't. I swear. Bakugo huffed. Good. He softened his expression and nuzzled his face down against his neck. Aizu. Yeah, Kaken. Deku asked as he brought his hand up and ran his fingers through his hair. Tomorrow when everyone's gone. Wanna try more? Bakugo asked as he traced small circles on his back. Deku blushed as he nodded. Weiss. Kaken really liked it. Bakugo smirked up at him and grabbed his cheek. Such a nerd. Deku smiled. You're nerd. Bakugo leaned up and shoved Deku down by his shoulders, straddling him, and leaned down to his ear. Right. Deku smiled as he grabbed his hips and turned to him, kissing him deeply. Bakugo slid one of his hands down the front of his body and underneath his pants. Deku hummed happily against his lips as they kissed, rocking his hips up against him. Bakugo rubbed him for a few moments before pulling his lips away and crawling down his body. He tugged his pants and underwear down and gave Deku a look as he wrapped his lips around him. Echimmen, Kaken. Deku hummed, wanting to reach for his hair so badly but remained still as he knew better. Once Bakugo made sure he wasn't reaching for him, he closed his eyes and started moving and sucking him in deep. He groaned softly against him, enjoying himself this time knowing how good it felt. He wanted to make Deku feel amazing. His hands started to ache pretty quickly as he continued, thanks to their morning training session. He groaned slightly but kept going, not wanting to swap hands and ruin the feeling. Deku was panting as he watched and decided to risk it, reaching for his head and running his fingers through his hair. Bakugo allowed it, hoping it meant he would finish quickly. Kaken. Deku stammered as he grabbed onto his hair. Bakugo had to pull off for a second and kept rubbing him with his hand as he caught his breath. He huffed at himself and shoved his mouth back down around it, taking it as deeply as he could manage. Deku shuddered, gripping his hair with both hands as he came. He managed not to shove him down this time, just gripped onto him tightly before releasing and petting his fingers through his hair. That felt so good. Kaken. Bakugo blushed slightly at the praise and lifted his head, swallowing and wiping his mouth. He couldn't help but stare at how satiated Deku looked and his little open smile as he panted softly. What the hell? It's like that made my heart skip a beat. Bakugo pulled his boxers and pants back up him before crawling up and pressing down against him. He nuzzled his face against his neck and kissed it softly. Aizu. Kaken. Deku asked as he nuzzled his face against his head and started rubbing his back. I like this. I like making you happy. Bakugo said as he kept his face hidden against his neck and started tracing circles on his chest. Yeah, Kaken, I like making you happy too. Deku said as he brought his hand up to his hair, rubbing him softly. But what makes you say that all of a sudden? Just. Bakugo said as he kissed his neck again and wrapped his arm around him. I want to always make you happy. I want to make sure you keep your smile. Kaken. Deku said softly as he held him a bit tighter. I love you, Kaken. Bakugo grunted and lifted his head and pressed his forehead and nose to his. I love you too, Izu. Deku leaned in and kissed him then as he kept hugging him close. Every time they pulled away they couldn't help but to come back in for more, gentle, sweet kisses. Bakugo finally pulled back and said, All right, we need to get up or we'll be doing this all day. Deku smiled and glanced away. That wouldn't be so bad. Bakugo grabbed a pillow and smacked him with it. Get up, nerd. Deku laughed and grabbed the other pillow, hitting him back. Kaken. Bakugo huffed a laugh as they started fighting with the pillows till they ended up standing on the bed and hopping down chasing after each other. Eventually, Deku knocked Bakugo's pillow out of his hands and then threw his own down and jumped at him, wrestling against him till they ended up on the ground. Bakugo managed to get him in a headlock and huffed proudly. Got your badash. Deku wrapped what he could manage of black WP around him, pulling him off and pressed his knee into his back. You were saying, Kaken. Hey, what the hell? Get this 𝗧𝗏 off me. Cheater. Bakugo barked, squirming beneath him angrily as Deku laughed. They stilled then as they heard a knock at the door. You guys good in there? Kirishima called out. Yeah, we're fine. Deku said back as he released black WHP. Bakugo grunted and shoved him off, making him yelp as he yelled, "We'll be fine when he admits that I win." He straddled him and pinned his hands to the floor as he leaned down in his face. "Right, Desu?" Deku smiled and kissed him, making Bakugo blush for a moment before Deku threw him back, pinning him down by his hands as he pushed between his legs. Bakugo squeezed his legs around him, breathing heavy as he stared up at him. "𝗧𝗵𝗲, that turned me on so much." "All right." Kirishima laughed. "Just don't kill each other." Deku was panting from all the wrestling, and slid his fingers between Bakugo's as he leaned down and kissed him hard. Bakugo kissed back, holding onto his hands and pushed up against him before pulling away. "F you." Deku smiled and got up, pulling Bakugo up with him. "Okay, Kaken, what do you want to do?" Bakugo was so flustered he couldn't think for a moment, just glared at him for getting him in the mood again and stopping. Deku gave him a guilty smile then and said, "Sorry." Bakugo rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. "Yeah, right. You knew what you were doing." Deku wrapped his arms around him and kissed his cheek. "Yeah." Bakugo glared at him again. "What time is our physical therapy?" Deku let go and grabbed his phone from the nightstand. "We've got another hour. By train it'll take about 20 minutes, so we're good for just a bit." "All right. Wanna play something?" Bakugo asked as he glanced at his gaming system. Deku smiled and nodded. "Yeah, that sounds fun, Kaken." They sat in the floor together and played games for a bit before getting dressed and heading out to the hospital for their physical therapy session. They made a lot of progress already, though they were both more sore than normal from all the training and wrestling with each other. When they left the hospital, Bakugo noticed the time and said, "Hey, Aizu, it'll be after lunch by the time we make it back to you. Wanna see if anything is open and grab a bite to eat?" Deku blushed and looked the other way, fidgeting his hands. Kaken. It'd be like a date." Bakugo blushed and grabbed his hand, glancing away as well. "Yeah, I guess. Honestly, I don't even know if anywhere is open yet anyways, so don't get your hopes up." Deku faced him and smiled. "You could cook for us, Kaken." "What? Why me?" Bakugo grumbled. "Because, Kaken, I remember you're an amazing cook." Deku said proudly as Bakugo narrowed his eyes at him. "HMN. Fine," he said, giving in to his puppy dog eyes. Deku all but leaped with joy as they made their way to the train station and headed back. Bakugo checked around for what ingredients they had and noticed they had everything they needed for 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He blushed slightly as he knew it was one of Deku's favorites, and pulled everything out and got to work. Deku wanted to stay with him, but Bakugo ran him off, saying he'd only be in the way. In reality, he felt sort of nervous, as if he wanted to impress him and didn't want any distractions. Deku sat patiently in the common room, scrolling on his phone for a few minutes before his mind began to wander. Kaken and I haven't been apart much lately. Feels weird not having him next to me." Deku wanted to message him, but knew he was trying to cook and didn't want to make him angry. He kept scrolling absent-mindedly on his phone, trying to distract himself and failing. "I kinda miss Kaken." "That's silly. Though he's just down the hall." He felt a bit flustered at himself, thinking how it had literally only been a few minutes. He kept scrolling till he saw footage from their battle. Thanks to the business course students and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, everything had been captured. Everything, including when Bakugo got struck down by Shigaraki. Deku's heart started pounding as his breath picked up. He wanted to press play on the video, but he knew if it showed that, he wouldn't be able to handle it. The image of Bakugo splayed out, with that giant bloody hole where his heart should be. Lifeless eyes, limp body, the torn-up card they got together as children that he'd kept all this time. Deku saw him, his childhood friend, dead right before his eyes. Because he wasn't there to stop it. Before he realized it, his eyes were full of tears, his vision going in and out. Only that image stayed in the back of his head. He couldn't breathe. Bakugo was dead, he was gone. There was so much blood pooled around him, spilling from his mouth. Catch a dash, Deku rasped as tears poured down his face, gasping for air. "Midoriya. Are you okay?" Todoroki asked as he walked through. Deku couldn't look up as he tried to focus on his breathing, gripping his phone so hard the screen began to crack. "Hey, Midoriya." Todoroki said, concerned as he walked in front of him and knelt down. Hey, what's going on? Deku was still struggling for air, suffocating under the weight of his thoughts. His chest felt tight and his body was on high alert, as though danger sense was going off, but much worse. Midoriya, what happened? Are you hurt? Todoroki asked as he placed a hand on his knee. Deku flinched and looked at him. Kaken? He's Bakugo. Todoroki asked. Bakugo is fine, Midoriya. He's in the kitchen. Are you dash? Deku stood up and staggered around for a moment before sprinting down to the kitchen, still gasping for breath. Bakugo looked back from where he was cooking the pork and dropped everything as he saw him. Kaken. Deku cried from the entryway as Bakugo ran to him and grabbed him in his arms. What? What happened, Izuku? Bakugo asked in a panic, holding him and inspecting him for any sign of wounds. Deku grabbed onto him as his body shook, sobbing uncontrollably. Todoroki came in holding his phone, speaking in a concerned voice. Bakugo, I think he's having a panic attack. Bakugo looked back at Deku, holding him close, and ran his hand up over his head and stroked his fingers through his hair. Aizu. It's okay. Todoroki watched as Kirishima walked in too and asked, Hey, Midoriya? What's going on? Is he okay? Todoroki looked at him as Bakugo knelt down with Deku till they were sitting on the ground, Deku between his legs crying against his chest softly. Bakugo held him close and kept petting his head, rocking him in his arms. This video was up on his phone when I found him. He may have seen something from the battle that triggered the panic attack. Todoroki explained, sitting his phone on the table. They really shouldn't have posted all of those without considering this as a possibility. Kirishima's face saddened as he looked down at Deku. Ah man. No more social media for you, buddy. Hey, it's gonna be alright. Bakugo noticed the crying was slowing down, but he was still shaking as he held him. Izuku. Okay, Aizu. He kissed his head softly a couple times, not worrying about who was watching. He felt himself trembling with him, as though every fiber of his being protested against Deku being scared and upset. He couldn't stand it, he wanted to make it better. Deku's breathing was finally starting to even out as he hiccuped through small sobs. He pulled his face back just enough to look up at Bakugo. Kaken. His voice was hoarse and broken. Bakugo ran his hand to his cheek and pulled him into a kiss, using his thumb to wipe away tears before pulling back. Right here, Aizu. I'm here. Deku sniffled and wiped his face. I'm sorry. Hey, it's okay. Izuku. Bakugo said as he pulled him back against him and started patting his head again and rubbing his back. Nothing to be sorry for. Just relax for me, okay? Todoroki walked over to the stove and turned it off as Kirishima sat at the table, waiting to make sure Deku was alright. I was so scared. Deku said between breaths. I know, Aizu. I know. Bakugo said sadly. His chest hurt seeing Deku so scared. He wanted to take away all the fear and anxiety but wasn't sure what to do. He nuzzled his head down against Deku's as he wrapped him in his arms. Deku gripped onto his shirt as he finally got calmed down enough to get the image out of his mind. He focused on Bakugo's steady heartbeat, pressing his head against his chest and getting lost in his embrace. Kaken. I love you, Kaken. I'm so glad you're okay. He rasped. Bakugo moved his legs around him more and kissed his head. Yeah, Aizu, I love you too. A whole lot. And I'm glad you're okay too. He held him there for a few more moments before leaning back, letting his arms loosen around him. He looked down at him and rubbed his back as Deku lifted his head and wiped his face again. You good, Aizu? Bakugo asked as he brought his hand around and pressed his thumb to his cheek, wiping the last of the tears. Deku nodded and sniffled again, looking around at the others. Yeah. Sorry about that, Todoroki. Kirishima. You're fine, Midoriya, don't apologize. This sort of thing is actually really common after what you experienced. Todoroki explained. Yeah, man, and sometimes it's good to break down and let it out. Can't keep those kind of feelings bottled up. Kirishima added. Is everything okay in here? Aizawa said as he entered the room and took in what was going on. Midoriya, are you all right? Before Deku could say anything, Todoroki explained what happened, leaving Aizawa with a sympathetic look. You definitely should stay away from social media, all of you for that matter. No one needs to rehash that battle any more than your minds are already doing. Aizawa said as he knelt down to Deku and Bakugo. Especially you two, you experienced something very traumatic. Midoriya, you may benefit from therapy, honestly. We have a good counselor visiting here from the States that I could set you up with. Bakugo glanced at Deku, rubbing his cheek with his thumb still. How's that sound, Aizu? You think that could help? Deku felt a bit embarrassed but nodded. I didn't think it was this bad. I had some bad dreams. But never really during the day like this. Yeah, Aizawa said. It's like Todoroki said, that was definitely a panic attack. Bakugo, you'll need to keep a close eye on him and let us know if this keeps happening. I'll talk to the counselor for you and set up a meeting time. Okay. Deku nodded as he pulled out of Bakugo's arms and looked back at him, giving him a small reassuring smile before they stood. Aizawa stood as well and looked around. Were you in the middle of cooking something? Yeah, we missed lunch 'cause of our physical therapy. Bakugo explained. That's when I left him alone. Deku could hear the guilt in his voice and looked at him. Hey, it's not your fault. Well, go ahead and continue, I'll stay in here for a bit too. You think you're all right now, Midoriya? Bakugo let go of him hesitantly as Deku nodded and wiped his eyes one more time. After Deku sat at the table. With Kirishima and Aizawa, Bakugo went back to cooking, heart still pounding. Todoroki started to help Bakugo but Bakugo barked. Don't even think about cutting anything up for me. Go sit with Izuku if you want to be useful. Todoroki gave him an exasperated look but nodded and joined the others at the table. Bakugo was a nervous wreck and kept glancing back at Deku, noticing he was talking with them but wasn't smiling, and his face was still red and puffy from crying. Bakugo placed his hand over his chest for a moment, trying to calm himself down. Deku was pretty quiet after a bit as the others chatted around him, checking in on him every few minutes until Bakugo got their bowls of katsudon ready and brought them over. Deku smiled slightly as Bakugo placed his in front of him and sat next to him, scooting his chair closer so that their legs and arms were touching. My favorite. Deku said happily though his voice was still weak. Thanks so much, Kaken. You're welcome, Aizu. Bakugo said as he placed his hand on his thigh, rubbing it with his thumb. Now eat up. When they knew Deku was alright, Kirishima and Todoroki got up and said goodbye and made their way out. Bakugo watched Deku as he started eating before turning to eat his own. Deku smiled fully finally as he ate and spoke happily. It's delicious, Kaken. Bakugo smirked, feeling his uneasiness settling finally. Course it is. I made it. Aizawa smiled then, seeing they were going back to normal, before standing and saying, I'm gonna head back to my office now. If you have any more problems, please let me know. I care about you boys, and your mental health is just as important as your physical health. Deku nodded and swallowed a big bite. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Sorry for troubling you. No, it's not a problem, Midoriya. Aizawa said as he patted his shoulder. He stuck his hand back in his pocket and looked at Bakugo. Same goes for you, Bakugo. I'm always here if either of you need me for anything. Bakugo nodded as he glanced up from Deku. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Aizawa. After Aizawa made his way out, Bakugo kept watching Deku eat and continued to as well. This was really good, Kaken. Thanks again for cooking for us. Deku said as he finished up. Bakugo noticed he was staring down at his bowl and fidgeting slightly. Yeah, here, help me with the dishes. Deku nodded and grabbed his bowl. Okay. They got up and Deku followed close behind him as they made their way to the sink. Bakugo had already cleaned as he went, so all the cookware was already washed. They cleaned their bowls and sat them over to dry and Bakugo reached his hand out. Deku took it and also clung to his arm as they made their way back to Bakugo's room. They sat down on the edge of the bed together and Deku kept holding onto his arm. Hey, Aizu. Bakugo said softly, turning to him and pulling his legs up on the bed. Come here. Deku crawled up over him and they laid down, Bakugo wrapping his arms and legs around him. Deku laid against him with his head resting on his chest and closed his eyes as Bakugo ran his hands up under his shirt, rubbing his back. "You feelin' better, Aizu?" Bakugo asked gently. "Yeah, Kaken. I'm sorry. I don't like making you worry about me," Deku said with a small voice, having felt him trembling before. "I'll always worry about you, nerd," Bakugo said with a small smile. Deku leaned up and looked at him. "Kaken? I guess it's hard to let go of this fear in me," Deku admitted and glanced down at his chest. I knew I already cared about you, a lot. But I think when I saw you and thought you were gone, I think that's when I realized just how much you really meant to me." Bakugo listened as he kept rubbing his back and brought one hand out of his shirt to pat his head. Deku leaned into his touch and continued, "It's like you've always been such a big part of my life, Kaken. I know we've had rough parts of our relationship, but even then, I knew you'd always be there. And then you saved me so many times, risking your life for me. And when you came after me and apologized for everything, it meant so much to me, Kaken. And the thought of that suddenly disappearing, you being gone, taken away from me just as things were getting good between us, it hurt. A lot. And I didn't even get to fall apart. I had to keep fighting. I had to keep a level head to win, to stay alive myself. But I honestly don't know if I wanted to. I only calmed down and fought rationally because I knew I had to for the sake of everyone else and the world. But my world was you, Kaken." Bakugo felt tears prickle behind his eyes as his breathing became shaky, hearing Deku's words. He never realized how much he cared for him this whole time, and he felt so stupid for not realizing it sooner. Aizu. Bakugo sounded raspier than he expected. "I didn't realize how much you meant to me either until you ran off from you." He sniffled now as tears began to stream down his face. "I was so used to you being there that I didn't realize how much I effing needed you. How much I relied on you being there pushing me to be my best. And calling out to me, reaching for me when I was down. Even though I wouldn't take your hand, 'cause of my shitty attitude and pride, Izuku, I always felt a rush when it was you that reached out to me. And when you left, I felt so effing alone. More than I'd ever felt in my entire life. That stupid hole in my chest doesn't compare to how my heart ached knowing you were out there on your own, running yourself into the ground for the sake of others. I realized then that I wanted to be better to you and take care of you. I wanted to be the one to reach out to you for once, like I should have done all along. I'm sorry it took me so long to grow the F up and realize how much you meant to me." Deku was crying again now as he listened. Kaken. They wrapped their arms around each other, crying against each other's shoulders as they nuzzled their heads down into each other. "Izuku. I love you. So effing much," Bakugo said against his neck. "Kaken. I love you, Kaken," Deku said back between sobs. Deku leaned back enough for Bakugo to face him as they both went in for a kiss. It was long and desperate as they held each other tightly. Their faces were still wet with tears as they pressed into each other more, wanting to feel as close as they could. They slowed into soft, gentle kisses and finally pulled apart enough to wipe their faces before Bakugo groaned, "Uff. Izuku, you're really turning me into an emotional mess, you know." Deku huffed a broken laugh and smiled. "Yeah, sorry, Kaken." Bakugo kissed him again and smiled back. "Sakai. As long as you're okay, I guess I'll have as many tearful talks as I have to." Deku nuzzled down against his chest. "Thank you, Kaken. And sorry about before. I should have just let you stay in the kitchen with me," Bakugo said as he glanced away. "No, it was fine, Kaken," Deku said as he brought his hand up to his cheek. "I didn't realize how bad this was. I was fine before when we were separated, but I think it was because my mind was occupied." "Yeah." Bakugo brought his hand against his and nuzzled his face against it, kissing his palm. Deku smiled and moved his hand and kissed him, only pulling away as they heard a knock at the door. "Bakugo, you guys in there?" Todoroki asked from outside the door. "Yeah, we're in here half and half," Bakugo answered as he wiped his face. "I was just wanting to check on how Midoriya was doing," Todoroki explained. Deku untangled himself from Bakugo and sat up, wiping his tears away as well. Yeah, Todoroki. I'm okay. He looked to Bakugo, wanting to invite him in but didn't want to be rude since it wasn't his room. Bakugo picked up on it, reading his face easily. Come on in, Bakugo said as he sat up on the edge of the bed. Todoroki stepped in and joined them, sitting at the end of the bed. I'm glad you're feeling better, Midoriya. I was pretty worried. I was able to figure out that it was a panic attack but I wasn't sure how to help. Sorry about that. No, you were fine, Todoroki. You honestly helped a lot by just recognizing what was happening. I didn't know myself what was going on. I was just scared and overwhelmed. Sorry for worrying you. Deku stammered. Bakugo leaned against him so that their arms and legs touched before turning his attention to Todoroki. I'm glad you found him, half and half. He rubbed the back of his neck and glanced away as he continued, thanks. Todoroki smiled, of course. By the way, how have you been holding up? Bakugo asked, thinking of his fight with 𝗬𝗲𝗍. Last he had heard, 𝗬𝗲𝗍 was still alive but probably wouldn't make it much longer. Todoroki's smile saddened slightly as he looked down at his hands clasped in his lap. Yeah, I've been alright. I've been talking with Toya when my family and I visit him. I'm learning things about my brother I never knew. I wish things had been different, but I know I have to simply accept this as a better outcome than what could have happened. I'm so sorry, Todoroki. Deku said as he patted his shoulder. We're always here if you ever need to talk about it or anything. Yeah, it must be tough. Bakugo admitted. Thanks, you guys. It means a lot. Todoroki said as he smiled over at them. But anyways, I was also going to let you guys know everyone is gathering in the common room again for another movie, if you feel like joining. Oh, what movie is it this time? Deku asked, interested and hoping it wasn't a scary one again. I'm not sure. I believe Ida said it was an action film, though the girls seemed to be laughing behind him as he told me. Todoroki said with a confused look. Oh geez, there's no telling what they have picked out. Bakugo said as he imagined what on earth they could be laughing for. Yeah, sounds like it could be fun. Deku said as he took Bakugo's hand. I guess. Bakugo said as he stood up with him. They followed Todoroki out to the common room where everyone had already claimed all the spots on the couch. Yaoyorozu, Mina, and Hagakure had laid out some blankets and pillows for everyone else to sit on. Bakugo and Deku chose a spot next to the couch on some fuzzy blankets and Kirishima lit up as they saw them joining. Hey guys. How are you feeling, Midoriya? I'm better now, thanks, Kirishima. Deku said with a smile. Bakugo was distracted as he realized they sat near a vent where cool air was hitting him. He could feel goosebumps prickling his skin already as he grunted and pulled Deku closer, leaning his arm against his. Oh, are you cold, Kaken? Deku asked, turning to him and almost touching noses as he realized how close he was. He blushed and leaned his head back slightly. Before Bakugo could respond, Mina hopped up and handed them an extra blanket. Here you go, guys. I'm chilly too since we have the air on, but some of the guys were hot so guess we have to suffer. Thanks, Pinky. And someone turn that 𝗧𝗏𝗃 off. Bakugo grumbled as he took the blanket. He threw it around him and Deku, snuggling close to him as he covered them up. Deku smiled and wrapped his arms around him, silently hoping they left the air on so they had an excuse to stay like this. Everyone else was chatting to themselves quietly as Yaoyorozu turned off the lights and started the movie. Bakugo leaned into Deku's embrace more, melting under the warmth of him and the blanket around them. He nuzzled his head into the crook of his neck and had his hands resting in Deku's lap. Deku couldn't help but feel amazed that Bakugo would be like this with him in front of everyone else. He found himself unable to pay attention as the movie began because he kept wanting to nuzzle down against Bakugo and kiss him. He glanced down again as Bakugo shifted slightly against him, getting more comfy. He's being so cute right now. My heart can't take it. Bakugo noticed him fidgeting around and looked at him, whispering, You okay, Aizu? Yes, sorry. Deku said, blushing slightly. Bakugo smirked, noticing his flustered expression and peeked around making sure everyone was busy watching the movie before giving him a soft kiss. Calm down, nerd. Deku blushed more. I can't when you do that. Be glad that's all I'm doing. Bakugo said teasingly as he slid his hand up his thigh. Deku stiffened up and whined, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo huffed a small laugh and slid his hand back down. You're the easily flustered, 𝗧𝗏. Deku grunted at him, then looked back at the movie, noticing it was not an action film but some sort of drama/romance. The girls were super into it, and even some of the guys were getting drawn into the complicated storyline. After a few moments, Deku glanced back down at Bakugo, who was already yawning. Sorry if you're bored, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. You're the one not watching the movie. Bakugo pointed out. Yeah, guess you're right. Deku said with a guilty face. It's hard to focus on anything else when I have you right here. Bakugo blushed and looked away. Shut up. Sappy nerd. Deku glanced away. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I think I'd rather just go back to the room, if that's okay. Bakugo sat up a bit. Yeah, that's fine with me. You okay? Yeah, Deku said, giving him a reassuring smile. Bakugo nodded and they stood, unwrapping themselves from the blanket. They tried to be quiet and stay out of the way as they left, hoping to not draw any attention. They got a few looks but no one asked them where they were going, thankfully. Once back to his room, Bakugo locked the door behind them and Deku threw his arms back around him immediately. You sure you're okay, 𝗧𝗍? Bakugo asked softly as he put his arms around him too. Yeah, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I just want to be closer to you. Deku explained, nuzzling his face into his neck, and I really wanted to kiss again. Well, do what you want. Bakugo said, blushing and kissing his head. Deku nuzzled his face against his neck more and kissed it softly, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo slid his hands up Deku's shirt, rubbing his back and nudged his head with his until he looked up and kissed his lips. Deku gripped onto his shirt as he kissed him deeper, pushing his body against him. They kept kissing as Bakugo started walking them backwards towards the bed. He sat down on the edge and laid back as Deku pushed into him, nestling down between his legs and grabbing his thigh with one hand while holding himself up with the other. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Deku breathed between kisses as he grinded down against him. 𝗧𝗵𝗄. 𝗧𝗏, Bakugo huffed, just kiss? We're supposed to wait. Deku bit his lip gently and tugged on it, whining slightly, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Please, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Before kissing him again, even harder than before. Bakugo gave into the kiss, squeezing his legs around Deku's waist as he held onto his back. Deku slid his hand up his thigh and up his shirt, feeling his way up his body as his shirt lifted with it. They pulled apart for just a moment as they both 𝗧𝗍𝗍 their shirts off, tossing them and crashed back into each other. The kiss was needy and rough as they kept grinding against each other, both desperate to feel more. 𝗧𝗍. Bakugo rasped between kisses as he slid his hands down to the edge of his pants. Deku pulled back just long enough for them to finish stripping down before going straight back into each other's embrace. Deku gripped onto Bakugo's hip as they kissed again, grinding themselves together. Bakugo held onto Deku's sides, panting between each kiss. Deku broke away and moved down, kissing his neck as he slid his hand from his hip and gripped onto his pages. Bakugo grabbed onto him harder as he panted, Deku. Deku stayed at his neck for a moment, then crawled down out of Bakugo's grip and wrapped his lips around the tip before sucking him in. Bakugo tensed and gripped onto the bedsheets as Deku continued. He blushed as he wondered if he was going to do that other thing again and found himself pouting at the fact he wanted him to. Deku looked up at him and slid his mouth off, still working him with his hand. He brought his other hand up to his mouth, sucking on 2 fingers this time. Bakugo blushed even more as he watched him, legs trembling slightly. Once Deku had his fingers dripping wet, he started to lick the tip of his pee-pee again and slid his fingers down against him. Bakugo flinched slightly at the feeling. Deku sucked him back into his mouth before prodding with his finger, slipping one in. Bakugo's toes curled as he squirmed, gripping the sheets even harder and rasped. 𝗧𝗍𝗍. Deku kept pressing into him, trying to find the good spot again as he lifted his head and asked, You okay? 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Bakugo nodded as he hid his face slightly with his arm. Don't stop. Deku blushed at the sight of him and the little sounds he was making and wanted to make him squirm even more. After making sure it was wet enough and Bakugo was still feeling good, he pressed another finger in, slowly stretching him. Bakugo grunted slightly, trying not to tense up as he laid his head back panting. Once Deku worked his fingers in good, he sucked his pee-pee back into his mouth again, humming against him. Bakugo flinched as Deku's fingers found the spot he'd been needing and started massaging there, sliding in and out a bit faster. He reached down and grabbed onto Deku's hair as he panted, trying his best to hold back his voice. Deku. Deku. Deku didn't know how much longer he could wait. He wanted his fingers to be his pee-pee so bad it was driving him crazy, but he knew they'd probably need more than spit for it to be comfortable for Bakugo. As he kept going, he couldn't help his train of thought, getting distracted wondering what they could use that was available to them. We can't go buy lube without someone recognizing us, that'd be so awkward. I could order online later. But the postal services are probably still really behind right now. Deku. Bakugo whined as he pulled at his hair, bringing him back from his thoughts just as Bakugo came. Deku slowed his movements for a moment before stopping and slid his fingers out gently as he lifted his head up. Bakugo was panting hard with such a satiated look on his face and tiny tears in the corner of his eyes. Deku was so desperately wanting to be inside him, he had to ask, "Kaken, is there anything we could use?" He leaned over him, rubbing the tip against him. Bakugo blushed and hid his face with his arm again. "SHT, I'm scared. But I want to do it. I dunno if it'll fit." Bakugo admitted softly. Deku rubbed his fingers against him again, pouting down at Bakugo as he slid one in, making his body tremble. "I can keep doing this for a bit first. Could we just try?" Bakugo peeked over his arm at him and nodded, panting as he said, I have some coconut oil. I read that we could use that." Deku nodded, then leaned down, still rubbing his finger in and out gently. "Kaken, are you okay? Why are you hiding?" he asked, hoping he wasn't pushing too far. Bakugo blushed more and glanced away. "I'm fine, Izuku. Just sort of nervous." Deku slowed his movements and pressed his head down against his. "Sorry, Kaken. Do you want me to stop?" Bakugo shook his head as he moved his arm and wrapped it around him. "No. Keep going. I really want to try this." Deku blushed and nodded, pressing his finger into him deeper as he watched Bakugo squirm beneath him. "Tell me if it hurts, Kaken." Bakugo huffed. "This is nothing. Put another in already." Deku nodded and kissed him before slipping in another finger, feeling him flinch against him. Bakugo groaned softly against his lips and started rocking his hips towards his hand, making Deku shudder. "Kaken's so cute. The sounds he's making, the way he's reacting to me. It's driving me crazy." Bakugo trembled again as the uncomfortable feeling started to ease. Deku pushed his fingers in deep then, hitting that good spot and sending a shiver down his spine. He let out a soft 𝗵𝗵𝗲 against his lips as they kept kissing, making Deku even more excited. Bakugo squeezed his legs around him and pulled away, panting, "Okay. We should hurry before they get done with their movie. I'm scared I won't be able to. Be quiet." Deku blushed more, wanting to hear Bakugo make more sounds, desperate for it even. He kissed him again for a moment as he slid his fingers out slowly. Bakugo squirmed as he slid them out and let go of him as he leaned back. Deku crawled out of bed then and looked at him. "Where is it, Kaken?" "Bathroom cabinet," Bakugo said as he watched. He couldn't believe they were really doing this, that Deku wanted this with him. His heart was pounding as he saw Deku coming back with the bottle and joining him on the bed again. He wanted him so badly. He loved him. He needed him. Being apart from him had become unbearable, and even being together wasn't close enough. "I dunno the easiest position for this," Deku admitted as he started getting them ready, rubbing his pee-pee with the oil and then poured a bit onto Bakugo, rubbing him with his fingers again. "I want to face you," Bakugo admitted as he remained on his back and spread his legs slightly for him. Deku nodded in agreement as he slipped his fingers in again, making sure he was ready. Bakugo flinched as he watched, already panting again and holding onto Deku's arms. It still hurt slightly, but it was definitely a lot easier now and starting to feel good. Deku slid his fingers out after a moment and grabbed his PP, lining it up as he hovered over him. Bakugo gripped his arms harder, bracing himself as he felt the head pushing in. He grunted in pain as he felt him entering and tried to focus on relaxing his body. It's too damn big. I gotta stop tensing up or it'll be worse. Deku decided to sit still in him for a moment and leaned down, nuzzling his forehead and nose to his. Bakugo wrapped his legs around him and kissed him, not letting go of his arms. Deku kissed back, fighting the urge to plunge straight in as he felt him squeezing around him. After a few moments, Bakugo felt comfortable enough and pulled back. Okay. Come on, move. Deku kissed him again softly and asked, Are you sure, Kaken? Does it hurt? Bakugo squeezed his legs around him, pushing it in a little more and whined, Just do it, Izuku. Deku nodded and gripped onto his thigh and pressed into him more, sliding in slowly as Bakugo shuddered. Deku could tell the moment he hit his sweet spot, as the pained expression on his face eased and his legs trembled around him. Bakugo was still uncomfortable as he adjusted to his size, but he couldn't fight back the good feeling that came with it. They leaned back into a kiss as Deku settled all the way inside of him and pulled back. It's all in. Kaken. You still feel okay? Bakugo blushed at the sight and panted, Wait, Sakai. Deku kissed him again, slow and deep. Bakugo felt like he was going to go crazy with him just sitting inside not moving. Bakugo pushed him back after a moment, panting up at him, Move, Aizu. Okay, Kaken. Stop me if it's too much. Deku said softly before leaning back in to kiss again. He started pulling out and back in slowly, drawing pained moans from Bakugo. Bakugo whined against his lips, wrapping his arms around him and curling his toes from the feeling. If it hurts. But something feels good. Deku's inside me. I'm gonna go crazy. Deku groaned against his lips as he kept pushing into him as gently as he could. This feels amazing. He's so hot inside and tight. I want to go faster, I want more of Kaken. I hope he likes this. I want him to feel good too. Deku panted between kisses and reached down, grabbing Bakugo's PP and rubbing it as he continued to move. Bakugo squirmed and against him, wrapping his legs tighter around him. Deku. He cried out. Kaken. Not too loud. Deku said softly before kissing him deeper to try and drown out his sounds. He was feeling so good he couldn't help but to push into him a bit harder. Kaken. I love you, Kaken. Amen, Deku. I love you, Deku. Bakugo huffed between kisses. OF. It feels so good. This weird sensation, it's gonna send me over the edge already. Deku, slow down, it's so sensitive. I think. I'm gonna. His body shuddered as Deku kissed him deeply again, drowning out his cry as he came. Deku let go of his PP and gripped onto his thigh again as he started pushing into him faster, desperate for his own release. Bakugo cried out against him and clawed at his back as Deku kept going and pulled his lips away for a moment, almost. Kaken. Bakugo gritted his teeth, whimpering softly as Deku captured his lips with his again. His body felt sensitive and sore before Deku finally slowed and pushed into him hard and deep as he came. Bakugo shuddered beneath him, clinging to him desperately as they pulled out of the kiss. You were supposed to pull out. Sorry, Kaken. Deku huffed against his ear. You felt so good. Bakugo grunted and bit his neck hard before sucking on it and kissing it. Yeah. Deku panted softly against his shoulder and started to slide out, but Bakugo tightened his grip on him and whined. Deku looked down at him, scared he hurt him. Kaken. You okay? Bakugo grunted and bit down on him again, making Deku flinch slightly. He sucked on his neck and locked his ankles around him, grinding his hips against him. No. Don't let go. Kaken. Deku breathed as he pushed back into him, leaning down against him. Bakugo shuddered again and let go of his neck, looking up at him and kissing his lips. Just Stay like this a little longer, 𝗧𝗲𝗍𝗧𝗏. Deku blushed and nuzzled down against him, wrapping his arms around him. 𝗧𝗏𝗃. We need to clean you up. We should probably stop there, or he'll be in pain. Knowing him, he won't admit it. Bakugo grunted against him and huffed. Yeah, but I feel you getting hard again. Deku blushed. Well, it's your fault. Bakugo nuzzled his face against his and grinded against him again, making Deku lose what little restraint he had. Deku groaned and kissed him, beginning to pull in and out of him again as Bakugo squirmed and whined from the movement. 𝗧𝗏𝗃. Ah, Deku! Bakugo cried out softly as he clawed at his back again. 𝗧𝗏𝗃. You're so cute, 𝗧𝗏𝗃. Deku said against his ear before kissing it and kissing down his neck. Bakugo kept panting and with every move, melting under him. Deku ran his hand into his hair and gripped onto it as he kissed and sucked on his neck, picking up his pace. Bakugo was less uncomfortable this time as it was only starting to feel better and better as they continued. Deku kissed back to his mouth as he got louder, trying to keep his voice as muffled as possible. He slid his hand down out of his hair and down his neck and chest, brushing against his NPL causing him to flinch. Deku blushed, not knowing if he'd get mad or not, but decided it was worth it as he pinched it gently. Ah, Deku. Bakugo whined against him. The hell? I'm not a effin' girl. Deku couldn't help but notice him squirming more with every touch, but, 𝗧𝗏𝗃. It seems like you like it, 𝗧𝗏𝗃. Bakugo bit his lip. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Deku cut him off with a hard kiss and kept rubbing his NPL between his fingertips. Bakugo ran his hands down to his arms, gripping onto them tightly as he cried out against him. Deku was rougher this time now that Bakugo was better adjusted to him. He kept kissing him deeply and touching him as he thrusted, then finally released his NPL to slide his hand down and grip his pages. Bakugo groaned against him, kissing back desperately. He wrapped his arms around him and threw his head back, crying out as he came again, 𝗧𝗏𝗃 Deku. Deku leaned down against him and on his elbow as he used his other hand to cover Bakugo's mouth. Gotta be quiet, 𝗧𝗏𝗃. Deku reminded him gently between breaths as he kept pounding into him. Bakugo couldn't be bothered to respond as he cried out against his hand and his body twitched with pleasure. He was completely exhausted now as Deku continued while kissing the other side of his neck and biting down slightly. Deku leaned back then and Bakugo lost his grip on him, arms falling down at his sides as he watched. Deku grabbed the pillow and handed it to him. As soon as Bakugo took it and bit down on it, Deku grabbed his thighs and shoved them forward, pushing into him hard. Bakugo groaned into the pillow, hugging it tightly against him as Deku pushed into him over and over again, panting down at him. Deku didn't want to push him too far with this being their first time, but he had no rationality left as he got lost in Bakugo's sounds and flustered face staring up at him. He gripped his legs harder as he finally came again and fell down over him panting. Bakugo was breathing shakily as he let go of the pillow with drool running down the side of his mouth and tears in the corners of his eyes. Deku kissed him softly between breaths as he pulled out slowly and laid down next to him. They stayed there for a few moments catching their breath before Deku looked over at him. That was amazing, 𝗧𝗏𝗃. How do you feel? Bakugo glanced over at him, placing his hand against his stomach and holding his knees together. Why, it was good, 𝗧𝗍𝗪. But, kinda feels effin' gross. Deku smiled guiltily. Sorry, 𝗧𝗏𝗃. Bakugo huffed a laugh. Didn't look sorry when you were filling my guts with your jizz. Deku blushed. 𝗧𝗏𝗃. Bakugo sat up and groaned, still holding his stomach. Are you okay? Deku asked worried as he sat up with. Yeah, I'm fine. Bakugo said as he scooted to the edge of the bed and stood up. His legs were trembling slightly, which was pissing him off as he started hobbling to the bathroom. Deku watched with a red face, thinking he was probably gonna get blasted for this later. Geez. He'll never admit it, but I was too rough on him. He scrambled off the bed and decided they'd need to clean the sheets and started stripping the bed, before joining Bakugo in the bathroom and washing himself off and washing his hands. Once they got themselves cleaned up, they made their way back in the room and got their clothes back on. Deku helped him make up the bed once he grabbed some clean sheets from the drawer and they heard a knock at the door. freezing up. "Hey guys, you in there?" Kirishima asked. "Yeah, what do you want, spiky hair?" Bakugo called back, voice still a bit hoarse. He blushed and glared at Deku, who was trying not to look. "Just wanted to check on you guys. The movie just ended and we noticed you left early." Kirishima explained. "How's Midoriya doing?" "Oh yeah, I'm fine," Deku said nervously as he felt Bakugo's glare. "Alright, let me know if you need to talk or anything," Kirishima said happily. "Thanks, Kirishima," Deku called back. Kirishima went back to his room then, and Deku breathed a sigh of relief that they were finished up before they finished their movie. Bakugo flinched as he picked up the laundry basket, and Deku blushed again as he stammered, "Let me, Kaken. Sorry, I kinda got too rough at the end." Bakugo gave him an angry look again before huffing and handing it over to him. "Stupid nerd, I never knew you could become more of a pain in the butt." Deku huffed a laugh which earned him a smack on the head before he unlocked the door and made his way out to do the laundry. Bakugo started to follow him but felt unsteady on his legs and opted to remain in his room, sitting back down on the bed and groaning softly from the soreness. "Stupid effin' nerd. Got so intense, it was just our first time." He blushed thinking about it and groaned again, thinking how they would do this again at some point. Suddenly he remembered the panic attack from earlier and felt uneasy, thinking he shouldn't have let Deku go by himself. He reached for his phone and noticed Deku left his too and grumbled, "Damn it." He got up and made his way out of the room as quickly as he could manage. On his way there he saw Mina, Jiro, Hagakure, and Momo still hanging out in the common room. He blushed slightly, hoping it wasn't noticeable in any way what him and Deku had been doing. He tried to make sure he was walking normally as he went through, then picked up his pace, seeing Deku walking around the corner. "Oh Kaken, you didn't have to come with me," Deku said as Bakugo followed him into the laundry room. "I can't leave your butt alone, remember?" Bakugo said as he sat carefully and watched him load the washer. "Yeah. Sorry," Deku said with a guilty smile before asking in a hushed voice, "Are you okay?" Bakugo blushed and nodded. "Course I am, don't worry about me." "Like hell, I'd admit it hurts. Stupid big PP nerd." Once Deku was finished, he walked up to Bakugo and took his hand. He could see the twinge of pain on his face as he stood and gave him a look. "What's that look for?" Bakugo barked as he glared back. Deku smiled, trying not to roll his eyes, and tugged him along. "Nothin'." Bakugo grunted and followed him, thankful that he dropped it. He noticed where they were then and said, "Hey, Aizu." "Yeah, Kaken," Deku asked as he looked over at him. "Do you want to get some clothes and stuff, and just stay in my room?" Bakugo asked as they were about to pass Deku's room. Deku smiled and nodded. "Yeah, sounds good." They made their way into Deku's room, making Bakugo smirk at all the All Might stuff again. He knew it was there, but it was still a shocking amount. Deku grabbed a backpack and started filling it with clothes and grabbed a notebook and a couple of other things. He already had his toothbrush in Bakugo's bathroom and his charger for his phone in Bakugo's room, as if he was already moving in there. Bakugo looked around and found one of Deku's hoodies, a black and green one similar to his World Hero mission suit. He picked it up and blushed slightly, thinking of all the missions they've done together. "Smells like him. I want to wear it." "Oh Kaken, you want to wear it? Since I have your shirt?" Deku asked as he noticed Bakugo making that pouty face he makes when he wants something. Bakugo felt flustered for being found out but was glad at the same time. It's mine now." Deku smiled and threw his backpack over his shoulder, then they went back out to head to Bakugo's room. Once they were back, Bakugo emptied a drawer in his dresser for him to use for his clothes. "Here." "Thanks, Kaken," Deku said as he started getting overwhelmed with emotion. Bakugo grimaced. "It's a drawer, nerd, calm down." Deku laughed and smiled at him with small tears in his eyes. "I know, I'm just happy." Bakugo huffed and took off his shirt and put on Deku's hoodie. It was warm and soft and fit perfectly thanks to them being relatively the same size. "You like it, Kaken?" Deku asked as he came up and hugged him from behind. Bakugo blushed and looked back at him. "Yeah, it's all right." Deku kissed his cheek, and before he could let go, Bakugo wrapped his arms over his and arched into him, making Deku blush and say, Kaken, don't do that, I'll wanna go again. Bakugo blushed and pushed out of his arms then, okay, let's go eat dinner. Deku smiled and nodded and they went to the cafeteria and sat at Deku's usual spot this time since they missed getting to eat with them at lunch. As they joined them, Kirishima and the others decided they should all sit together and pushed a nearby table up to theirs. The hell are you guys doing? Bakugo asked as Deku smiled at them. Why take turns sitting with us when we could all sit together like this? Kaminari said as they joined them. Did you at least get permission to move around the tables? Ida asked in his president way. Nah man, we'll move it back as soon as we're done. Shiro said as they began to eat. Ah, I think it's a great idea. Yururika said happily. Yep, gotta keep the lovebirds happy. Mina said teasingly. Speaking of lovebirds, you two become official yet? Hagakure asked as she was walking by. Mina smiled and blushed and looked at Kirishima. Yeah, he finally asked me out. Kirishima smiled with a slight blush. Yeah. Oh, and Ishido is gonna join me at Fat Gum's agency for our work studies this year. It's gonna be awesome. Oh wow, that's great. Deku said excitedly. Kaken, where should we go for our next work study? Bakugo stabbed at his food wondering then said, I'd like to go back to Denim Head, but if there's somewhere else you have in mind I'll go wherever you want. Ah, I knew you'd pick Best Jeanist. I'd love to do that. I haven't gotten to work with him much and I'd love to see him in action more especially after our last battle. Deku began, rambling. He was using an insane amount of control with his quirk during the fight and I want to learn what his limits are and see what all he thinks about how I was using Black Whip. Wouldn't it be cool if he did something similar, Shiro? Shiro nodded with a big smile. Yeah, I never thought about that. They continued to chat as they ate, going over everyone's plans and eventually brought up how Deku was going to be a teacher rather than a pro hero. Everyone liked the idea and were all super excited for him. Bakugo smiled to himself, knowing he'd messaged them in a group without Deku about the suit for him. Everyone was pitching in and really happy to help, but the suit was going to take a while to complete, and he'd need more money for all the parts and gadgets he wanted for it. Once they were finished up, a few of them went on to their rooms, leaving Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Jiro, Ojiro, Hagakure, Todoroki, and Momo in the common room. After going back and finishing up the laundry, Bakugo and Deku were walking through the common room when Hagakure called them over excitedly saying, You guys, you should join us. We're going to play games again. Yeah, we're going to be playing Never Have I Ever, Kaminari said, as a way to really find out things about each other. I'm just here because they made me, Todoroki said, and Kaminari elbowed him. Come on man, it'll be fun, he told him. I guess, Todoroki said as he yawned. Kirishima came up and whispered to Bakugo and Deku explaining, Jiro and Kaminari are a thing now and Jiro wanted to invite Momo. Then Mina said we should try to set her up with Todoroki. It's a whole thing. Deku smiled and tugged on Bakugo's hand. Sounds fun. What do you think, Kaken? Bakugo looked unimpressed but saw the smile across Deku's face and caved immediately, nodding and saying, All right, I'm not staying up too late, though. Woo, Kaminari said. Who wants to go first? Oh wait, let me guess. Me. Hagakure jumped excitedly as everyone found a spot to sit on the couches. Wait, what are the rules? Deku asked. Well, as we each take turns we'll say a statement about something we've never done. For example, I could say, Never have I ever been to Italy, and if any players have done the statement mentioned they put a finger down. Well, that's how it normally works. We're going to keep tally on this marker board. Yaoyorozu explained while holding a small board and marker. You're out once you reach 5 tallies. Oh okay, I got it. Deku said, thankful for the explanation. Some versions we'd be drinking instead of getting tallies. Kaminari said smiling. Yeah, but I doubt that Aizawa would let us get away with that. Jiro said as she gave him a look. We totally should though one day. Kirishima said excitedly. Of course. Mina said, high-fiving him. We ready to get started now. Like I said, I'm not staying up too late for this, Bakugo said with his arms crossed, leaning against Deku. Never have I ever been kissed. Hagakure said. Raise your hands if you have and I'll add the tally. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 instructed. Bakugo, Deku, Kirishima, and Mina all raised their hands, making 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 squeal. Mina. You didn't tell me. Mina blushed. I was going to. But it kinda just happened earlier today. Deku was almost regretting playing now because he was scared of what all they were going to say. He forgot about how weird it had gotten before. Bakugo noticed his nervous smile and couldn't help but to laugh at him quietly even though he was having the same thoughts. Alright, my turn. Ojiro said, never have I ever been on a date. This time no one raised their hands and 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 looked around. Really? You guys, we've got to get out more. I mean, we did just have an all-out war. Kinda put a damper on our social lives. Mina complained. Don't worry, Ishido, as soon as we have everything back to normal we'll go on the best date ever. Kirishima assured her, making her swoon. Jiro blushed over at Kaminari who nodded. Yeah, we'll all have to go out and have some fun as soon as we can. Okay, Bakugo, you're next. Ojiro said as he looked over at him. Alright, never have I ever. Bought more than 20 All Might posters. Bakugo said with a smirk at Deku. Kakon. You're gonna make me lose on purpose. Deku whined as he shook his arm. The others laughed and 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 put a tally down for Deku before saying, Alright, it's your turn now Midoriya, you can try to get him back if you want. Deku thought for a moment then laughed and said, never have I ever had to be restrained for my own good during a sports festival. Ah, F you. Bakugo said angrily, that was all 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗏's fault for holding back. Todoroki smiled, trying not to laugh. Sorry, Bakugo. I'll give you a rematch when you're all healed up. Yeah, you better. Bakugo barked as 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 put a tally down for him. My turn. Kirishima said, Alright, never have I ever been put under house arrest for fighting. Damn it. You're all targeting us. Bakugo yelled. Maybe if you wouldn't target each other you'd be okay. Jiro laughed. Deku sighed. It hadn't even been around one full turn and they already had 3 out of 5 tallies. My turn. Mina said happily before smirking over at Bakugo and Deku. Alright, never have I ever kissed someone in bed. Bakugo blushed and smacked his head down into his hand angrily as Deku raised his hand with a guilty smile. You guys are bold. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 said, blushing as she put tallies down for the two of them. Well, our first kiss was sitting on the bed at the hospital so. Deku explained as Bakugo thought he could die from embarrassment. Oh, that's so cute you guys. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 said excitedly. Shut it. Get to the next one already. Bakugo huffed, face still steaming. Deku was blushing as well, but smiling at the memory and nudged Bakugo. Bakugo glanced over at him angry then looked away and slid his hand over to his. Okay, my turn. Jiro said as she twirled her earphone jack with her finger, thinking, never have I ever fried my brains using my quirk. She laughed at Kaminari who gave her a look. Come on, Jiro. He whined as 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 put a tally down for him, laughing. Sorry, I had to poke fun with you a little bit. Jiro said, smiling with a slight blush. Kaminari melted at the sight. Okay, that's fine. Anyways. Never have I ever. He gave a teasing look at Bakugo and Deku, gave anyone a hickey. Bakugo stood up then, damn it, this game is stupid. Everyone was laughing as 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 put tallies down for him and Deku before saying, how about we raise it to 10 and then you're out? Seeing as though we haven't made it a full round yet. Yes, sounds good to me. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 said. Deku laughed nervously, thinking maybe they should go ahead and quit before things got too intense. Bakugo grumbled and sat back down though saying, okay, time to lock in, nerd. Think of things we can get them out with. Deku smiled at his competitiveness and nodded. Alright, Todoroki, it's your turn. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 said. Okay. Todoroki thought, never have I ever interned anywhere besides my father's agency. Way to get all of us, man. Kaminari admitted. Yeah, that was a good one. Kirishima said as 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 put a tally for everyone but Todoroki. Okay, my turn. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗏 said, never have I ever gotten lower than AB+ on a test. Everyone besides Bakugo, Todoroki, and Deku groaned and raised their hands. Hell yeah. Bakugo said, really getting into it. Deku laughed at his excitement before Bakugo smiled at him. Who knew you being a total nerd would come in handy? Kaken, you make better grades than I do, you know. Deku said with an exasperated smile. Always have and always will. Bakugo said, smirking proudly. Mina and 𝗬𝗪𝗄𝗧𝗏 laughed, rolling their eyes. We made it a full round. 𝗬𝗪𝗄𝗧𝗏 said, never have I ever sent someone a CC picture. Bakugo, Deku, Kirishima, and Mina all blushed, caught off guard. Bakugo could feel everyone's eyes on them as they raised their hands, and Kaminari almost choked on his water. You too. What, to each other? Bakugo grunted and crossed his arms as Kirishima smiled guiltily at Ishido, who was still blushing like crazy. Deku's face was red as he stared down at the floor with an awkward smile. You guys are being way too wild. 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝗧𝗏 said, laughing as she put tallies down for the four of them. Hold on, what are we defining as a CC picture? Kaminari asked, still laughing at the fact that Bakugo and Deku were a part of this. You know. 𝗬𝗪𝗄𝗧𝗏 giggled, showing some skin. Purposely trying to entice the other person. Oh God, I cannot see that. Kaminari said as Jiro giggled too, covering her mouth. That sounds highly inappropriate. 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝗧𝗏 said, completely flustered. I'm wondering just how inappropriate. 𝗬𝗪𝗄𝗧𝗏 giggled. Mine was just looking cute, it wasn't that bad, guys. And Kiri was just shirtless. Mina said as she smiled guiltily towards Kirishima, then looked over at Bakugo and Deku. I bet you guys were super bad though. Nah. Deku said, shaking his head, completely red-faced. We were just dash. Bakugo smacked his hand over his mouth. The extras don't need to know details, stupid. Oh man, it was just getting good. 𝗬𝗪𝗄𝗧𝗏 laughed. Come on, spill. Jiro said, joining in. Admitting extra SHT isn't part of the game. Bakugo barked as Deku struggled to pry his hand off of his face. We gotta play truth or dare again so we can see the pics. 𝗬𝗪𝗄𝗧𝗏 laughed, plotting excitedly. Bakugo trying to be secretary, Mina huffed and busted out laughing. Hey, Bakugo's a good-looking guy. Kirishima said. Not helping. Bakugo yelled, completely red-faced. Deku was feeling flustered now, remembering the pictures they'd sent to each other. He glanced over at Bakugo, who was wearing his hoodie still. Kaken is really good-looking. You drooling over there, Midoriya? Mina teased as Deku realized he was staring and looked away quickly. What? I wasn't. Deku sighed, giving up as she giggled. At least we know how to distract Midoriya next time we're against him in training. Jiro teased. Yeah, have Kaken here lift his shirt up a bit and he might get a nosebleed. Kaminari laughed. Oh, shut up. Bakugo groaned. Whose turn is it now? Jiro smirked and said, all right, never have I ever been attracted to a guy before. All the girls laughed collectively as they raised their hands, and Bakugo was seething. I'll remember that tale. Kaminari and Kirishima nodded, saying, nice one. As everyone else got a tally. All right, extras, Bakugo said, never have I ever been to Chicken Sea to tell the person I liked how I felt, the moment we knew we fessed up, right then and there. Everyone was taken aback at first and all realized they had to raise their hands. Deku was blushing and looking at Bakugo. Kaken. Bro, that was so manly. Kirishima said as 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝗧𝗏 put tallies down for everyone besides Bakugo and Deku. Wait, that means you have a crush on someone, Todoroki. Mina pointed out. Todoroki blushed and looked away, slowly putting his hand down. Oh well, yeah. Oh, I'm so excited. 𝗬𝗪𝗄𝗧𝗏 said happily. You should tell her, Todoroki. Yeah. Mina exclaimed. No girl would turn you down. I'm not really good with that sort of thing. Todoroki said, feeling a bit flustered. Being social in general is still pretty new to me. Well, you're doing a good job, man. Kirishima said reassuringly, just open up to her when you're ready. Thanks. Todoroki said with a shy smile. Okay, Midoriya, your turn. 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝗧𝗏 said, blushing also. Deku started. Never have I ever liked anyone more than I like Kaken. Bakugo smirked at him and Kaminari said, okay, now you two are just flirting. While all the girls collectively said, Aw. Oh, some of you are still up. Mr. Aizawa said as he came into the room. Oh, hey Mr. Aizawa. Kirishima said. Yeah, we're playing games, not the one from last time though. Hagakure said with a giggle. Ah, all right. Aizawa began. Midoriya, can I speak with you a moment? Oh yeah. Deku said as he stood. Bakugo stood too, not letting go of Deku's hand. Oh, what did you two do now? Mina teased. It's nothing bad, Mr. Aizawa assured as Deku and Bakugo began to follow him down the hall. Once away from the others, he turned to them and continued, I spoke with the counselor about what happened and she wants to meet with you tomorrow morning. She said you can stop by after you have breakfast. Her office is right next to Recovery Girls. All right. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Deku said with an awkward smile. She'd rather you come alone so that she can know for a fact you're speaking freely, but considering the situation she understands if you want to bring Bakugo. He explained. Deku nodded and looked over at Bakugo, squeezing his hand. Yeah, I'd like to. If that's okay. Bakugo nodded and Aizawa said, all right. Let me know if you have any more trouble, okay? Yes, sir, thank you. Deku said, bowing slightly. No problem. Tell the others we have a busy day tomorrow, not to stay up too long. Good night. Aizawa said as he waved and turned to leave. All right, thanks. Bakugo said as they waved back. Once Aizawa had made his way out, Bakugo turned to Deku and took his other hand in his as well. You good, Aizu? Deku smiled and nodded. Yeah, Kaken. The thought of being separate, even for therapy about the situation, makes me a bit uneasy. Bakugo pouted at him slightly and squeezed his hands. Yeah, I don't want to let you out of my sight, anyways. Deku nodded and they leaned in and kissed softly, before jumping at the sound of Kaminari yelling, we can still see you guys. From down the hall. Yeah, get a room you two. Mina teased, laughing. Bakugo grunted and Deku blushed but couldn't help but to smile. Wanna go to bed, Aizu? Bakugo asked. Yeah, I am pretty tired. Deku said as they started back towards the common room. We're going to bed. Aizawa said you guys shouldn't stay up too much longer, gonna be a busy day tomorrow. Bakugo told them. Yeah, guess he's right. Hagakure said. This has been fun, we should do it more often. Yaoyorozu said with a smile. Heck yeah. Mina said excitedly, and we should all plan some group dates. Yeah, that sounds good. Jiro agreed. Bakugo and Deku waved goodbye to them as they said goodnight and made their way to Bakugo's room. Bakugo closed and locked the door behind them and yawned, watching as Deku crawled into bed. He flipped off the lights and joined him, snuggling up to him as they wrapped their arms around each other. You still feeling okay, Kaken? Deku asked once they got settled into each other. Yeah, I'm fine. Bakugo said as he relaxed. Ichin, I love you, Kaken. Deku said happily as he held him a bit tighter. Bakugo huffed a small laugh against him and buried his face into his neck. I love you too, Izuku. Deku ran his hand up and rubbed his fingers through his hair, petting him softly. Bakugo melted under his touch, relaxing fully against him. I love when you do that. Plus Deku smiled. Yeah. Bakugo let out a relaxed sigh as he nodded and nuzzled against him more, as if he could get closer. Deku kept petting his head until he'd fallen asleep against him and he dozed off as well.